manipulation, power, influence. These are the forces that shape the world, whether we realize it or not. Every interaction, every decision, and every victory in life can be traced back to understanding the subtle art of control. But what if you had a blueprint for navigating this complex game? This video is your gateway into the hidden strategies of power, distilled from Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power. A masterpiece of cunning wisdom, this book explores timeless lessons drawn from history's greatest rulers, strategists, and manipulators. It's a manual for those who seek to rise above the ordinary and command respect in any arena. In this summary, we'll uncover the psychological tactics that drive influence, the principles that ensure success, and the traps you must avoid in the pursuit of power. Whether you're a leader, a dreamer, or just someone curious about the dynamics of control, these laws will challenge how you think and act. Each law is crucial in its own way, offering insights and strategies that build on one another. Make sure to listen to all of them. Missing even one could mean missing the key to mastering your path to power. Before we dive in, let's grow this community together. If you find value in this video, hit the like button, share it with someone who needs to hear this, and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us reach more people and build a space where we explore ideas that truly matter. Are you ready to explore the dark, fascinating truths about power and human nature? Prepare to rethink your relationships, your strategies, and your potential. Enjoy the video. Law 1. Never outshine the master. To maintain safety and secure your position, never make those above you feel overshadowed. Superiors, whether in work, politics, or social hierarchies, often have fragile egos. If they feel their authority or intelligence is threatened by your brilliance, it can ignite envy, distrust, and even retaliation. Many have fallen from power simply by appearing too talented or capable in comparison to their leaders. Instead, be strategic in how you present yourself. Highlight their strengths, defer to their wisdom publicly, and let them take the spotlight. By subtly flattering their ego, you build a foundation of trust and loyalty. Let their achievements appear more significant than yours, even if you are the true architect of success. Historically, individuals who mastered this law thrived. Galileo, for example, secured the favor of powerful patrons by crediting his discoveries to their brilliance, ensuring their support. In contrast, figures who failed to heed this principle, such as Nicolas Fouquet, a finance minister in 17th century France, fell from grace after flaunting his wealth and influence, inadvertently provoking his king's jealousy. Power is a delicate game of perception. While your talents and achievements matter, knowing when and how to reveal them is equally important. True wisdom lies in maintaining balance, achieving success without threatening the fragile egos of those who hold power above you. Law 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Friends can be unreliable in positions of power. Their familiarity often leads to complacency, betrayal, or jealousy. They might feel entitled to favors or become envious of your success, and their loyalty can falter when their interests shift. While it is natural to trust friends, doing so excessively in matters of strategy and influence can be a dangerous mistake. On the other hand, enemies, if handled wisely, can become valuable allies. They are often more motivated to prove their loyalty to dispel suspicion, and their efforts to redeem themselves can surpass that of friends. An enemy-turned-ally can be a stronger supporter than a friend because they have more to lose by returning to hostility. History teaches us that trusting friends too much has led to the downfall of many powerful figures. For example, Michael III, a Byzantine emperor, was betrayed by his closest companion and trusted friend, Basilius, who later orchestrated his assassination. Basilius's jealousy and ambition overtook any sense of loyalty, a common pattern in relationships built solely on friendship. Instead of blindly trusting those close to you, practice caution and remain objective. Recognize the strategic value in turning enemies into collaborators. By keeping friends at arm's length and enemies closer, you create a balance that secures your position while reducing the risk of betrayal. Power lies in managing relationships with a clear head, not a sentimental heart. Law 3. Conceal your intentions. One of the most effective strategies in the pursuit of power is to keep others guessing. If people understand your plans, they can anticipate your moves, counter your efforts, or sabotage your goals. Concealing your true intentions allows you to disarm and manipulate others, giving you the upper hand in any situation. By mastering the art of deception, you create an aura of mystery that confuses and misleads your opponents. Misdirection, half-truths, or feigned intentions can keep others focused on the wrong objectives, allowing you to advance your real agenda unnoticed. The less others know about your plans, the less they can interfere with them. Historical examples abound of this principle in action. Otto von Bismarck, the architect of German unification, often concealed his political strategies through vague and misleading statements. By the time his rivals understood his true plans, it was too late to counter him effectively. Similarly, con artists and spies rely on obscuring their motives to exploit the trust of their targets. To apply this law, avoid revealing too much about your goals, ambitions, or next steps. Speak in riddles, change the subject, or give non-committal answers when questioned. Let your actions speak for themselves only when the time is right. In the realm of power, clarity can be your greatest weakness, while ambiguity becomes your shield. Law 4. Always say less than necessary. In conversations and negotiations, speaking too much can undermine your position. The more you say, the greater the chance of revealing weaknesses, intentions, or emotions that others can exploit. Words are a tool of power, and mastering restraint can make you appear wise, mysterious, and in control. When you say less, people are forced to fill in the gaps, often interpreting your silence or brevity as confidence or intelligence. This places them at a disadvantage as they struggle to understand your thoughts and intentions. Speaking less also gives you time to observe and analyze, ensuring that when you do speak, your words carry weight and precision. Historically, this law has proven its worth repeatedly. For example, Napoleon Bonaparte famously intimidated his rivals not with threats, but with his calm, measured silence. His ability to say little while conveying authority left others uncertain and often overestimated his power. On the other hand, speaking too much can backfire. Those who chatter endlessly risk revealing more than they intend, appearing insecure or even boring their audience. Loose words can destroy alliances, erode trust, and signal weakness. To apply this law, practice deliberate speech, choose your words carefully and avoid unnecessary details. When you must respond, do so with purpose and brevity. Remember, the less you reveal, the more others will project their assumptions, often overestimating your abilities. Power lies not in verbosity, but in what remains unsaid. Law 5. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Your reputation is the cornerstone of your power. It dictates how others perceive you, determines the level of trust they place in you, and ultimately influences your ability to command respect and authority. A strong reputation can open doors, protect you from attacks, and amplify your influence, while a tarnished one can lead to irreparable damage. Reputation acts as a shield in the game of power. If others view you as reliable, competent, or ruthless, they are less likely to challenge or undermine you. However, once your reputation is damaged, it can spiral into a series of defeats as people exploit your perceived weaknesses. Throughout history, powerful figures have gone to great lengths to protect their reputations. For example, Julius Caesar famously divorced his wife Pompeia, not because she was proven guilty of misconduct, but because her reputation was called into question. He declared Caesar's wife must be above suspicion, demonstrating the lengths to which one must go to maintain an untarnished image. To safeguard your reputation, remain vigilant and proactive. Counter attacks swiftly and decisively, as leaving accusations or rumors unchecked can allow them to grow. Cultivate an image that aligns with your goals, whether it is trustworthiness, strength, or competence, and consistently reinforce it through your actions. If necessary, destroy the reputations of others to elevate your own, or deflect attention from your vulnerabilities. Ultimately, reputation is an intangible yet invaluable asset. Protect it as fiercely as you would a kingdom, for its loss can mean the difference between success and ruin. Law 6. Court attention at all costs. In the world of power, being ignored or forgotten is the same as being powerless. Visibility is critical, and those who stand out are the ones who are remembered, admired, or feared. To ensure your influence, you must command attention at all times, even if it means provoking controversy or using unconventional methods. People are naturally drawn to spectacle and drama. By creating an air of intrigue or boldness, you position yourself as someone worth noticing. This may involve calculated displays of skill, charisma, or even controversy. The key is to ensure that attention always works in your favor, making you the center of conversations and focus. History offers countless examples of this principle. P.T. Barnum, the famous showman, thrived by embracing publicity, whether positive or negative. He understood that all attention, even from critics, could be leveraged to his advantage. Conversely, those who fade into the background are often overlooked and forgotten, losing their ability to influence others. However, courting attention comes with risks. If not managed carefully, it can lead to scandals or backlash. To mitigate this, balance boldness with tact and ensure that the attention you draw reinforces your desired image. Avoid seeming desperate or attention-seeking. Instead, let your actions or persona naturally attract curiosity. To master this law, be daring and creative in how you present yourself. Seek opportunities to captivate audiences, whether through brilliance, humor, or audacity. Remember, in the game of power, obscurity is a death sentence, while commanding attention secures your place at the center of influence. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. The path to power often involves achieving more with less effort. By leveraging the skills, expertise, and resources of others, you can accomplish great things while conserving your own energy and appearing as the driving force behind success. This is not about laziness. It is a calculated strategy to amplify your impact while staying one step removed from the hard labor. Throughout history, powerful individuals have mastered the art of delegation and appropriation. For instance, Thomas Edison, celebrated as one of the greatest inventors, often capitalized on the work of his employees, presenting their ideas as his own. His name became synonymous with innovation, not because he did everything himself, but because he understood how to claim and maximize the fruits of others' labor. However, using this law requires finesse. Exploiting others too blatantly can breed resentment or rebellion. Instead, position yourself as a leader or visionary who guides the efforts of others. Offer subtle acknowledgement to maintain goodwill, but ensure the credit flows primarily to you. The law also applies to intellectual or creative endeavors. By building on existing ideas or achievements, you can save time and effort while appearing as the originator of something new. Borrow and adapt rather than starting from scratch, but always present your work as original and groundbreaking. To apply this principle effectively, surround yourself with talented, capable individuals and inspire them to contribute their best efforts to your cause. Take credit strategically, ensuring that you remain at the forefront of recognition while the heavy lifting remains in the hands of others. In the end, success is measured by results, not the process. Law 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. Power often comes to those who control the terms of engagement. Instead of chasing others, position yourself as the prize or the authority figure that others must seek out. When people come to you, they are already operating on your terms, giving you an advantage in negotiations, decisions, and influence. By using bait, whether it is an opportunity, favor, or valuable insight, you can lure others into your sphere of influence. Once they approach you, the dynamics shift, and you gain the upper hand. This strategy not only conserves your energy, but also amplifies your perceived importance. Historical figures have effectively used this principle to their advantage. For example, the French diplomat Talleyrand rarely pursued others for negotiations. Instead, he created situations where his opponents had no choice but to seek him out, ensuring he controlled the narrative and terms. Conversely, those who appear desperate to engage often lose credibility and power. The key to applying this law is patience and preparation. Set the stage so that others need what you have, whether it's knowledge, resources, or alliances. By maintaining a sense of mystery or exclusivity, you make people eager to approach you, often on your terms. Avoid the temptation to chase, as this weakens your position and diminishes your allure. When you compel others to act first, you can anticipate and plan your moves more effectively. Power lies in control, and the ability to make others come to you is a hallmark of mastery in any field. Law 9. Win through your actions, never through argument. Power is demonstrated through results, not words. Arguments often lead to resentment, as they challenge people's egos and beliefs, even when you prove them wrong. Instead of engaging in fruitless debates, let your actions speak for themselves. Accomplishments are irrefutable and far more persuasive than words. In a disagreement, trying to convince others through logic or debate can backfire. People tend to become defensive and more entrenched in their opinions when confronted directly. Instead, redirect the energy from argument into action, showing undeniable results that leave no room for dissent. A well-executed strategy silences critics far more effectively than a well-reasoned argument. Throughout history, this law has been employed by many great leaders. Napoleon Bonaparte, for instance, rarely wasted time trying to convince others of his plans. Instead, he demonstrated his brilliance on the battlefield, where his victories left no doubt about his capability and vision. Similarly, innovators like Steve Jobs focused on creating groundbreaking products rather than trying to convince skeptics of their feasibility. This principle also extends to personal relationships and negotiations. Instead of arguing about what you can do, prove your worth through concrete achievements. The power of demonstration not only wins over doubters, but also establishes your authority without unnecessary conflict. To apply this law, avoid engaging in unnecessary debates, especially when emotions are involved. Focus on execution, allowing your results to become your strongest argument. In the world of power, what you do carries far more weight than what you say. Law 10. Infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. Negativity is contagious. Associating with individuals who are consistently unhappy, unlucky, or filled with pessimism can pull you down and infect your mindset, reputation, and success. While it is compassionate to want to help or empathize, in the realm of power, surrounding yourself with such people can be a grave mistake. The company you keep influences how others perceive you. Associating with those who are unsuccessful or mired in misfortune can tarnish your image and make you seem like one of them. Worse, their problems may become your problems, consuming your time, energy, and resources. Protecting yourself from this infection is crucial to maintaining your own strength and position. History offers countless examples of this law. Consider Louis XIV of France, who maintained strict control over his court, surrounding himself with individuals who exuded success and positivity. In contrast, those who allowed toxic or unfortunate individuals into their inner circles often found their own fortunes declining. However, this does not mean you should outright dismiss everyone facing hardship. The key is discernment. Are they genuinely working to change their circumstances, or are they trapped in a cycle of negativity that will inevitably pull you in? Surround yourself with those who inspire, uplift, and push you forward rather than dragging you down. To apply this law, maintain healthy boundaries. Be polite but firm in limiting contact with those who consistently bring problems without solutions. Instead, seek alliances with individuals who are thriving and driven. Success and optimism are just as contagious as negativity. Choose wisely. Law 11. Learn to keep people dependent on you. Power is maintained by making others rely on you for their success, stability, or survival. When people need your assistance, expertise, or resources, they become dependent on you, ensuring loyalty and reducing the likelihood of betrayal. By creating a dynamic where others cannot easily replace or outgrow you, you solidify your position. To achieve this, avoid teaching others everything you know or providing them with the tools to function independently. Instead, give them just enough to keep them satisfied while ensuring that their progress remains tied to your support. This keeps you indispensable and in control of the relationship. Throughout history, rulers and leaders have used this principle to secure their power. For example, in Renaissance Italy, Cesare Borgia made his allies dependent on him for protection and resources. As long as they needed him, they remained loyal. When dependency waned, alliances often crumbled. Conversely, those who fail to make themselves indispensable risk being replaced or discarded. If you teach others too much or make them feel self-sufficient, they may no longer value your contributions. Over time, they might even turn against you as they no longer need you. To apply this law, cultivate a unique skill set, resource, or authority that others find difficult to replicate. Position yourself as the solution to their problems or the source of their opportunities. At the same time, avoid becoming overly reliant on others yourself. Independence is the ultimate form of power. Dependency, when managed strategically, ensures your influence and longevity. Law 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. A single act of genuine honesty or generosity can lower defenses, gain trust, and create goodwill. This approach works because people tend to remember positive gestures, which makes them overlook your deeper intentions. By strategically using selective honesty or generosity, you can disarm your opponents and manipulate situations to your advantage. Honesty can be a weapon when used sparingly and at the right moment. For instance, revealing a small truth or admitting to a minor flaw can make you appear trustworthy, masking your larger ambitions. Generosity works similarly. A well-timed gift or favor can create a sense of obligation, making people more inclined to help you or overlook your faults. History is filled with examples of this tactic. Con artists and manipulators often use selective honesty to build rapport with their targets. For instance, Victor Lustig, a notorious swindler, gained the trust of his victims by openly admitting to being a fraud, an admission so disarming that people believed he was incapable of deceit on a larger scale. However, this law requires precision. Overuse of honesty or generosity can make you seem weak or overly eager to please. The goal is to create just enough trust to lower resistance while maintaining control of the situation. To apply this law, identify moments when honesty or generosity can serve your goals. Give a compliment, reveal a harmless truth, or offer a thoughtful gesture when it will have the greatest impact. Remember, the key is selectivity. Too much openness can backfire, but a well-placed act of sincerity can be a powerful tool in the game of power. Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to self-interest, never to mercy or gratitude. When you need assistance, avoid relying on appeals to morality, loyalty, or gratitude. Instead, frame your request in terms of how it will benefit the other person. People are naturally driven by self-interest, and by aligning your needs with their desires, you increase the likelihood of securing their help. Appealing to mercy or past favors often backfires, as it can make others feel burdened or resentful. Gratitude is fleeting, but self-interest is a constant motivator. If you can show someone how helping you advances their own goals, they are far more likely to support you willingly and enthusiastically. Throughout history, Successful leaders and diplomats have mastered this principle. For example, during the Renaissance, Niccolo Machiavelli advised rulers to appeal to people's personal gain rather than expecting loyalty or morality. He recognized that aligning incentives was far more effective than relying on virtue. A practical application of this law is crafting your request as an opportunity. For instance, instead of asking someone to help you out of kindness, demonstrate how your success will benefit them, whether it's through shared rewards, enhanced status, or future collaboration. Make your request feel like a win-win situation. To apply this law, understand what drives the person you are approaching. Tailor your pitch to highlight how their interests align with your goals. Avoid guilt-tripping or reminding them of past obligations. Instead, focus on creating mutual benefit. Power is built on relationships where both parties see value, not on fleeting gratitude or mercy. Law 14. Pose as a friend. Work as a spy. Information is one of the most powerful tools in the game of power. To gain an advantage, you must gather intelligence about others, their strengths, weaknesses, desires, and fears. The best way to do this is by positioning yourself as a friend, gaining their trust and encouraging them to open up, all while keeping your true intentions hidden. People are far more likely to reveal sensitive information to someone they perceive as an ally. By appearing friendly, curious, and non-threatening, you can extract valuable insights without arousing suspicion. These insights can then be used strategically to influence decisions, anticipate actions, or undermine adversaries. Historical examples highlight the effectiveness of this approach. For instance, Catherine de' Medici, Queen of France, relied on her ladies-in-waiting to act as spies, gathering gossip and secrets from the court under the guise of innocent conversation. This intelligence allowed her to manipulate alliances and maintain her power. However, this law requires subtlety and restraint. If you are too obvious or aggressive in seeking information, you risk exposing yourself and losing trust. The key is to make the other person feel comfortable and in control, so they share freely without realizing they are being probed. To apply this law, listen more than you speak, ask open-ended questions, and show genuine interest in the other person's perspective. Disguise your motives under the pretense of friendship or collaboration. Be careful to conceal your own vulnerabilities and intentions, as transparency can weaken your position. In the game of power, knowledge is leverage, and a well-played friendship can be your greatest weapon. Law 15. Crush your enemy totally. When you have the opportunity to defeat an enemy, do so completely and decisively. Leaving an opponent weakened but not eliminated is a dangerous mistake, as they may recover, regroup, and seek revenge. Power requires not just winning, but ensuring that those who oppose you can never challenge you again. Mercy may seem noble, but it often allows enemies to plot their return. A vanquished rival will harbor resentment and wait for an opportunity to strike back. By crushing them entirely, whether by undermining their reputation, destroying their influence, or removing their resources, you eliminate the threat they pose and send a clear message to others. History provides numerous examples of the wisdom of total victory. For instance, ancient Rome was known for its ruthless approach to enemies. When Carthage was finally defeated in the Punic Wars, the Romans destroyed the city, ensuring it would never rise again. In contrast, Leaders who spared their enemies, like Louis XVI of France, often paid the price later. His mercy toward political rivals contributed to the downfall of his reign and his execution. However, applying this law requires caution and timing. A total defeat can create martyrs or provoke backlash if handled too publicly or vindictively. The key is to strike swiftly, quietly, and with finality. Make sure there is no possibility of recovery or retaliation. To apply this law, assess the situation and ensure you have the resources to carry out a decisive victory. Once you commit, do not hesitate or allow emotions to sway you. The message must be clear. Opposition will lead to absolute ruin. In the game of power, leaving loose ends can be fatal. Law 16. Use absence to increase respect and honor. Constant presence often diminishes value. When you are always available or accessible, others may begin to take you for granted or see you as ordinary. By withdrawing strategically, you create a sense of scarcity, making your presence more valuable and increasing respect and admiration. When you distance yourself, people are forced to notice and think about you. The absence can spark curiosity and longing, allowing you to control how you are perceived. Overexposure, on the other hand, can breed familiarity, which often leads to contempt. History demonstrates the power of this principle. Cixi, the Empress Dowager of China, understood the value of strategic absence. By retreating from court life periodically, she maintained an air of mystery and control, ensuring her influence remained intact. Similarly, military leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte used strategic withdrawals to regroup and return stronger, heightening their authority. However, the key to this law lies in timing and moderation. Absence that is too prolonged can lead to irrelevance or give rivals an opportunity to take your place. The goal is to withdraw just enough to heighten your significance without losing your position. To apply this law, identify situations where your constant presence might be diminishing your value. Withdraw subtly, allowing others to miss and appreciate your contributions. When you return, do so with purpose and impact. By mastering the art of absence, you ensure that your presence is always anticipated and respected. Law 17. Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. Predictability can be a weakness in the game of power. When others can anticipate your actions, they gain the ability to counteract and manipulate you. By cultivating an air of unpredictability, you keep people off balance, making them hesitant and uncertain. This unpredictability becomes a tool of intimidation and control. When people cannot predict your moves, they are forced to react cautiously, often overestimating your capabilities or intentions. This gives you the upper hand, as they are more likely to make mistakes or hesitate in their decisions. Furthermore, unpredictability can make you appear more powerful and mysterious, as it suggests you operate on a level beyond their understanding. History offers examples of leaders who thrived on unpredictability. For instance, the Mongol leader Genghis Khan used erratic and surprising strategies to confuse his enemies, making it nearly impossible for them to prepare for his attacks. His unpredictability instilled fear and ensured his dominance in battle. However, this law requires balance. Being unpredictable does not mean being erratic or irrational, as this can lead to chaos and undermine your authority. Instead, it involves deliberate and calculated actions that defy expectations while still aligning with your goals. To apply this law, avoid falling into patterns that others can easily read or exploit. Introduce unexpected changes in your behavior, decisions, or strategies, keeping people guessing about your true intentions. At the same time, maintain control and purpose in your actions. In the realm of power, a touch of unpredictability can inspire fear and admiration, securing your influence. Law 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. In the pursuit of power, isolating yourself from others may seem like a strategy for safety, but it often leads to vulnerability. By withdrawing too far from people and their dynamics, you lose access to vital information, connections, and opportunities. Isolation breeds ignorance, which can leave you exposed and defenseless. Instead, maintain active involvement in social, political, or organizational networks. The more you are engaged with others, the more you can monitor potential threats, build alliances, and influence events to your advantage. Power is often derived from relationships, and fortresses, whether physical or metaphorical, can cut you off from the very lifeblood of influence. History demonstrates the dangers of isolation. For example, the Chinese Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty retreated into his palace, surrounded by layers of advisors and eunuchs, cutting himself off from the realities of his kingdom. This detachment made him blind to the growing threats from the invading Jurchens, leading to his downfall and capture. However, engaging with others does not mean recklessly exposing yourself. Balance is key. Stay involved, but remain guarded. Position yourself where you can observe and influence without being overly reliant on or vulnerable to any one group. To apply this law, avoid the temptation to build walls, whether literal or symbolic, that separate you from the world. Foster connections, stay informed, and cultivate a web of allies and informants. Remember, true power lies in understanding and controlling your environment, not hiding from it. Isolation is not protection. It is a path to irrelevance and defeat. Law 19. Know who you're dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. Not all opponents are created equal. Some people are more dangerous than they appear, and underestimating them or offending them can lead to your downfall. Before taking action against someone, carefully assess their temperament, power, and capacity for revenge. Misjudging your adversary could provoke retaliation far beyond what you anticipated. People react differently to slights or challenges. Some will shrug off insults or defeat, while others will harbor a grudge and seek vengeance, even if it takes years. Avoid conflicts with those who are vengeful, powerful, or irrational, as these battles often escalate beyond your control. The wrong enemy can destroy you, even if you initially have the upper hand. History is filled with examples of this principle. In ancient Rome, Julius Caesar underestimated Brutus and other conspirators in his inner circle, believing his power and charisma would protect him. His failure to recognize their growing resentment and ambition led to his assassination. Conversely, skilled leaders like Louis XIV avoided unnecessary conflicts by understanding and manipulating the egos of those around him. To apply this law, analyze the people in your sphere with precision. Consider their motivations, weaknesses, and willingness to retaliate. Avoid provoking those with volatile tempers or long memories. Instead, deflect their hostility, or better yet, Turn them into allies. Engage only in conflicts where you are certain of victory and where the enemy's response can be controlled. Power lies in foresight and restraint. By carefully choosing your battles and respecting the potential danger of others, you avoid unnecessary risks and protect your position. Law 20. Do not commit to anyone. To maintain power and independence, avoid binding yourself to any one person, group, or cause. When you commit fully, you sacrifice your flexibility and become predictable, giving others leverage over you. Instead, keep your alliances fluid, your loyalties uncertain, and your options open. This keeps people guessing and ensures that you remain in control. By not committing, you create intrigue and competition for your favor. People and groups will work harder to win your support, often offering more than you could achieve by aligning yourself too closely with any one side. Your refusal to commit makes you seem impartial and elusive, traits that can elevate your status and power. Historically, this law has been used to great effect. Queen Elizabeth I of England maintained her independence by refusing to marry, even though her suitors were some of the most powerful monarchs in Europe. By keeping her options open, she ensured that no single nation could dominate her or her kingdom, while strengthening England's position through the competition for her hand. However, this law requires careful balancing. Refusing to commit excessively can make you seem unreliable or untrustworthy. The key is to appear as though you are interested in others' causes while maintaining your independence. This approach creates opportunities without locking you into obligations. To apply this law, avoid making definitive promises or aligning too closely with any single party. Show interest and support strategically, but always leave yourself room to maneuver. Power lies in your ability to remain unattached and adaptable, ensuring that no one can pin you down or control you. Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. Feigning ignorance or appearing less intelligent than you truly are can be a powerful strategy in the pursuit of power. When you play the role of a fool, you lower your target's guard, making them more likely to reveal their true intentions, weaknesses, or plans. This approach allows you to control the interaction, while your opponent underestimates you. People tend to feel more secure around those they perceive as less capable or intelligent. By downplaying your abilities, you can encourage others to drop their defenses, speak more openly, or even make careless mistakes. Meanwhile, you gather critical information and position yourself to act when the time is right. Historical examples of this law abound. The legendary Chinese strategist Zhuge Liang once pretended to be foolish and ill-prepared when his city was under siege. By creating an illusion of vulnerability, he deceived the enemy into retreating, saving his forces from certain defeat. Similarly, con artists and negotiators often use this tactic to manipulate their marks into feeling overconfident. However, playing a sucker requires finesse. Overdoing it may cause others to lose respect for you, and once you reveal your true capabilities, some may feel betrayed or seek revenge. Use this tactic sparingly, and only when the payoff is worth the risk. To apply this law, assess your target carefully and choose your moments wisely. Pretend to be naive or uninformed, allowing the other person to relax and take the lead. Gather the insights you need, then act decisively when the opportunity presents itself. In the game of power, appearing weaker than you are can often be your greatest strength. Law 22. Use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. When faced with overwhelming odds, resistance can lead to unnecessary loss and destruction. Instead of fighting a losing battle, surrender strategically to gain time, preserve your resources, and position yourself for future victory. By appearing to yield, you disarm your opponent's aggression and lull them into a false sense of security, while secretly planning your next move. Surrender is not a sign of weakness, it is a calculated maneuver. By bowing to the stronger force, you create opportunities to observe and exploit their vulnerabilities. Submission can diffuse hostility and give you access to insights and positions of influence that you might otherwise lose in a direct confrontation. Historical examples highlight the power of this tactic. When the Roman general Fabius Maximus faced the seemingly invincible Hannibal, he avoided direct battles, choosing instead to retreat and harass the Carthaginian forces indirectly. Though criticized at first, his surrender strategy wore down Hannibal's army over time, leading to Rome's eventual victory. However, this law requires patience and subtlety. A poorly timed or insincere surrender can be seen as cowardice, undermining your position. The key is to maintain a long-term perspective, focusing on the larger goal rather than immediate pride or victory. To apply this law, assess when resistance is futile and when surrender could buy you time or favor. Once you've yielded, use the period of apparent submission to regroup, observe, and strengthen your position. Surrender strategically, not out of desperation, and you will find that yielding can often be the first step toward ultimate power. Law 23. Concentrate your forces. Power is most effectively built and maintained when focused. Dispersing your energy, resources, or attention across too many objectives weakens your impact and leaves you vulnerable to failure. By concentrating your efforts on a single goal, person, or resource, you amplify your strength and increase the likelihood of success. Scattered efforts often lead to mediocrity, as divided focus prevents you from mastering or dominating any one area. In contrast, focusing your forces allows you to create a powerful momentum that can overwhelm opposition, achieve significant breakthroughs, and command respect. History offers compelling examples of this principle. Napoleon Bonaparte, despite commanding vast armies, often concentrated his forces at critical points during battles, achieving decisive victories even when outnumbered. Similarly, successful entrepreneurs and leaders often channel their energy into mastering a single venture before expanding, ensuring their foundation is solid. However, concentrating your forces requires clarity and discipline. Spreading yourself too thin out of impatience, ambition, or distraction can dilute your power. Focus does not mean inflexibility. Adjust your efforts as needed, but always ensure they remain directed toward your primary goal. To apply this law, identify your most important objectives or opportunities and direct your resources and attention there. Avoid the temptation to chase every opportunity or fight every battle. Instead, focus on areas where your concentrated efforts will yield the greatest results. In the pursuit of power, intensity and focus often win over breadth and diffusion. Law 24. Play the perfect courtier. Mastering the art of courtly behavior is essential for navigating social and political power structures. A successful courtier is graceful, adaptable, and skilled in the delicate balance of flattery, discretion, and subtle manipulation. By understanding and mastering the dynamics of those in power, you can influence their decisions and secure your position. The perfect courtier makes others feel superior, even while secretly outmaneuvering them. They are skilled at concealing their ambitions and making their actions seem aligned with the interests of those they serve. A courtier knows how to charm, entertain, and subtly guide the thoughts of those above them, while avoiding offense or suspicion. Historical examples abound of skilled courtiers who rose to prominence by adhering to this law. For instance, Castiglione's The Book of the Courtier outlines the traits of an ideal courtier, emphasizing charm, wit, and the ability to influence others without appearing self-serving. Figures like Cardinal Richelieu used courtly tactics to gain immense power by navigating the complexities of the French court with precision. However, playing the perfect courtier requires constant vigilance. A single misstep, appearing too eager, overstepping boundaries, or offending the wrong person, can lead to ruin. The key is to always blend in, avoid controversy, and make others feel at ease while subtly pursuing your goals. To apply this law, practice patience, tact, and observation. Adapt your behavior to the personalities and needs of those in power. Use flattery sparingly and effectively, ensuring it feels genuine. Be indispensable yet discreet, guiding others subtly while keeping your ambitions hidden. In the game of power, mastering the art of the courtier can be one of your greatest assets. Law 25. Recreate yourself. Powerful individuals craft their own identities rather than letting circumstances or others define them. By recreating yourself, you control your image, adapt to new challenges, and remain relevant in changing environments. A deliberate transformation can make you seem dynamic, unpredictable, and larger than life, inspiring admiration and keeping others guessing. Your identity is your most visible and influential asset, and shaping it with intention gives you the power to influence how others perceive you. Whether you choose to appear bold, mysterious, or approachable, cultivating an image that aligns with your goals allows you to command attention and respect. History is full of figures who successfully recreated themselves. Julius Caesar transformed himself from a debtor into a celebrated general and dictator, using his carefully constructed public image to inspire loyalty and fear. Similarly, David Bowie reinvented his persona multiple times, staying at the forefront of the music industry by adapting to the changing times. However, recreating yourself requires self-awareness and a willingness to shed outdated identities. Clinging to an old image when it no longer serves you can lead to stagnation and irrelevance. Reinvention should be strategic, aligning with the opportunities and challenges you face. To apply this law, evaluate how you are perceived and whether it serves your goals. Identify areas where reinvention could enhance your influence or effectiveness. Craft your new persona carefully, emphasizing qualities that will captivate and inspire others. Remember, power lies in your ability to adapt, innovate, and shape the narrative of who you are. Law 26. Keep your hands clean. To maintain power and a positive reputation, it is crucial to avoid being directly associated with questionable actions or failures. Let others take the blame or carry out unpleasant tasks on your behalf, while you preserve your image of integrity and competence. By keeping your hands clean, you remain untouchable and respected, even when operating behind the scenes. Mistakes, scandals, or controversies can tarnish your authority and credibility, often irreparably. A shrewd leader delegates risky or unpopular tasks to subordinates, ensuring that any fallout does not touch them. The strategy allows you to distance yourself from any negative outcomes, while continuing to project an image of reliability and virtue. History illustrates the effectiveness of this principle. Cardinal Richelieu, the powerful advisor to King Louis XIII of France, often used intermediaries to execute controversial policies, keeping his reputation intact. Similarly, kings and rulers throughout history relied on enforcers or scapegoats to handle unsavory tasks, protecting their own standing. However, this law demands subtlety and control. Overuse of scapegoats or excessive delegation can make you seem weak or manipulative. The key is to balance involvement and distance, taking credit for successes while quietly deflecting blame for failures. To apply this law, surround yourself with capable allies who can handle sensitive or risky matters on your behalf. Create plausible deniability for any controversial decisions and remain above reproach in the eyes of others. In the game of power, your reputation is your greatest shield, and keeping your hands clean ensures it remains untarnished. Law 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. People have an inherent need to believe in something greater than themselves, be it a vision, leader, or cause. By tapping into this desire, you can inspire intense loyalty and create a following that will serve your interests unquestioningly. Cultivate a sense of purpose, mystique, and exclusivity to draw people in and make them feel part of something extraordinary. The foundation of a cult-like following is offering hope and a sense of belonging. Present your vision or mission as transformative, promising rewards that appeal to emotions rather than reason. To sustain loyalty, build rituals, symbols, and narratives that reinforce the group's identity and dependence on you as its leader. History is filled with leaders who mastered this law. From religious figures to political leaders, many have risen to power by creating movements that inspired devotion. Napoleon Bonaparte, for instance, cultivated a near-religious following among his troops by presenting himself as their savior and aligning his victories with a grand vision of destiny. However, this law must be used with caution. While cult-like loyalty can be a powerful tool, it can also backfire if followers feel betrayed or manipulated. The key is to maintain the illusion of selflessness and higher purpose, while carefully controlling the narrative and direction of the group. To apply this law, craft a compelling vision that resonates with your audience's deepest desires and insecurities. Use charisma, storytelling, and symbolic gestures to solidify your authority and the group's cohesion. Make yourself indispensable to the fulfillment of the vision, ensuring that your followers remain loyal and dependent on you. In the realm of power, a devoted following is one of the most potent assets you can possess. Law 28. Enter action with boldness. Hesitation is the enemy of power. When you act timidly or half-heartedly, you project weakness, and others are more likely to challenge or doubt you. Boldness, on the other hand, inspires confidence, intimidates rivals, and forces others to react to your moves rather than initiating their own. By acting decisively and with purpose, you seize control of the narrative. Boldness has a psychological effect that can paralyze opponents and captivate allies. People are drawn to those who seem fearless and resolute, as they perceive boldness as a sign of strength and capability. Conversely, hesitation and uncertainty invite skepticism and undermine your authority. History celebrates those who acted boldly to achieve greatness. Alexander the Great's audacious military campaigns, such as crossing the Hellespont to conquer Persia, left his enemies stunned and his followers in awe. His boldness created a sense of inevitability about his success, inspiring loyalty and discouraging resistance. However, boldness must be tempered with calculation. Reckless actions can lead to failure if not backed by strategy and preparation. The goal is to act with confidence and decisiveness while ensuring that your moves are well thought out and aligned with your objectives. To apply this law, avoid overthinking or second-guessing your decisions. When the moment calls for action, commit fully and confidently. Even if the outcome is uncertain, boldness can often tip the scales in your favor by intimidating others or rallying support. In the game of power, fortune favors the bold. Law 29. Plan all the way to the end. To achieve and maintain power, you must think several steps ahead. A well-thought-out plan accounts for potential obstacles, prepares for unexpected developments, and ensures that you remain in control from start to finish. By planning all the way to the end, you eliminate uncertainty, avoid surprises, and guarantee that your actions align with your long-term goals. Without a clear vision of the outcome, you risk getting caught up in short-term victories or distractions that may ultimately lead to failure. Many have achieved temporary success only to see their plans collapse because they lacked foresight. Anticipating how events will unfold and preparing for various scenarios gives you the ability to adapt and steer situations in your favor. History is filled with examples of those who succeeded by planning meticulously. Hannibal, the Carthaginian general, meticulously planned his military campaigns, including his famous crossing of the Alps, which caught the Romans off guard. Conversely, figures like Napoleon Bonaparte, who failed to account for the harsh Russian winter in his invasion of Russia, suffered devastating losses due to a lack of endgame planning. However, planning too rigidly can also backfire if you become inflexible. While it's essential to envision the end, you must remain adaptable to unforeseen circumstances. The key is to stay focused on your ultimate goal while allowing for adjustments along the way. To apply this law, always begin with the end in mind. Consider the consequences of every move and anticipate potential resistance or complications. Identify key milestones and contingencies to keep your plan on track. In the pursuit of power, the ability to think several moves ahead and foresee the end game is a hallmark of true mastery. Law 30. Make your accomplishments seem effortless. True power lies in appearing natural and effortless, even when great effort and planning have gone into your achievements. People are captivated by individuals who seem to succeed with ease, as it conveys an aura of confidence, competence, and superiority. By concealing the hard work and struggles behind your accomplishments, you enhance your mystique and inspire admiration. Effortless success creates the illusion of mastery and leaves others in awe, wondering how you achieve so much with so little visible strain. In contrast, openly showing the difficulties and effort behind your work can make you seem ordinary and reduce your influence. History highlights this principle repeatedly. The Renaissance artist Michelangelo is said to have made his sculptures appear as though they were already present within the marble, a feat that awed his patrons and rivals. By hiding the painstaking labor behind his work, he solidified his reputation as a genius. Conversely, those who openly struggle or complain about the difficulty of their tasks often lose respect and credibility. To apply this law, practice the art of concealment. Perfect your craft in private, but reveal only the polished results. Let others see your brilliance, not the effort behind it. Whether in negotiation, performance, or strategy, make your actions seem smooth and spontaneous, even if they are the result of meticulous preparation. In the game of power, people admire those who seem naturally gifted. By masking your struggles and presenting your successes as effortless, you create an image of unparalleled competence and inspire lasting awe. Law 31. Control the options. Get others to play with the cards. You deal. The most powerful position in any situation is being the one who defines the choices available. By controlling the options, you manipulate others into acting in ways that benefit you, while making them feel as if they have free will. This strategy allows you to dominate the narrative and outcomes without appearing forceful or coercive. When you offer someone a set of choices, frame them in a way that ensures any decision aligns with your goals. By doing so, you remain in control, regardless of what the other party chooses. The key is to present the illusion of freedom while subtly steering others toward the outcome you desire. History abounds with examples of this principle in action. During the unification of Germany, Otto von Bismarck masterfully manipulated diplomatic options to ensure his desired outcomes, presenting choices that seemed inevitable but always served his ambitions. On the other hand, those who leave decisions entirely to others often find themselves sidelined or outmaneuvered. This law can also be applied in personal or professional relationships. For instance, in negotiations, offering a limited set of favorable terms can guide the other party to an agreement that works in your favor, while making them feel they've made the decision themselves. To apply this law, carefully design the options you present to others. Limit their choices to scenarios where any outcome serves your goals. Avoid giving people unrestricted freedom to decide, as this can lead to chaos or undesired results. In the realm of power, control is often best exercised through subtlety, making others feel they are acting independently while playing directly into your hands. Law 32. Play to people's fantasies. People are often more driven by their dreams and fantasies than by reality. To gain influence and power, tap into this universal tendency by presenting visions that appeal to their deepest desires, whether they involve success, freedom, or escape from hardship. By offering a fantasy that resonates, you can captivate and control others as they become emotionally invested in the vision you provide. The truth can often be harsh and uninspiring, while fantasies offer hope and the allure of something better. Skilled leaders, marketers, and manipulators understand this and craft their messages to inspire and uplift, offering solutions that seem almost magical. This makes people more willing to follow, trust, and support them. History is rich with examples of this principle. During the Great Depression, Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal provided not just economic relief, but also a vision of hope and recovery, inspiring confidence in the American public. Conversely, Adolf Hitler manipulated the fantasies of national pride and power to rally a broken Germany under his control. However, playing to fantasies requires finesse and care. If the illusion is shattered or seen as manipulative, it can lead to backlash and disillusionment. The key is to align your promises with attainable outcomes while maintaining an air of mystery and grandeur. To apply this law, understand the fantasies and desires of those you wish to influence. Craft a vision that speaks directly to these aspirations and offer a pathway to achieving them. Avoid overwhelming them with reality or overly practical solutions. Let the fantasy lead, supported subtly by achievable goals. In the game of power, those who inspire dreams often gain the greatest loyalty and influence. Law 33. Discover each man's thumbscrew. Everyone has a vulnerability, a hidden weakness or desire that can be exploited. To gain power over others, identify their thumbscrew, the pressure point that can be used to influence or control them. This could be a fear, insecurity, secret ambition, or personal relationship. By targeting these vulnerabilities, you can gain leverage and bend others to your will. People rarely reveal their weaknesses openly, so discovering them requires observation, patience, and subtle probing. Watch how they react under pressure, pay attention to their words, and observe their behavior around others. Often, their fears or desires will surface in moments of stress or when they feel safe around you. History is full of examples of this tactic. Cardinal Richelieu, the cunning French statesman, was notorious for uncovering the personal secrets of his rivals and using them to manipulate or neutralize them. Similarly, powerful negotiators have long used their opponents' insecurities or ambitions to strike favorable deals. However, using this law comes with ethical and strategic considerations. Exploiting someone's vulnerability too openly or harshly can provoke resentment and retaliation. Subtlety is key. Apply pressure gently and in a way that makes the target feel they are acting in their own interest. To apply this law, take the time to understand the people around you. Identify what motivates them, what they fear, and what they value most. Once you've discovered their thumbscrew, use it carefully to steer them toward decisions that benefit you. In the realm of power, knowing where to press can be far more effective than brute force. Law 34. Be royal in your own fashion. Act like a king to be treated like one. The way you carry yourself influences how others perceive and treat you. To command respect and authority, you must project confidence, dignity, and self-worth, as if you are destined for greatness. By acting as if you are already powerful, you inspire others to see you as such, often paving the way for real power to follow. People naturally gravitate toward those who exude self-assurance and authority. Conversely, those who behave meekly or seem unsure of their value invite disrespect and exploitation. Acting like royalty doesn't mean arrogance. It means demonstrating poise, clarity, and a sense of purpose that others find compelling. History is filled with individuals who rose to prominence by adopting this mindset. For instance, Napoleon Bonaparte carried himself with the bearing of a ruler long before he seized power, convincing others that he was destined to lead. Similarly, in business, leaders who project confidence and vision often gain followers and allies even before proving their capabilities. However, acting royal requires balance. Overconfidence or entitlement can provoke resentment or opposition. The key is to project inner strength and self-belief while remaining approachable and relatable when necessary. To apply this law, focus on your presence and how you communicate. Stand tall, speak with certainty, and treat yourself with the respect you wish others to show you. Avoid self-deprecation or appearing needy. In the game of power, acting with dignity and confidence can turn perceptions into reality, making you a figure of influence and authority. Law 35. Master the art of timing. Timing is everything in the game of power. Acting too soon can make your effort seem desperate or ill-conceived, while acting too late can mean missed opportunities. The ability to sense the right moment to act, or to wait, is a hallmark of a true master of power. By mastering the art of timing, you control not only the pace of events, but also how others perceive your actions. Patience is key. Often, the best course of action is to delay, allowing events to unfold and opportunities to mature. When you act, it should appear natural, inevitable, and perfectly timed. Conversely, rushing into action can expose your weaknesses, and waiting too long can allow others to seize the initiative. History celebrates those who understood timing. For example, Julius Caesar famously paused before crossing the Rubicon River, a decisive act that sparked the Roman Civil War. His calculated delay allowed him to gauge the political landscape and make his move at the perfect moment. In contrast, leaders who act impulsively often find themselves swept away by forces they failed to anticipate. Mastering timing also involves creating a sense of urgency in others while remaining calm and in control yourself. Manipulating the tempo of events can unnerve rivals and make you appear more composed and powerful. To apply this law, cultivate patience and develop a keen sense of situational awareness. Observe trends, anticipate shifts, and act only when the moment is ripe. Learn to wait when necessary, but strike decisively when the opportunity arises. In the realm of power, those who control timing often control the outcome. Law 36. Disdain things you cannot have. Ignoring them is the best revenge. Dwelling on things you cannot have or control only empowers them, making you appear weak and frustrated. Instead, learn to dismiss and devalue such desires or losses publicly. By showing indifference, you deprive them of their significance, maintaining your composure and projecting strength. Ignoring a slight or an unattainable goal can be the most effective form of revenge. When you openly desire what is out of reach, you signal vulnerability. Enemies and rivals can exploit this to undermine you. In contrast, by treating such things as beneath your notice, you demonstrate self-sufficiency and resilience, which commands respect. History offers numerous examples of this principle. When the ancient Greek philosopher Diogenes was scorned by Alexander the Great, he famously dismissed the powerful ruler with indifference, saying, "Stand out of my sunlight." This act of disdain elevated Diogenes' reputation and diminished Alexander's attempt at dominance in that moment. This law also applies to personal insults or provocations. Engaging with them often legitimizes the attacker and drags you into unnecessary conflicts. Instead, by ignoring or belittling them, you maintain control and make your rival seem petty. To apply this law, resist the urge to pursue unattainable goals or respond to provocations. Focus your energy on what you can achieve and control. When faced with insults, losses, or slights, practice indifference and poise. In the game of power, showing disdain for what you cannot have or what doesn't serve you is a sign of strength and mastery. Law 37. Create compelling spectacles. People are drawn to drama, grandeur, and spectacle. By crafting memorable and awe-inspiring displays, you capture attention and control the narrative, ensuring that your message or presence is unforgettable. Spectacles appeal to emotions and senses, bypassing logic and critical thought, making them a powerful tool in the game of power. Grand gestures and visual drama not only captivate, but also inspire loyalty and admiration. A well-orchestrated spectacle can reinforce your authority, make your achievements seem larger than life, and distract from flaws or controversial actions. The key is to craft displays that evoke wonder, excitement, or reverence while aligning with your goals. History is full of leaders and influencers who mastered this law. Louis XIV of France built the Palace of Versailles as a symbol of his divine right to rule, creating a lasting impression of power and magnificence. Similarly, modern politicians and entertainers use media spectacles to dominate public attention and shape perceptions. However, creating compelling spectacles requires careful planning and authenticity. Overly flashy or contrived displays can appear desperate or insincere, undermining your credibility. The most effective spectacles align with your audience's desires and the image you wish to project. To apply this law, identify opportunities to create moments of drama or visual impact. Use symbolism, rituals, and theatrical elements to enhance your presence or message. Ensure that your spectacles are well-timed and strategically aligned with your goals. In the realm of power, captivating attention through grandeur and drama can secure influence and loyalty. Law 38. Think as you like, but behave like others. Individuality and free thought are powerful, but openly flaunting unconventional ideas or behaviors can isolate you and provoke hostility. People are often uncomfortable with those who defy societal norms or question collective beliefs. To maintain influence and avoid unnecessary conflict, keep your thoughts private and conform outwardly to the expectations of those around you. Blending in allows you to observe others, gain their trust, and operate without arousing suspicion. By appearing to align with the values and beliefs of the majority, you disarm potential critics and ensure that your differences remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, in private, you can continue to think, plan, and act in ways that serve your goals. History illustrates the dangers of openly defying conventions. Socrates, for instance, was executed in part because he challenged the values and beliefs of Athens too openly, alienating powerful figures. Conversely, leaders like Queen Elizabeth I of England navigated religious conflicts by outwardly supporting prevailing norms while privately maintaining her independence and strategic vision. However, this law does not require abandoning your individuality. It calls for subtlety. Publicly, demonstrate respect for traditions and conventions. Privately, cultivate your unique perspectives and plans, revealing them only when the time is right. To apply this law, assess the values and beliefs of the group or society you are navigating. Adapt your outward behavior to align with their expectations, avoiding unnecessary provocation. Meanwhile, guard your private thoughts and ambitions closely, sharing them only with trusted allies. In the game of power, maintaining the appearance of conformity often provides the freedom to think and act as you truly wish. Law 39. Stir up waters to catch fish. When emotions run high, logic and clarity often falter. By provoking confusion, anger, or uncertainty in others, you can disrupt their decision-making and gain the upper hand. This strategy works by clouding their judgment, making them more vulnerable to manipulation or rash actions that benefit your agenda. People who are calm and collected are harder to control. Stirring up emotions, whether through insults, provocation, or sudden surprises, throws them off balance, giving you the advantage. In the chaos, you can present yourself as the steady and rational force, positioning yourself to lead or influence outcomes. Historically, this tactic has been used effectively. Napoleon Bonaparte often provoked his enemies into overextending themselves on the battlefield, exploiting their emotional responses to his advantage. Similarly, in negotiations or rivalries, provoking anger or fear can weaken your opponent's focus and strategic thinking. However, this law requires caution and subtlety. Provoking the wrong person too strongly can lead to backlash or unintended consequences. The goal is to create just enough confusion or emotional reaction to destabilize your target without losing control of the situation. To apply this law, identify what might trigger emotional responses in your opponents or rivals. Use subtle provocations, sudden shifts in tone, or well-timed disruptions to unsettle them. Always remain calm and composed yourself, as emotional stability is your greatest weapon. In the realm of power, creating chaos in others while staying in control gives you the clarity and leverage to achieve your goals. Law 40. Despise the free lunch. Nothing in life is truly free. Anything given without cost often comes with hidden obligations, expectations, or compromises. By accepting such offers, you risk falling into someone else's trap or diminishing your value. Reject the allure of the free lunch and focus instead on building independence and self-sufficiency. In the game of power, being seen as someone who pays their own way increases respect and strengthens your position. It sends a message that you are not easily manipulated or indebted to others. Conversely, those who accept too many favors or rely on handouts often find themselves trapped in obligations they cannot escape. History demonstrates the dangers of free offerings. For instance, Trojan leaders accepted the wooden horse left by the Greeks as a gift, only to find their city destroyed from within. Conversely, successful leaders like Andrew Carnegie avoided dependence on others, building their wealth and influence by maintaining control over their resources. Despising the free lunch also extends to your own dealings. Be generous strategically, offering gifts or favors that create dependence or loyalty in others. People value what they pay for, and a carefully placed gesture can yield greater returns when it comes with implied obligations. To apply this law, critically assess any offer or opportunity that seems too good to be true. Focus on earning and maintaining your power through your efforts, rather than accepting shortcuts that compromise your independence. In the realm of power, nothing is truly free, and the price of dependency is often far greater than it first appears. Law 41. Avoid stepping into a great man's shoes. Stepping into the role of a powerful predecessor is a risky endeavor. The comparison between you and the person who came before will always be made, and it is often unfavorable. The legacy of a great man or woman can cast a long shadow, making it difficult to establish your own identity and authority. To succeed, you must carve out a distinct path and create a new legacy. People are drawn to the idea of continuity, but they also expect innovation and progress. Merely imitating a predecessor, no matter how great they were, can make you seem unoriginal or inadequate. Instead, distinguish yourself by introducing new ideas, setting bold objectives, and breaking away from their image. You must make your own mark. History provides numerous lessons on this principle. Alexander the Great deliberately distanced himself from his father, King Philip II, by achieving even greater military conquests. Similarly, in the business world, CEOs who innovate rather than cling to the strategies of their predecessors often achieve lasting success. In contrast, those who simply maintain the status quo risk being overshadowed by their forerunners. This law does not mean disregarding the achievements of the past. Instead, it suggests using them as a foundation while emphasizing your unique vision and strengths. Pay homage to what came before, but ensure that your contributions stand out as transformative. To apply this law, analyze the legacy you are stepping into and identify areas where you can innovate or excel. Focus on creating a new narrative that highlights your individuality and leadership. In the game of power, standing apart from your predecessor ensures you are judged on your merits rather than trapped by comparison. Law 42. Strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. Power structures often revolve around a central figure, a leader, influencer, or strong personality who holds the group together. By targeting this key individual, you can destabilize the entire group and diminish their collective strength. Removing or neutralizing the shepherd creates chaos, leaving the sheep without guidance or unity. Groups depend on their leaders for direction and cohesion. By striking at the heart of the leadership, you disrupt their ability to organize or retaliate effectively. This principle applies in politics, business, and even personal conflicts. When the leader is gone, dissent and disarray often follow, making it easier to achieve your goals. History demonstrates the effectiveness of this strategy. In ancient Rome, Julius Caesar's assassination was an attempt to destabilize his supporters and halt his consolidation of power. Conversely, Napoleon Bonaparte's enemies understood that targeting him directly was the key to dismantling his empire, which relied heavily on his singular leadership. However, striking the shepherd requires careful planning and timing. Removing a leader can backfire if done too publicly, or if their successor is equally strong or charismatic. The key is to ensure that their absence creates disunity or confusion among their followers. To apply this law, identify the individuals who hold influence over your opponents or rivals. Focus your efforts on discrediting, isolating, or neutralizing them. Be discreet and strategic in your actions, ensuring that the fallout benefits your objectives. In the game of power, eliminating the shepherd often ensures that the flock scatters, leaving you to control the field. Law 43. Work on the hearts and minds of others. Power is not just about domination or fear. It also comes from winning over people's emotions and loyalties. By capturing the hearts and minds of those around you, you create a foundation of trust, admiration, and lasting influence. People who feel valued, inspired, or emotionally connected to you are more likely to support your goals and remain loyal, even in difficult times. Relying solely on fear or coercion can be effective in the short term, but it often breeds resentment and rebellion. Winning people over emotionally makes them more willing to follow your lead willingly, creating a bond that is harder to break. Showing empathy, offering inspiration, or addressing their deepest desires makes others see you as a leader rather than a tyrant. History highlights the success of this approach. Abraham Lincoln's ability to appeal to the moral and emotional values of his audience helped him maintain support during the Civil War. Similarly, great religious and political leaders have often won followers through inspiration and connection rather than sheer authority. However, working on hearts and minds requires sincerity and a keen understanding of others' needs and desires. False promises or manipulative gestures can backfire if discovered. The goal is to genuinely inspire and align others' emotions with your objectives. To apply this law, focus on understanding the people you wish to influence. Speak to their values, aspirations, and concerns. Use stories, symbolism, and gestures that resonate emotionally. Build trust by showing consistency and reliability. In the realm of power, those who can inspire both loyalty and affection wield the most enduring influence. Law 44. Disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. The mirror effect is a powerful tool for control and manipulation. By imitating the actions, behaviors, or words of others, you reflect back their own image, disarming them with familiarity or provoking them into emotional responses. The mirror effect can pacify rivals by making them feel understood, or unsettle them by exposing their flaws and insecurities. When used to pacify, mirroring others creates rapport and builds trust. People are drawn to those who seem like themselves, as it makes them feel validated and comfortable. Conversely, when used to provoke, the mirror effect can unnerve others by amplifying their behavior or exposing hypocrisy, forcing them into defensive positions. History provides examples of the mirror effect in action. During diplomatic negotiations, Talleyrand, the French statesman, often mirrored the attitudes and concerns of his counterparts, making them believe he shared their goals while subtly advancing his own agenda. On the other hand, reflecting an adversary's aggression or arrogance back at them can cause them to lose composure and make mistakes. However, this tactic requires precision and awareness. Overuse or obvious imitation can come across as mockery or insincerity, potentially escalating conflict. The key is subtlety. Mirror just enough to influence or provoke without revealing your intentions. To apply this law, observe your target's behaviors, emotions, and communication style. Adapt your actions to reflect theirs in a way that suits your goals. Use mirroring to build trust, deflect aggression, or strategically provoke reactions. In the game of power, the mirror effect is a versatile tool for influence and control, capable of disarming or infuriating as needed. Law 45. Preach the need for change, but never reform too much at once. Change is a powerful tool for progress and influence, but it must be introduced carefully. People are naturally resistant to sudden or dramatic shifts, as these can provoke fear, uncertainty, and backlash. To successfully implement reforms, frame them as necessary improvements while maintaining continuity with the past. Gradual incremental change is far more palatable and effective than radical disruption. When advocating for change, appeal to tradition and stability. Present your reforms as a natural evolution rather than a break from the established order. This approach makes people feel secure and reassured, even as you subtly guide them toward a new direction. History demonstrates the wisdom of this principle. Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese leader who modernized China's economy, introduced his reforms gradually, maintaining the facade of communist ideology while transforming the nation's economic structure. This careful approach avoided the chaos that might have resulted from abrupt changes. In contrast, leaders who attempt to implement sweeping reforms often face resistance or rebellion. The French Revolution's radical changes, for instance, led to widespread instability and ultimately to the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, as people sought a return to order. To apply this law, assess the pace and scope of the changes you wish to introduce. Begin with small, manageable adjustments that gain acceptance and build momentum. Frame your reforms as enhancements to existing structures rather than complete overhauls. In the game of power, gradual change preserves stability while allowing you to steer events toward your desired outcome. Law 46. Never appear too perfect. Exuding excellence and perfection can attract admiration, but it can also incite envy and resentment. People are naturally drawn to those who succeed, but they also harbor insecurities and fears of being overshadowed. To maintain power and avoid becoming a target of envy, strike a balance by occasionally showing flaws or vulnerabilities. When you appear too perfect, others may feel intimidated, inferior, or even resentful. Envy can quickly turn allies into rivals and lead to sabotage or betrayal. By revealing minor imperfections or sharing challenges, you make yourself more relatable and disarm potential threats. History demonstrates the dangers of appearing too flawless. For instance, Julius Caesar's unbroken string of triumphs fostered envy among Roman senators, culminating in his assassination. In contrast, leaders who strategically revealed their struggles, such as Abraham Lincoln, who openly acknowledged his doubts and failures, often gained greater support and loyalty. However, this law does not mean diminishing your accomplishments or appearing incompetent. Instead, it requires selective vulnerability. Share enough to humanize yourself without undermining your authority or competence. To apply this law, be aware of how your success and strengths affect those around you. If envy arises, deflect it by acknowledging challenges, sharing credit, or showing humility. Use self-deprecating humor or anecdotes to make yourself more relatable. In the realm of power, perfection is an illusion. Mastering the art of imperfection can protect you from those who envy what they cannot achieve. Law 47. Do not go past the mark you aimed for. In victory, learn when to stop. Ambition can drive great success, but unchecked ambition often leads to overreach and eventual downfall. When you achieve your goals, resist the temptation to push further out of greed, pride, or overconfidence. Knowing when to stop is a sign of wisdom and self-control. Overextending yourself can expose vulnerabilities, provoke new rivals, or undo all you have achieved. Victory often carries the risk of arrogance, making it tempting to aim for even greater heights. However, this can lead to unnecessary risks, alienating allies or overexposing your weaknesses. By consolidating your gains and securing your position, you preserve your power and protect yourself from future challenges. History provides cautionary tales of those who failed to heed this law. Napoleon Bonaparte, after conquering much of Europe, overreached by invading Russia, leading to disastrous losses that eventually cost him his empire. In contrast, leaders like George Washington knew when to step back, voluntarily relinquishing power after his presidency solidified his legacy as a great statesman. This law also applies to personal and professional relationships. Pushing too hard or demanding too much, even after success, can strain relationships and provoke resentment. Moderation and self-restraint often inspire admiration and loyalty. To apply this law, recognize the signs of overreach in your pursuits. When you achieve a significant goal, take time to consolidate your gains and reflect before pursuing the next step. Resist the lure of endless ambition and focus on maintaining stability and strength. In the game of power, knowing when to stop ensures your victories in Law 48. Assume formlessness. The ultimate strategy for power is to remain adaptable and unpredictable. By refusing to take a fixed shape or approach, you make it impossible for others to pin you down, anticipate your actions, or attack your weaknesses. Formlessness allows you to adjust to changing circumstances, exploit opportunities as they arise, and remain elusive in the eyes of your opponents. Rigid plans or predictable behaviors make you vulnerable. When others can anticipate your moves, they can counteract or manipulate you. In contrast, by staying fluid and formless, you maintain the element of surprise and keep others off balance. This principle aligns with the natural world. Water, for example, adapts to the shape of its container, yet remains a powerful force. History illustrates the value of formlessness. The Mongol leader Genghis Khan was a master of adapting his strategies to different enemies and terrains, making it impossible for his adversaries to predict his next move. Similarly, military leaders and innovators who embrace flexibility often outmaneuver rigid opponents. However, formlessness requires awareness and discipline. Adapting too much or too quickly can make you seem inconsistent or untrustworthy. The key is to remain grounded in your objectives while staying open to new methods and paths. To apply this law, avoid locking yourself into fixed patterns or rigid identities. Be prepared to change your approach as situations evolve. Keep your opponents guessing, and never reveal too much about your plans or intentions. In the game of power, the ability to adapt and flow like water ensures resilience and continued dominance. And there you have it, The 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene, a guide to understanding influence, strategy, and human nature. Each law offers a unique perspective on the subtle dynamics of power and how to navigate them in life. Remember, power is not just about domination. It's about understanding relationships, mastering strategy, and knowing when to act. If these insights resonated with you, don't just stop here. Apply them thoughtfully and see how they can transform your decisions and interactions. If you found value in this video, please give it a like, share it with someone who would benefit from these lessons, and subscribe to the channel to help us grow this community. Let's build a space where we can explore and share ideas that matter. We'd also love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below and let us know which law stood out to you the most, or how you plan to apply these lessons in your life. Your engagement helps this channel grow and inspires future content. Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay curious, stay strategic, and keep building your path to power. Welcome to the channel. If you're here, you're someone who seeks deeper knowledge, someone who understands that the wisdom of the past can unlock the future. On this channel, we dive into the most profound works of history and philosophy, breaking them down to show how their lessons apply to today's world. In this video, we'll explore The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, a fascinating guide on leadership, power, and the art of ruling. While these insights were written centuries ago, they still hold incredible relevance for how we navigate the complexities of modern life, whether in politics, business, or personal growth. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe and join a growing community of thinkers and seekers who are passionate about learning from the past to better understand the present. By subscribing, you'll never miss out on fresh perspectives and ideas that can help you lead, think more strategically, and make more informed decisions in your own life. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up if you find value in it, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. I love hearing from you and engaging in deeper conversations. Let's continue this journey together and transform ancient wisdom into practical insights for today's challenges. Letter to Lorenzo de' Medici. People usually try to win a ruler's favor by giving them things they know the ruler likes, or things they themselves value highly. That's why rulers often receive gifts like horses, weapons, fine clothes, and jewels. Eager to show my loyalty to your highness, I thought about what I could offer. The most valuable thing I possess is my knowledge of great leaders and their actions, something I've gained through years of experience in politics and studying history. After carefully thinking over everything I've learned, I decided to write it all down in a short book, which I now send to you. While this gift may seem humble compared to what you deserve, I believe the wisdom it contains will make it worthwhile. In just a few hours, you can gain the knowledge that took me years of hard work and risk to gather. I didn't try to make the book fancy or fill it with long, complicated sentences or flashy words. I want it to be appreciated for the serious topics it covers. I hope you won't think it too bold that someone of my humble background would attempt to discuss how rulers should govern their people. But just as artists must look up from the valleys to study mountains and down from the mountains to see the valleys, one must be a prince to understand the people, and one must be among the people to understand a prince. Your Highness, I ask that you accept this small gift in the spirit it is given. If you study it closely, you will see that my deepest wish is for you to achieve the greatness that your position and qualities promise. And perhaps, from the high point of your success, you will one day look down and notice how harshly life continues to treat me. Chapter 1. Different kinds of states and how to conquer them. All states and governments that have ever ruled over people have been either republics or monarchies. Monarchies can be hereditary, where the ruler's family has governed for generations, or they can be new. New monarchies might be entirely new, like when Francesco Sforza took control of Milan. Or they can be additional territories a ruler has added to his existing hereditary lands, like when the King of Spain took over Naples. A newly acquired territory may have either been used to living under a monarch or enjoying the freedom of self-government, and it can be taken over either by the ruler's own army or with the help of another, either by fortune or by merit. Chapter 2. Hereditary Monarchies. I won't discuss republics here, as I've written about them extensively elsewhere. Instead, I'll focus on monarchies, considering the different types mentioned earlier, and discussing how each can be best governed and maintained. To start, hereditary monarchies, where people have long been accustomed to the ruling family, are much easier to keep than new ones. All a monarch needs to do is avoid disrupting the established order left by his predecessors and adjust policies according to circumstances when challenges arise. As long as the ruler is reasonably competent, he will likely hold on to his kingdom for life. Only extraordinary and overwhelming force can take it from him, and even then, he is likely to regain it once the occupying power faces difficulties. An example of this can be seen in the Duchy of Ferrara in Italy. In 1484 and 1510, it was briefly conquered by foreign powers, first by the Venetians, then by Pope Julius. But these losses had nothing to do with the fact that the territory had a long-established ruling family. A ruler who inherits power has less need to upset his subjects than a new one, and this leads to greater loyalty. As long as he doesn't deliberately make himself hated, it's likely that his people will support him. When a dynasty has ruled for generations, memories fade, and the desire for change diminishes. In contrast, upheaval always leaves behind the tools for further disruption. Chapter 3. Mixed Monarchies. When a monarchy is new, things are more challenging. If it's not entirely new, but an additional territory attached to an existing monarchy, this creates a mixed situation. Problems arise because people are always quick to change rulers if they think their situation will improve. The belief pushes them to rebel, only to later discover they were wrong, and their lives have become worse. This is natural. A new ruler always disturbs the lives of the people in the conquered territory, first with the occupying army and then with the injustices that come from the takeover. So, not only does the ruler make enemies of those whose interests were harmed during the conquest, but even those who helped him gain power might turn against him when their expectations aren't met. The ruler can't treat these people harshly either, as he still needs their support. No matter how strong an army he has, he will always need local backing to hold on to new territory. Take, for example, Louis XII of France. He took Milan easily, but quickly lost it. The first time Duke Ludovico was able to reclaim the city, because the people who welcomed Louis soon realized they weren't getting the benefits they hoped for and refused to live under the harsh conditions imposed by the new king. However, when a ruler comes back to regain a lost territory, he is usually more cautious and punishes rebels more harshly. Louis, for instance, learned from his first defeat, and the second time he invaded Milan, it would have taken a massive force to remove him. Yet, despite these precautions, he was still driven out both times. The first French defeat can be explained by these common issues. But why did Louis lose Milan a second time? And what could he have done differently to hold on to it? When a ruler conquers a territory that shares a common language and culture with his own, it's easier to keep control. If the people are not used to self-government, all the ruler needs to do is eliminate the previous ruling family, and power is secure. This strategy worked in places like Burgundy, Brittany, Gascony, and Normandy, all under French rule for many years. There were no significant differences in language or culture, so the people adapted to the new ruler without much resistance. But if a ruler takes over a territory with a different language, customs, and institutions, things become much more difficult. The best solution in such cases is for the ruler to move there and live in the newly conquered territory, This increases stability and security. The Turkish Sultan did this in Greece. Being physically present allows the ruler to see problems early and deal with them before they become serious, whereas being far away means only discovering issues when it's too late. It also prevents the territory from being mismanaged by local officials, and the people will be more loyal if they can appeal directly to the ruler. Living there makes it much harder to lose control of the territory. Another effective solution is establishing colonies in key areas. Colonies act like chains, binding the new state to the ruler's original power. They are relatively cheap to set up and only upset the small group of people whose land is taken to make room for the colonists. These few displaced individuals will be too weak and scattered to cause much trouble, while everyone else remains unaffected and stays quiet. Colonies are also loyal and cost-effective. By contrast, maintaining a standing army in the new territory is expensive and tends to create resentment, as the soldiers disrupt life for everyone in the region. This hostility turns the entire population against the ruler, making the situation unstable. A ruler who takes over a region with a different language and culture must also be mindful of the neighboring powers. He should build alliances with weaker neighbors and undermine stronger ones. Most importantly, he must ensure no foreign power strong enough to threaten his rule can enter the region. Dissatisfied local leaders often invite foreign rulers to intervene, as happened when the Aetolians invited the Romans into Greece. Whenever Rome entered a new region, it was always at the invitation of local rulers. Once a powerful foreign ruler enters an area, weaker states support him, either out of resentment toward stronger local powers or because they seek protection. The new ruler will find it easy to gain their loyalty, but he must ensure these allies don't grow too powerful. The Romans mastered this strategy. Whenever they took over a new province, they established colonies, maintained friendly relations with weaker neighbors, undermined stronger neighbors, and blocked powerful foreign rulers from gaining influence. Their handling of Greece is a good example. They allied with the Achaeans and Aetolians, weakened Macedonia, and drove out Antiochus. They didn't allow their weaker allies to gain too much power, and they made sure no strong foreign ruler could enter the region. The Romans knew that anticipating future threats and dealing with them early was essential. Problems that are dealt with early are easy to fix, but if left to grow, they become impossible to solve. The French, particularly Louis XII, failed to follow these principles in Italy. Louis's mistakes started with his partnership with Venice, allowing them to split Lombardy. His biggest error was helping Pope Alexander invade Romagna, which strengthened the church and weakened his own position. Instead of consolidating his alliances, Louis focused on expanding further, trying to conquer Naples by splitting it with Spain. This only introduced another powerful foreign ruler into Italy, destabilizing the region further. In summary, Louis made 5 major mistakes. He eliminated weaker states, strengthened one of Italy's stronger powers, invited a foreign ruler into the region, failed to establish colonies, and didn't move to live in the newly conquered territories. These errors eventually led to his downfall in Italy. The general lesson is clear. Helping another ruler become more powerful often leads to one's own downfall. This is because the strength of a new power is seen as a threat by the very ruler who helped create it. Chapter 4. Conquered by Alexander the Great, the kingdom of Darius did not rebel against his successors after his death. Why not? Now that we've discussed how difficult it is to hold on to newly acquired territories, Some might be surprised by what happened when Alexander the Great conquered Asia. He took control in just a few years and died soon after. But the region didn't rebel against his successors. You might expect that such a vast area would rise up, yet the only trouble his successors faced came from their own infighting and personal ambitions. To understand why, let's first recognize that monarchies are generally governed in two ways. Some are ruled by a king and his appointed ministers, who manage the state on his behalf. Others are governed by a king alongside barons, who hold their positions by hereditary right, with their own lands and subjects who are loyal to them. In the first system, where the king appoints his ministers, the ruler has more power, since there are no other figures of authority the people recognize. In this case, when people obey a minister, they do so only because the king has placed him in charge, and they feel no loyalty to the minister himself. Turkey is an example of this system, where the Sultan appoints administrators to govern regions and can dismiss them at will. The second system, where barons share power with the king, is found in places like France. There, barons have inherited privileges and are loved by their subjects, making them powerful in their own right. The king cannot easily take away their authority without risking rebellion. Looking at these two systems, it's clear that a country like Turkey is hard to conquer but easy to hold once defeated, while a country like France is easier to conquer but much harder to hold. The reason it's hard to conquer a state like Turkey is that there are no powerful barons to invite you in or help you overthrow the ruler. Everyone serves the king directly, so there's little opportunity to stir up rebellion. However, once you defeat the king's army and eliminate his family, you will face little resistance, as no one else holds significant power. On the other hand, in states like France, you can often find discontented barons willing to support an invader. They may be unhappy with the king and eager for change, making it easier to conquer the country. But after the conquest, you'll face difficulties from both your allies and those who opposed you. Eliminating the king and his family won't be enough, because the barons still have influence and will rebel whenever they see an opportunity. Returning to the example of the kingdom of Darius, it was governed like Turkey. Alexander had to defeat the entire army and gain control of the territory. Once he eliminated Darius, there was no one else with enough power to challenge him, and his successors could maintain control with little difficulty, except for their own internal conflicts. By contrast, states organized like France are much harder to hold. This was the case with Roman provinces like Spain, Gaul, and Greece, which experienced frequent uprisings. These regions had many local rulers and loyalties that took time to overcome. Rome only gained full control once these loyalties were erased and people saw Rome as their only authority. So it's no surprise that Alexander had little trouble holding on to Asia. The ease or difficulty of maintaining control over a conquered territory doesn't always depend on the conqueror's skill, but on the type of state they invade. Chapter 5. How to govern cities and states that were previously self-governing. When you conquer a city or state that is used to governing itself and living in freedom, there are three ways to hold on to it. First, you can destroy it entirely. Second, you can go and live there yourself. Third, you can allow the city to keep its own laws, but make it pay you taxes and install a small group of local leaders to keep the government friendly to you. These local leaders will know that their power depends on your support, so they'll do everything they can to protect your authority. Once you've decided not to destroy the city, the best way to keep control is through the cooperation of its own citizens. History provides us with examples. The Spartans controlled Athens and Thebes by setting up governments run by local elites, but they eventually lost both cities. The Romans, on the other hand, destroyed Capua, Carthage, and Numantia, and managed to keep control of these regions. They initially tried to govern Greece by letting it retain self-government and its own laws, much like the Spartans did. But this approach also failed, and they were forced to destroy many cities to maintain control. The truth is that the only reliable way to hold on to cities accustomed to self-government is to destroy them. If you choose not to, you can expect them to eventually destroy you. No matter how long you occupy such a city or how kind you are as a ruler, the people will always remember their old freedoms and rally around the idea of reclaiming them. These memories never fade. Even after many years of domination, people will rise up to fight for their independence at the first opportunity, just like the Pisans did after 100 years under Florence. However, when a people is used to living under a ruler and that ruling family is eliminated, they will be slower to rebel. Since they are used to obedience and now have no one to follow, they struggle to find new leadership or govern themselves in freedom. In these cases, it's easier for a conqueror to win them over. Republics, on the other hand, are full of life, hatred, and a desire for revenge. Their memory of past freedoms burns strong, and it won't let them rest. So, when dealing with republics, your only real options are to destroy them or go live among them yourself. Chapter 6. States won by the new ruler's own forces and abilities. In this section, we'll discuss states where both the ruler and the government are entirely new. Don't be surprised if I use the most impressive examples, as people often try to imitate greatness. However, it's impossible to follow someone's exact path or reproduce their qualities perfectly. So, if you're smart, you'll aim to emulate someone truly remarkable, knowing that even if you fall short, you'll still reflect some of their brilliance, like a skilled archer who aims higher than necessary so his arrow will fall onto his target from above. When a ruler takes control of a new state, their ability to stay in power depends on their personal talents or shortcomings. Since it's impossible to rise from being an ordinary citizen to a ruler without either talent or favorable circumstances, we must assume that one of these factors helps offset the difficulties they face. However, those who rely more on their abilities than on luck tend to last longer. Additionally, when a ruler doesn't already possess another state, they are more likely to live in their new territory, which increases their chances of maintaining control. Let's look at some of the most impressive leaders who became rulers through their own abilities: Moses, Cyrus, Romulus, Theseus, and others like them. Although Moses acted on God's orders, we must admire the qualities that made him worthy of such a role. Now, focusing on figures like Cyrus and others who built kingdoms through their actions, we see that they all possess qualities worth admiring. The main role luck played in their success was giving them the opportunity to act. Without the right circumstances, their talent would have gone unused. But without their talent, the opportunities would have been wasted. For example, if Moses hadn't found the people of Israel in desperate need of leadership, they wouldn't have followed him. If Romulus hadn't been abandoned and forced to leave Alba Longa, he wouldn't have founded Rome. If Cyrus hadn't found the Persians ready to rebel against their oppressors, and if the Medes weren't weak and undisciplined after years of peace, he couldn't have achieved what he did. These men's qualities enabled them to recognize the right moment and seize it, bringing glory and fortune to themselves and their people. Leaders who rise to power through their own abilities often face great challenges in establishing their rule. But once established, they hold on to power with relative ease. The hardest part is often setting up new systems of government. It's important to understand that nothing is more difficult, more likely to fail, or more dangerous than introducing a new system. The person making changes faces opposition from everyone who benefited under the old system, while those who stand to gain from the new one will be hesitant to support it fully. People naturally resist change until they've experienced its benefits. As a result, opponents will attack with determination, while supporters will offer only weak resistance, which puts the new ruler in a dangerous position. The success of a new ruler largely depends on whether they can rely on their own resources or need to depend on others. If a ruler depends on others for support, they are likely to fail. But if they have the strength to impose their will, they can overcome the challenges. Visionary leaders with armed force behind them always succeed, while those without it fail. This is because public opinion is fickle. It's easy to convince people initially, but hard to keep them convinced. When they stop believing, you must have the power to force them to believe again. Moses, Cyrus, Theseus, and Romulus would not have been able to enforce their new laws without the use of armed force. We see a clear example of this in the case of Girolamo Savonarola in our own times. He was overthrown, and his reforms failed when people stopped believing in him, as he lacked the means to maintain their support or force his opponents into submission. A new ruler who faces great difficulties at the start must rely on their abilities to overcome them. Once they succeed, eliminate their enemies, and gain respect, they can enjoy their power safely. I've mentioned several exceptional leaders, but let's also consider a lesser-known figure, Hiero of Syracuse, who serves as an example of this same principle. Hiero was an ordinary citizen before being elected as military commander by the people of Syracuse, who were under threat from Carthage. His success in this role led them to make him king. Even before gaining power, Hiero was recognized for his abilities. Someone once said he had all the qualities of a king except a kingdom. Hiero built his power by disbanding the existing army, forming a new one, and breaking off old alliances while making new ones. With his own soldiers and allies supporting him, he laid the foundation for his rule. It took effort to establish his power, but once he did, it was easy to maintain. Chapter 7. States won by lucky circumstance and someone else's armed forces. A private citizen who becomes a ruler through sheer good luck may not have to work hard to seize power, but they will have to struggle to keep it. It's easy to get lifted to power when others help you, but once you're at the top, you'll face many problems. I'm referring to situations where someone is given a territory by another ruler, or buys their position with money. Many rulers in Ionia and the Hellespont received their power this way, granted their positions by Darius to govern in his name. Similarly, some emperors rose to power by bribing the army. These men rely entirely on the favor of those who gave them power, which is an unstable foundation. They don't know how to maintain their rule, and even if they did, they lack the means to hold on to it because they don't have a loyal army or the skills needed for leadership. Regimes built on fortune, which arise quickly, tend to collapse just as fast unless the new ruler is talented enough to build a strong foundation after gaining power. Let's consider two examples from our own times, Francesco Sforza and Cesare Borgia. Sforza, through his skill and effort, became the Duke of Milan, and having worked hard to gain power, he was able to maintain it with relative ease. Borgia, on the other hand, gained power through his father's influence, but when his father died, he lost it. Despite Borgia's intelligence and skill in laying the foundations for his rule, he still faced difficulties because he had relied too much on the fortune brought by his father's position. When Pope Alexander VI decided to make his son, Cesare Borgia, a powerful duke, he faced many obstacles. He couldn't make Borgia a ruler of church lands without upsetting other powerful forces in Italy, like the Duke of Milan and the Venetians, who controlled certain territories. Furthermore, the Pope couldn't rely on the existing armies in Italy, as they were controlled by families like the Orsini and Colonna, who had reasons to oppose papal expansion. However, Alexander was able to clear the way for his son by encouraging the Venetians to bring the French king, Louis XII, back into Italy. With Louis's help, Borgia took control of Romagna. But after conquering these lands, Borgia realized that he couldn't rely on others' armies or authority to keep his power. He needed to build his own foundation. Borgia took several steps to secure his position. First, he weakened the Orsini and Colonna families by bribing their supporters and offering them high-ranking positions, thus gaining their loyalty. Then, when the time was right, he eliminated the Orsini leaders by luring them into a trap. With his main rivals defeated, Borgia consolidated his control over Romagna and won the support of the local people by bringing order to the region. One of Borgia's most notable actions was appointing Ramiro de Orco, a strict and ruthless leader, to restore order in Romagna. De Orco quickly pacified the area, but once the region was under control, Borgia publicly executed him to win the people's favor by showing that the harshness they had experienced was not his doing. This move both shocked and impressed the population, further securing Borgia's power. Borgia's only remaining obstacle was the King of France, whose support had helped him gain power, but was now a potential threat. Borgia began seeking new alliances to free himself from French influence. However, before he could secure his position fully, his father, Pope Alexander, died, leaving Borgia vulnerable. Despite his preparations, Borgia was isolated, caught between powerful enemies, and weakened by illness. Borgia had built strong foundations for his rule, but his father's death and his own illness prevented him from securing his power completely. Still, his efforts were impressive. Romagna remained loyal to him even during his illness, and none of his enemies took advantage of his weakness. In hindsight, the only major mistake Borgia made was allowing Giuliano della Rovere, one of his enemies, to become Pope Julius II. Borgia had the influence to block his election and should have chosen a pope who would not have turned against him. Borgia miscalculated in this instance, and this error proved fatal. Borgia serves as a model for any ruler who comes to power through fortunate circumstances or the help of another ruler's army. His determination, intelligence, and ruthless actions almost allowed him to secure his position. However, the combination of his father's early death and his own illness prevented him from fully achieving his goals. Chapter 8. States Won by Crime. Aside from luck and positive qualities, there are two other ways a private citizen can become a ruler, though one of these is more suited to a discussion of republics. These methods are seizing power through crime, and second, becoming a hereditary ruler with the support of fellow citizens. Here, we'll focus on achieving power through crime by examining two examples, one from ancient history and one from modern times. These should serve as models for anyone forced to take this path. Agathocles was a Sicilian who rose from being a commoner to the king of Syracuse. Born into a poor family, his life was filled with depravity. Despite this, he possessed remarkable mental and physical qualities, which allowed him to rise through the ranks in the Syracusan army and eventually become commander-in-chief. Once in power, he decided to make himself king, using brutal violence to maintain his position. He secretly conspired with Hamilcar, a Carthaginian leader, and arranged to call a public assembly under the guise of important state business. At a signal, his soldiers killed all the senators and wealthy men. After this massacre, Agathocles became king without any resistance. Agathocles faced many challenges, including attacks from the Carthaginians, but he not only defended Syracuse, he also led a surprise attack on Africa, forcing the Carthaginians to make peace. Despite his accomplishments, his rule is not remembered as glorious because of the brutality, betrayal, and inhumanity he displayed. While his ability to take risks and overcome obstacles is impressive, his methods, killing citizens and betraying friends, prevent him from being admired. His success was not due to luck or noble qualities, but to sheer cruelty. In more recent times, there is the example of Oliverotto of Fermo, who lived during the papacy of Alexander VI. Orphaned as a child, he was raised by his uncle, Giovanni Fogliani. Oliverotto pursued a military career and eventually served under Vitellozzo, gaining a reputation for his physical strength and commanding presence. However, feeling that working for others was beneath him, Oliverotto decided to seize Fermo for himself. With the support of some citizens and Vitellozzo, he wrote to his uncle, asking to return to Fermo and visit his family. He requested a grand reception, which Giovanni arranged. After being welcomed into Fermo, Oliverotto hosted a banquet for his uncle and the town's leaders. During the meal, Oliverotto began discussing political matters and then led them to a private room, where his soldiers were hiding. At his command, they killed everyone. With his enemies dead, Oliverotto took control of Fermo and solidified his power by establishing a new army and government. Like Agathocles, Oliverotto's reign was brutal, and he might have remained in power if he hadn't been tricked by Cesare Borgia, who lured him into a trap, leading to his death just a year after his rise to power. You might wonder how men like Agathocles and Oliverotto, who committed so many crimes, managed to hold power while others who used cruelty failed. The difference lies in how cruelty is used. Cruelty that is well used is swift, decisive, and ends once power is secured. The ruler then shifts to benefiting his subjects. On the other hand, cruelty that is badly used is not decisive enough at the start, leading to ongoing violence and instability. A ruler who uses cruelty wisely deals with all necessary violence at the beginning, so the people have less time to resent it. Once stability is achieved, he can win over his subjects through acts of generosity. A ruler who fails to act decisively will have to resort to constant violence, and his subjects will never trust him. Therefore, a ruler should get the violence over with quickly, allowing his subjects to forget it, and offer rewards slowly so they can be appreciated. Ultimately, a ruler should aim to establish a relationship with his subjects where no event forces him to change his approach. If hard times come, and a ruler must suddenly become cruel, it will be too late. Likewise, any favors granted under pressure will be seen as insincere, and no one will be impressed. Chapter 9. Monarchy with Public Support. Now, let's look at the second way a private citizen can become king, not through crime or violence, but with the support of his fellow citizens. This can be called a monarchy with public support. To become king in this way, you don't need to be exceptionally brilliant or lucky, just clever enough to take advantage of the right moment. To take control of such a state, you'll need the backing of either the common people or the nobles. In every city, there are two main political groups: the common people, who don't want to be oppressed, and the nobles, who want to dominate and control others. These opposing desires can lead to one of three outcomes: a monarchy, a republic, or chaos. A monarchy happens when one group decides it's in their best interest to put power into the hands of a single person. The nobles, seeing they can't control the people, might choose one of their own to become king to maintain their influence. On the other hand, the people might choose a king to protect them from the nobles' oppression. A king supported by the nobles will have more difficulty maintaining power than one who rises with the people's support. The nobles consider themselves equals to the king, making it hard for him to assert authority over them. In contrast, a king supported by the people rules alone, with no one around him unwilling to obey. Additionally, it's difficult to grant the nobles what they want without harming others. But it's easier to satisfy the people because their main desire is simply to be free from oppression. A king can never be safe if the common people are against him because they are numerous. However, he can protect himself against the nobles as there are fewer of them. If the people turn against him, they may desert him. But if the nobles do, they might directly attack him. Nobles are more cunning and will align themselves with whoever seems likely to win, while the common people are less scheming. A king can change the nobles as he pleases by giving and taking away titles, but he must always live with the common people. Nobles can generally be divided into two groups: those who tie their fortunes to yours and those who don't. The ones who are loyal and not greedy should be rewarded. As for the others, some might hesitate because of anxiety or lack of confidence, and these can be useful as long as they offer good advice and are harmless. But the ambitious ones, who seek to protect their own interests rather than the king's, should be watched closely as they are potential enemies, ready to betray the ruler when times get tough. A ruler who comes to power with the people's support must keep them on his side, which is easy because they only want freedom from oppression. However, a ruler who gains power with the support of the nobles must make it a priority to win over the people. This can be done by protecting them and treating them well. When people receive good treatment from someone they initially distrusted, they become even more loyal. While there are many ways to win the affection of the people, these depend on specific circumstances and are too varied to be outlined here. A king must always ensure he has the people's support, as this is essential during difficult times. A good example is Nabis, the Spartan king, who successfully defended his country from a siege by forces from all over Greece, including a powerful Roman army. His success came from having the people on his side, which made it possible to deal with a few internal enemies. If the people had been against him, he wouldn't have survived. Some might argue that relying on the people is like building on mud, but this is only true for private citizens. When a private citizen tries to rely on the people to avoid legal trouble or enemies, they usually end up disappointed, as seen with the Gracchi brothers in Rome or Giorgio Scali in Florence. However, a king who knows how to lead and doesn't panic in a crisis, taking the right precautions, will find that the people's support is solid. The greatest risk for a king supported by the people comes when he transitions from a public figure to an absolute ruler. If he governs directly, he will be stronger. But if he rules through appointed magistrates, he becomes vulnerable. In such a case, his power relies entirely on the goodwill of these magistrates, who could easily turn against him or fail to carry out his orders during a crisis. When things are going well, everyone will promise their loyalty, but in tough times, many will abandon the ruler. To avoid this, a ruler must ensure that his citizens always need him and his government, whether things are going well or badly. This way, they will always remain loyal. Chapter 10. Assessing a state's strength. When considering the nature of different states, an important question to ask is whether a ruler has enough power to defend his state with his own resources, or if he must rely on the help of others. To clarify, a ruler who has enough men or money to raise an army capable of fighting off any invaders is self-sufficient. On the other hand, a ruler who cannot take on the enemy in open battle and must retreat behind his city walls for defense will always need outside assistance. For the first kind of ruler who can defend himself, we've already touched on some points in earlier chapters and will cover more later. As for the second type, the best advice is to fortify their cities and ensure they are well stocked with supplies, leaving the surrounding countryside to its fate. A ruler who has strong fortifications and good relations with his subjects, as discussed earlier, will present a daunting challenge to any enemy. People are hesitant to take on difficult tasks, and attacking a well-defended city where the ruler is not hated by the people is no easy feat. German cities are a prime example. These cities are largely independent, don't have much territory around them, and only follow the emperor's commands when it suits them. They are not afraid of him or other nearby rulers because their fortifications are so strong that attacking them would be an exhausting and difficult task. These cities have proper moats and walls, enough artillery, and public warehouses stocked with food, drink, and firewood to last a year. They also stock materials to keep people employed for that time without draining the city's funds. They place great importance on military exercises, ensuring their citizens are prepared for defense. A ruler with a well-fortified city and good relations with his people is unlikely to be attacked. Even if an attack occurs, the enemy will often leave in humiliation, as it's nearly impossible to maintain an army outside a city's walls for a whole year without progress. Some may argue that citizens will become impatient if their homes outside the city are destroyed during a siege. Won't the prolonged attack and fears for their future make them lose faith in their ruler? The answer is that a capable and charismatic leader can manage this problem. He can raise hopes that the siege will end soon, scare his people with tales of the enemy's cruelty, and quickly deal with anyone who becomes too reckless. Additionally, the destruction of the countryside often happens while people are still motivated to resist, which works to the ruler's advantage. When the initial shock fades, the damage is already done, and people will feel more loyalty toward the ruler for defending them. It's human nature to feel connected to a leader, not only for the good they've done for you, but also for the sacrifices you've made for them. So, if a ruler is wise, it won't be difficult to keep his people united throughout a siege, as long as they have enough food and weapons to defend themselves. Chapter 11. Church States. The last type of state we need to discuss is the church state. In these cases, all the challenges a ruler might face occur before they take power, because while it may take skill or luck to become the ruler of a church state, once in control, they can hold on to it without needing either. Church states are supported by deeply entrenched religious institutions, which are so strong and well established that they maintain their rulers' power regardless of how they govern or behave. Church leaders possess territories without needing to defend them and subjects without needing to govern them. Even when left undefended, their states are not taken from them, and even when left ungoverned, their subjects don't rebel. Their rulers are not easily replaced, and even if change were desired, it would be nearly impossible to achieve. This makes church states uniquely secure and stable. Since church states rely on forces beyond human reason, there's little more to say about them. They are created and sustained by God, and it would be presumptuous for a mere human to delve further into their nature. However, if someone were to ask how the Church has dramatically increased its temporal power in recent times, it would be worth examining the facts. Before Pope Alexander VI, the Church was not considered a significant temporal power compared to other states in Italy. But now, a pope can command such influence that even the King of France fears him, and the Venetians have been defeated under his influence. Before King Charles of France invaded Italy, the country was controlled by the Pope, the Venetians, the King of Naples, the Duke of Milan, and the Florentines. Their main concerns were to prevent foreign armies from entering Italy and to stop one another from expanding. The Pope and the Venetians were the most eager to expand, but the other states would unite to keep them in check, as they did in the defense of Ferrara. The Roman barons, divided into the Orsini and Colonna factions, also played a role in limiting the Pope's power by constantly fighting amongst themselves, which weakened the papacy. Though some popes like Sixtus were determined and ambitious, they never had enough time or luck to fully suppress these factions. The short reigns of popes, on average about 10 years, made it difficult for any one pope to consolidate power. A pope might weaken one faction, but the next pope would revive it, keeping the Church's temporal power limited. Then came Pope Alexander VI, who showed how much could be achieved with financial resources and military force. He used his son, Cesare Borgia, Duke Valentino, and the arrival of the French in Italy to his advantage, as I mentioned earlier. Although Alexander aimed to increase his son's power, not the Church's, his efforts strengthened the Church nonetheless. After Alexander and Cesare's deaths, the Church inherited the territories they had conquered. Pope Julius II built on Alexander's success. He aimed to take Bologna, defeat the Venetians, and drive the French out of Italy. He succeeded in all these goals, gaining greater recognition because his efforts were for the glory of the Church rather than for personal gain. Julius maintained control over the Orsini and Colonna factions, who remained weakened from Alexander's reign. Although a few leaders tried to regain power, two obstacles stood in their way: the increased strength of the Church, which intimidated them, and the absence of cardinals in their factions. Cardinals tend to create divisions both inside and outside Rome, as they support and fuel the ambitions of noble families. Without their support, the factions remained quiet. When Julius died, Pope Leo X inherited a powerful papacy. While previous popes made the Church strong through military force, it is hoped that Leo will continue to enhance its greatness through his goodness and many virtues. Chapter 12. Different kinds of armies and a consideration of mercenary forces. Now that I've given a detailed account of different types of states, the reasons they are strong or weak, and how rulers have historically taken and held them, I'll turn to a more general discussion about how these states can be defended. As I've mentioned before, a ruler's power must be built on solid foundations, or it will inevitably crumble. The main foundations of any state, whether new, old, or acquired, are good laws and good armed forces. And since good laws can't exist without good armed forces, I'll focus on the military aspect. A ruler's army can consist of his own soldiers, mercenaries, auxiliaries, or a combination of these. Mercenaries and auxiliaries are dangerous and unreliable. If a ruler depends on mercenaries to defend his state, he will never be stable or secure, because mercenaries are ambitious, undisciplined, and disloyal. They bicker among themselves, are brave in front of friends, but cowardly in front of enemies, and have no respect for God or their employer. They're motivated only by the wages they're paid, which is never enough to make them willing to die for you. In peacetime, they plunder you, and in wartime, they either flee or let the enemy plunder you. It shouldn't be hard to understand why this is true. Italy's current ruin is due to its reliance on mercenaries. While they have occasionally won battles, they often fail when faced with a foreign army. A perfect example is King Charles of France, who easily conquered Italy without resistance. His soldiers didn't need to fight. They simply marked buildings with chalk to reserve them as quarters. When Savonarola said Italy's downfall was due to its own sins, he wasn't talking about the moral sins people imagined, but the ruler's mistake of relying on mercenary armies. And it was the rulers, not the common people, who paid the price for this error. Let me explain more clearly why mercenaries are a terrible choice. A mercenary commander may be either skilled or incompetent. If he's skilled, you can't trust him, because he'll likely seek power for himself, either by turning against you or by acting independently. If he's incompetent, he'll ruin you anyway. Some might argue that all commanders behave this way, whether mercenary or not. But my response is simple. When a ruler commands his own army, he can directly control it. A ruler should lead in person, and a republic should appoint its own citizens to command. If a commander turns out to be unsuitable, he can be replaced. Only states with their own armies make real progress, while those relying on mercenaries face endless trouble. History shows that states with citizen armies like Rome and Sparta remained free and powerful for centuries. The Swiss are another example of a country that is well armed and free. In contrast, states that relied on mercenaries often faced betrayal. For instance, Carthage was nearly destroyed by its mercenaries after its first war with Rome. Similarly, when the Thebans appointed Philip of Macedonia as their commander after the death of Epaminondas, he eventually took their freedom. More recently, when the Milanese hired Francesco Sforza to defend them against the Venetians, he turned on them after his victory and took control of the city himself. It's true that both Florence and Venice expanded their territories using mercenaries whose commanders didn't seize power. But this was more a matter of luck. Florence was fortunate that commanders like Giovanni Acuto, John Hawkwood, didn't win their wars, while Venice's early campaigns on land were relatively safe because their prestige was still strong. But eventually, Venice paid the price for using mercenaries, particularly under the leadership of commanders like Carmagnola. When Carmagnola's interests diverged from Venice's, they couldn't win any further victories under him, and they were forced to kill him to secure their position. Later, under other mercenary commanders, Venice experienced severe losses, culminating in the disastrous defeat at the Battle of Vaila, where they lost everything they had gained in 800 years. The reliance on mercenaries in Italy, which has lasted for many years, has led to its humiliation and ruin. The origins of this problem can be traced back to the decline of the Roman Empire's control over Italy and the rise of the Church's temporal power. As Italy fragmented into smaller states, many cities rid themselves of local nobles and took control, often with the support of the Church. However, the Church and these new republics had no experience in war, so they turned to mercenaries like Alberigo da Conio, who began the trend of hiring professional soldiers. Leaders like Braccio da Montone and Francesco Sforza followed, shaping Italy's future. But instead of securing their states, these mercenaries ultimately led to Italy's downfall, as shown by its invasions by foreign powers like Charles of France, Louis of France, Ferdinand of Spain, and the Swiss. Mercenaries' preference for cavalry over infantry also contributed to Italy's military weakness. Since they couldn't afford to maintain large infantry forces, they focused on cavalry, reducing the effectiveness of their armies. They avoided hard work and danger, leading to poor military practices. For example, they avoided attacking fortifications at night and didn't dig trenches or build defensive structures. Their laziness and fear of risk eventually brought Italy to its knees. Chapter 13. Auxiliaries, Combined Forces, and Citizen Armies. Auxiliary armies, when you ask a powerful ruler to send military aid to defend your city, are just as useless as mercenaries. For instance, during Pope Julius II's campaign to take Ferrara, after seeing how ineffective his mercenaries were in battle, he turned to Ferdinand, the King of Spain, for help. While auxiliaries can be efficient in pursuing their own goals, they often end up being harmful to those who request them. If they lose, you lose too. If they win, you become dependent on them and vulnerable to their control. History is full of examples, but let's stick to this recent case of Pope Julius. His decision to rely entirely on a foreign army just to take Ferrara was reckless. However, luck saved him from the consequences. When his Spanish auxiliaries were defeated at the Battle of Ravenna, the Swiss unexpectedly arrived and routed the French, allowing Julius to escape both his enemies and the auxiliaries who could have turned against him. Similarly, when the Florentines, who had no army of their own, hired 10,000 French auxiliaries to lay siege to Pisa, they put themselves in greater danger than at any other point in their troubled history. A classic example of the dangers of relying on auxiliaries is the Emperor of Constantinople, who invited 10,000 Turks into Greece to fight his enemies. After the war, the Turks refused to leave, eventually taking control of the region. In short, auxiliaries are even more dangerous than mercenaries. They are well organized and loyal to someone else, which makes them a significant threat to their employer. Mercenaries, on the other hand, may hesitate or delay their betrayal, as they are less united and dependent on their paymaster for support. The risk with mercenaries is their indecision. With auxiliaries, it's their determination to follow their own leader's interests. Sensible rulers have always avoided using either auxiliaries or mercenaries, preferring to rely on their own forces. They would rather lose with their own troops than win with foreign ones, because a victory with foreign forces is never a true victory. For example, Cesare Borgia initially used French auxiliaries to invade Romagna and conquer Imola and Forlì. But realizing they were unreliable, he switched to mercenaries, who were less dangerous but still problematic. Eventually, he trained and relied on his own troops. With each transition, his standing and power grew, and he was only truly respected once he had an army that was entirely his own. I initially planned to focus on recent Italian examples, But let's also consider the case of Hero of Syracuse. After being appointed commander of Syracuse's armies, Hero quickly realized that the mercenaries he inherited were untrustworthy. Instead of letting them go or keeping them, he had them all killed and replaced them with soldiers of his own, which allowed him to consolidate power. There's also a story from the Bible that illustrates this point. When David volunteered to fight the Philistine giant Goliath on behalf of King Saul, Saul offered David his own armor. But David refused, saying he didn't feel comfortable or confident in someone else's gear. He preferred to use his own weapons, his sling and knife. The lesson is that relying on someone else's arms, whether literally or metaphorically, is always risky, as they are never the right fit. After Charles VII of France successfully drove the English out of his country, he realized that a ruler needs his own forces and created a standing army. His son, Louis XI, made the mistake of disbanding this army and relying on Swiss mercenaries instead. This decision, along with others, weakened France's military to the point where the French could not win a battle without Swiss support. As a result, the French became reliant on foreign troops, a dangerous situation for any state. The fundamental lesson here is that no state can be secure without its own army. A ruler who depends on others for defense is simply relying on luck. As history shows, relying on mercenaries or auxiliaries leaves a state weak and vulnerable to collapse. Those who understand these matters have always said that nothing is as unstable as a reputation for power that isn't backed up by a ruler's own army. Having your own army means relying on troops made up of your own subjects, citizens, or loyal men who are dependent on you. Anything else, whether mercenaries or auxiliaries, will lead to eventual disaster. To see how to build your own army, just look at how the four men I've mentioned earlier organized theirs, or consider Philip of Macedonia, Alexander the Great's father. They are all reliable models to follow. Chapter 14. A Ruler and His Army. A ruler must focus solely on war, the organization of his army, and maintaining military discipline. This is the most important duty of a ruler, as it not only keeps those born to rule in power, but can also elevate ordinary citizens to leadership. Conversely, rulers who neglect military matters and focus on luxuries often lose their thrones. Neglecting the art of war is the quickest path to losing power, while mastering it is the surest way to gain and keep it. Francesco Sforza, for example, rose from being a commoner to becoming the Duke of Milan through his military expertise. In contrast, his sons, who shunned military responsibilities, lost the dukedom and fell back into obscurity. A ruler without an army is seen as weak and contemptible, which is a reputation no ruler can afford. A man with an army will never willingly obey one without, and a ruler without military strength cannot feel secure living alongside a subordinate who commands troops. The two cannot coexist without distrust and suspicion, leading to poor governance. A ruler must constantly think about war and preparation for it, even more so during peacetime. This can be done both physically and mentally. Physically, aside from keeping his soldiers well trained and disciplined, the ruler should engage in hunting. This toughens the body and helps familiarize him with the terrain: mountains, valleys, plains, rivers, and marshes. Knowing his country's geography allows him to defend it more effectively and gives him insight into unfamiliar terrains during campaigns elsewhere. Mastering this is essential for planning routes, setting up camps, organizing battles, and laying sieges. Historian accounts often admire figures like Philopoemen, a leader who, even during peace, was constantly thinking about military strategy. He would engage his friends in discussions about hypothetical military situations, how to approach an enemy on a hill, how to retreat in good order, or how to pursue a retreating foe. His constant mental preparation meant that when war did break out, he was ready for every scenario. To further sharpen his mind, a ruler should study history, especially the strategies of great leaders. By examining the reasons behind their victories and defeats, he can learn to avoid mistakes and replicate successful tactics. Some great rulers have modeled themselves after historical figures. Alexander the Great admired Achilles. Julius Caesar looked to Alexander, and Scipio studied Cyrus. Xenophon's Life of Cyrus provided Scipio with valuable lessons in leadership, particularly in qualities like decency, humanity, and generosity. A wise ruler never relaxes during peacetime. He must work even harder then to prepare for the challenges ahead, ensuring that when difficult times come, he is ready to face them head-on. Chapter 15. What men, and particularly rulers, are praised and blamed for. Now, let's consider how a ruler should act towards his subjects and allies. Since many others have already written extensively on this subject, my approach might seem bold, especially because my advice here is more controversial than elsewhere. But my goal is to offer practical advice for those interested in real-world outcomes, not to perpetuate the fantasies others have written about. Many authors describe ideal republics and kingdoms that have never existed in reality, and there's a huge gap between how people live and how they should live. A ruler who ignores the realities of human behavior in favor of an idealistic approach is setting himself up for failure. In this world, if you always act as a good man in a place where most are not, you will likely be destroyed. Therefore, a ruler must learn when it is necessary to stop being good to ensure survival. Now, let's focus on reality. When we discuss individuals, especially rulers who are constantly in the public eye, we focus on the qualities that prompt either praise or blame. People might call one ruler generous and another stingy, one benevolent and another greedy, one cruel and another kind, one brave and another fearful, one trustworthy and another deceitful, one chaste and another promiscuous. The list goes on with terms like arrogant, humble, religious, irreligious, and many more. It would be wonderful if a ruler could embody all the positive traits and avoid all the negative ones. But life doesn't work that way. Since it's impossible to have or display all good qualities all the time, a ruler must be careful to avoid the vices that could cost him his power. For those that don't directly threaten his rule, he should avoid them if possible. But if he can't, he needn't be overly concerned. The important thing is to not worry about acquiring a bad reputation for certain qualities that are necessary to maintain power. There will always be situations where something that appears morally good could lead to a ruler's downfall, while something that seems morally wrong could bring him security and success. Chapter 16. Generosity and Meanness. Let's talk about the first quality on the list, generosity. It seems like a good thing to be known as generous, but being generous just to gain a reputation for it will hurt you in the end. True generosity, practiced with sincere intentions, often goes unnoticed, and you may still be called stingy. If you're determined to be seen as generous, you'll need to spend extravagantly in all areas. Naturally, a ruler who does this will soon exhaust his resources. To maintain that image of generosity, he'll then be forced to impose heavy taxes and find other ways to raise money. This will turn the people against him, and without wealth, he will lose respect. His generosity will have helped only a few while hurting many, leaving him vulnerable to the slightest adversity, which could bring him down. And when he eventually tries to be more frugal, he will be quickly labeled as stingy. So, since a ruler cannot be openly generous without risking his position, a wise leader should not be concerned with a reputation for meanness. Over time, as people see that his careful spending means he doesn't need to impose burdensome taxes, that he can defend the nation without draining the people's resources, and that he leads successful campaigns, they will come to see him as truly generous. Generous to those from whom he takes nothing, which is almost everyone, and stingy only towards those few who ask for more. In our time, the only leaders who have accomplished great things have all been considered frugal. Those who were too generous failed. Pope Julius II used his generosity to secure the papacy, but later abandoned it to fund his wars. The current King of France has fought many wars without imposing new taxes because he keeps his spending under control. Similarly, the King of Spain would not have been able to achieve his military successes without careful financial management. In short, if a ruler can defend his country without impoverishing himself or exploiting his people, he need not fear a reputation for stinginess. It's one of the qualities that help him maintain power. And if anyone argues that generosity helped Caesar and others rise to power, my response is simple. There's a big difference between a man trying to gain power and one who already has it. For someone seeking power, generosity is useful, but for a ruler in power, it's dangerous. Caesar, while seeking power, spent lavishly, but had he continued once he became emperor, he would have ruined the empire. Additionally, if a ruler wins military victories and is praised for his generosity, it's important to note whether he's spending his own money, his subjects' money, or someone else's. When it's his or his subjects' money, he must be careful. But when it's someone else's, he can afford to be lavish. A ruler who leads armies and lives off plunder and spoils should be generous with that wealth. Otherwise, his soldiers won't support him. Giving away what isn't yours, like Cyrus, Caesar, and Alexander did, can enhance your reputation. Spending your own wealth, however, puts you at risk. Generosity is self-consuming, as it quickly depletes the resources necessary to sustain it. Eventually, a ruler either falls into poverty, becoming despised, or turns greedy, becoming hated. Above all, a ruler must avoid being despised and hated. Generosity often leads to both. It's much better to be thought of as stingy, which may bring some criticism but won't spark hatred, than to strive for generosity and end up hated for being seen as greedy. Chapter 17. Cruelty and Compassion. Whether it's better to be feared or loved. Let's discuss whether it's better for a ruler to be compassionate or cruel. Of course, every leader would prefer to be seen as compassionate. However, compassion, if used unwisely, can lead to chaos. Cesare Borgia was considered cruel, but his cruelty restored order to Romagna, making the region peaceful and loyal. In contrast, the Florentines, in their desire to avoid cruelty, allowed disorder to erupt in Pistoia. The truth is, sometimes a ruler must not fear being cruel if it is for the greater good of unity and loyalty. A little well-timed severity can be more compassionate than excessive kindness, which can lead to disorder, crime, and violence. Public disorder harms everyone, while a few harsh punishments only affect individuals. Especially for a new ruler, it is almost impossible to avoid a reputation for cruelty. Newly acquired states are unstable, and a ruler must act decisively. As Virgil writes in the Aeneid, Queen Dido says, "The harshness of my situation and the newness of my reign compel me to act with strength and guard my borders." A leader must not be too quick to believe rumors or act impulsively, but must also not be too trusting. Balance and caution are key. This brings us to the famous question: is it better to be loved or feared? Ideally, a ruler would want to be both, but since it's difficult to have both, it's safer to be feared than loved. Most people are fickle, unreliable, and self-interested. They promise to be loyal, especially when things are going well, but will quickly abandon their promises when danger arises. A ruler who depends solely on their loyalty without having a backup plan will be in trouble. Friendships bought with favors or money are never truly reliable, and people tend to forget gratitude when it's no longer convenient. On the other hand, fear of punishment is a much more dependable motivator. People might forget the kindness of a ruler, but they won't forget the consequences of disobedience. However, while it's safer to be feared, a ruler must avoid being hated. Fear does not have to lead to hatred. A ruler can avoid hatred by respecting the property and women of his subjects. People are more likely to forgive the death of a loved one than the loss of their property. Seizing people's property is a sure way to make them resentful, while punishments for wrongdoings, when justified, pass quickly. Especially when leading an army, a ruler should not worry about being seen as cruel. Discipline is essential to keep the troops united and ready for combat. Take Hannibal, for example. Despite leading a diverse and distant army, he maintained control through a calculated degree of cruelty. His other qualities wouldn't have been enough without that severity, which kept his soldiers both respectful and afraid of him. In contrast, Scipio, another famous commander, was too lenient with his troops, allowing them too much freedom, which led to discipline issues. This flaw would have undermined his reputation if it weren't for the Senate, which intervened and supported him. Returning to the question of whether it's better to be feared or loved, I conclude that, since a ruler controls whether people fear him, but cannot control whether they love him, it's wiser to base power on fear. However, he must always be careful to avoid hatred. Chapter 18. A Ruler and His Promises. It's universally admired when a ruler keeps his word and behaves honestly. However, in our times, we've seen examples of leaders who achieved great things through cunning rather than strict honesty. These leaders outwitted their rivals and succeeded more than those who strictly adhered to honesty. There are two ways to conduct a battle: through law and through force. While humans are supposed to use law, it often proves inadequate, and force must also be employed. A ruler needs to be able to draw upon both sides of his nature, human and beast. The fable of Chiron, the half-man, half-beast teacher of ancient leaders like Achilles, symbolized this duality. A ruler must be as cunning as a fox to avoid traps and as strong as a lion to fend off enemies. Relying only on strength like the lion without the cunning of the fox leaves a ruler vulnerable. A wise ruler, therefore, must know when to break promises, especially when circumstances have changed, and keeping them would be harmful. If all men were good, this would be bad advice. But since people are generally not, it's essential to adapt. Men rarely keep their promises to a ruler, so there's no need for him to be bound to his promises either. There will always be convincing reasons to justify breaking them. History is full of rulers who've made false promises and reaped success through deception. The most cunning leaders are often the most successful, as they know how to manipulate appearances. One prime example is Pope Alexander VI, who constantly deceived people, making grand promises that he never intended to keep. Yet his deceptions worked because he understood human nature so well. It's not essential for a ruler to possess all the virtues: compassion, loyalty, honesty, and religious devotion. But he must certainly appear to have them. Actually, having these virtues all the time can put a ruler at risk. What matters most is the appearance of virtue, particularly appearing to be religious, as people tend to judge by what they see rather than what they experience firsthand. Since most people only see the ruler's actions from a distance, few know what the ruler is really like. The final judgment of a ruler's actions often depends on the outcome. If a ruler succeeds in gaining and maintaining power, people will praise his methods, however dubious they may have been. Public opinion is driven by appearances and results. As long as the ruler achieves success, the means will be justified. One unnamed king, well known today, constantly preaches peace and trust, but practices the opposite. If he had truly followed his own preaching, he would have lost his power long ago. Ultimately, it is not actual virtue but the appearance of it that allows a ruler to maintain power. Chapter 19. Avoiding contempt and hatred. Now that I've covered the most important qualities a ruler should possess, it's essential to emphasize the principle that a ruler must avoid actions that lead to being hated or held in contempt. If a ruler can steer clear of these, he can afford to indulge in other minor faults without worrying too much about the consequences. The main thing that leads to hatred is seizing people's property or dishonoring their women. A ruler must never commit these offenses. If you avoid taking away their wealth or dignity, most people will be content, and only the few ambitious ones will pose a challenge. These can easily be dealt with. Contempt arises when a ruler is seen as inconsistent, superficial, effeminate, fearful, or indecisive. So, a ruler must avoid these qualities at all costs, and instead display greatness, strength, seriousness, and decisiveness. When resolving disputes between citizens, he must show firmness and finality, ensuring no one thinks they can outsmart him. A ruler who projects an image of strength and competence will gain respect, and it becomes difficult for anyone to conspire against someone so well regarded. Similarly, as long as a ruler is respected by his people, foreign enemies will think twice before attacking him. Two main threats face any ruler: internal ones from his own people and external ones from foreign powers. With a strong army and capable allies, the external threat can be easily managed, and when that's under control, internal threats diminish as well. As long as a ruler avoids creating a conspiracy against himself, he should remain secure. When it comes to conspiracies, history shows that for every successful plot, many others fail. A conspiracy's success depends on the conspirators believing that the people will support their cause once the ruler is dead. If they realize the ruler is popular, their enthusiasm diminishes. The many challenges faced by conspirators, from finding allies to trusting them not to betray the plan, make success unlikely. The benefits of betrayal are often more certain than the dangers of going through with a plot, which is why conspiracies are so rare. A ruler should avoid giving anyone a reason to conspire by maintaining the goodwill of the people. As long as the majority of the population is content, it's almost impossible for a conspiracy to succeed. A ruler who is hated or despised is vulnerable, but when he has the loyalty of his subjects, he can face even the most significant dangers with confidence. One clear example from history is Annibale Bentivogli, the Duke of Bologna, who was murdered in a conspiracy. But the people quickly avenged him by killing the conspirators. His family was so popular that, despite his death, the people went as far as bringing a man from Florence, believed to be a Bentivogli, to rule until Annibale's son was old enough to take over. In conclusion, a ruler with the people's support has little to fear from conspiracies. However, if the people turn against him, he must watch everyone carefully. Good rulers have always aimed to keep the nobility in check while ensuring the happiness of the people. One excellent example is France, where the king's power is secured by good institutions, especially Parliament, which helps regulate the ambitions of the nobility and protect the people. This system allows the king to avoid the blame for unpopular decisions, leaving them to an independent body. A ruler should always ensure that policies that might provoke opposition are handled by others, while he reserves the credit for positive actions for himself. Some might point out that certain Roman emperors, despite their admirable qualities, were overthrown or assassinated by their subjects. To address these concerns, I'll now explore the fate of emperors from Marcus Aurelius to Maximinus. These examples will show that even the best-behaved emperors were sometimes undone by factors beyond their control, including the military's influence. Roman emperors faced the unique problem of satisfying both the army and the people, which was often impossible. The people wanted peace, while the soldiers desired war and cruelty to gain more wealth. Emperors who could not balance these competing interests met tragic ends, as they couldn't maintain both groups' loyalty. For example, Marcus Aurelius managed to keep the army and the people content because he inherited power and was naturally admired. But Pertinax and Alexander, despite being good men, were overthrown because they couldn't control the soldiers or gain their support. On the other hand, cruel rulers like Commodus and Maximinus, who catered to the army's greed, also met terrible ends, as their cruelty led to hatred from both the people and eventually the military. Severus stands out as a ruler who successfully balanced both groups, using cunning and strength to maintain power. He kept the army loyal while managing not to alienate the people completely. His ability to act both like a lion and a fox allowed him to succeed where others failed. Modern rulers, unlike Roman emperors, don't face the same challenges with their armies, as today's armies don't have the same experience or influence in governing. While a ruler must still keep the military in mind, his priority should be to maintain the people's goodwill, as they are now the most powerful force. To summarize, a ruler's downfall usually comes from hatred or contempt. And the key to avoiding these is to balance the needs of different groups carefully, taking examples from both successful and failed rulers of the past. Chapter 20. Whether fortresses and other strategies rulers frequently adopt are useful. In the pursuit of power and security, rulers have employed various strategies. Some have disarmed their subjects, others have kept towns divided by factions, some have encouraged hostility against themselves to later crush it, and others have built fortresses, while others destroyed them. The effectiveness of these policies depends heavily on the specific circumstances of a state, but I will try to address the matter in more general terms. First, let's consider disarming subjects. No ruler who has newly acquired power should disarm his people. On the contrary, those who come into power have always armed their subjects, turning them from potential threats into loyal supporters. When you arm people yourself, they feel obliged to you and remain loyal. It's true you can't arm everyone, but those you do arm will serve as a safeguard. Conversely, when you disarm people, you show distrust, which breeds resentment and hatred. Eventually, you'll be forced to rely on mercenaries. And as I've already discussed, that's a dangerous and unreliable strategy. Even if your mercenaries are skilled, they won't be enough to protect you from powerful enemies and a hostile population. A new ruler who annexes a new territory to an already existing state may choose to disarm the people of the new territory, except for those who supported his rise. Even those supporters over time should be weakened, so that the only strong armed force in the state is under the direct control of the ruler. Some rulers have encouraged divisions and factionalism in their towns as a method of control. This tactic may have worked in past eras when Italy was more balanced politically, but I don't think it's effective today. Divisions may help maintain control in peacetime, but when an enemy approaches, towns divided by factions fall quickly. One faction will always join the enemy, and the other won't be strong enough to resist both the invader and their internal rivals. Venice, for example, promoted divisions between the Guelphs and Ghibellines in the towns under their control, believing that internal disputes would prevent unity against them. However, when Venice was defeated at the Battle of Vaila, these internal factions quickly rose up and seized control of towns. The policy of encouraging divisions ultimately proved flawed. Rulers should also remember that overcoming obstacles and enemies helps solidify their reputation and strength. It's often through adversity that rulers demonstrate their greatness. Some rulers, therefore, deliberately provoke hostility so they can defeat it and elevate their standing. However, this approach must be taken with caution. New rulers often find that those who initially opposed them can become more loyal than those who supported them from the start. This happens because the former group knows they need to prove their loyalty to overcome their initial opposition. They often work harder to demonstrate their loyalty than those who feel secure in their position with the new ruler. When a ruler has taken power with the help of others, it's crucial to understand why those supporters acted as they did. If their support came from dissatisfaction with the previous government, they may be difficult to keep loyal. They are likely to become disillusioned with the new ruler if he can't meet their demands. In contrast, it's often easier to win over those who were content under the previous regime, as they had no specific grievances and are more open to new leadership. Now, let's address the question of fortresses. Some rulers build them to secure their power, while others tear them down. I think it's a valid policy, but only under certain conditions. For example, Niccolo Vitelli demolished 2 fortresses in Città di Castello to strengthen his hold on the town, and the Bentivoglio family did the same in Bologna. Guidobaldo of Urbino, after regaining his state from Cesare Borgia, destroyed all fortresses, believing he would be safer without them. Whether fortresses are useful or dangerous depends on the ruler's circumstances. In general, if a ruler fears his own people more than foreign enemies, fortresses might be useful. However, if foreign threats are the greater concern, fortresses may not provide the protection they promise. The best fortress a ruler can have is the goodwill of his people. Even with fortresses, if the people hate the ruler, they will find foreign allies to help overthrow him. Recent history shows few instances where fortresses have proved beneficial. One exception was Caterina Sforza, Countess of Forli, who successfully defended herself in a fortress when her husband was murdered. However, later on, fortresses didn't save her when Cesare Borgia attacked, as the people sided with him. In conclusion, both building and destroying fortresses can be valid strategies depending on the situation. However, any ruler who believes that fortresses alone will keep them secure while ignoring the sentiments of their people is making a grave mistake. The goodwill of the people is always more effective than any fortress. Chapter 21. What a ruler should do to win respect. To gain respect, a ruler must strive for remarkable military victories and exhibit outstanding personal qualities. In modern times, Ferdinand of Aragon, the current King of Spain, provides an excellent example. Though initially a weak ruler, he became one of the most famous and respected monarchs of Christendom. His achievements, such as the invasion of Granada, laid the foundation of his power and increased his reputation. By keeping his barons occupied with war, he prevented internal plotting, while simultaneously building his military force through church and public funding. He also used religion as a tool, expelling the Marrano Jews and later attacking Africa, Italy, and France. By keeping his people focused on his campaigns, he never allowed the nobles a moment of rest, which kept them from conspiring against him. A ruler can also gain respect by showing firm character in domestic affairs. An example of this is Bernabo Visconti in Milan, who used rewards and punishments to maintain his authority. Above all, a ruler must always ensure that his actions give the impression of greatness and competence. Additionally, a ruler will be respected when he clearly takes sides in conflicts instead of remaining neutral. By declaring himself as either a friend or enemy, a ruler gains more than by trying to remain uninvolved. Neutrality can lead to destruction, as a victorious side will distrust a neutral party, and the defeated side will hold no loyalty. When taking a side, if the ally wins, the ruler gains favor and protection. Even if the ally loses, they remain a friend and can offer support. Rulers must also avoid placing themselves under the control of more powerful allies. This often leads to the ruler being at the mercy of the more powerful ally. The Venetians, for instance, allied with France to attack Milan and suffered disaster because of it. However, sometimes alliances with stronger powers are unavoidable, as was the case with Florence, when the Pope and Spain attacked Lombardy. A ruler should also show appreciation for talent and ability in others, offering work to skilled individuals and rewarding those who excel in their fields. It's crucial to ensure that subjects feel secure in their work, knowing that their success won't be taken from them through excessive taxes or punishment. Instead, rulers should encourage prosperity and growth. Additionally, at appropriate times, the ruler should entertain the public with festivals and displays, while also engaging with guilds and local groups, showing both humanity and generosity, but always maintaining authority. In conclusion, gaining respect requires balancing acts of strength, wisdom, and generosity, while avoiding the pitfalls of neutrality or excessive reliance on more powerful allies. Chapter 22. A ruler's ministers. A ruler's success often depends on his choice of ministers, as they are a direct reflection of his wisdom. Capable and loyal ministers will earn a ruler a reputation for being astute, since he was able to recognize and command their abilities. On the other hand, if a ruler surrounds himself with untrustworthy or incapable ministers, people will rightly criticize him, since his first mistake was choosing poorly. For example, Pandolfo Petrucci of Siena was considered wise because of his choice of Antonio da Venafro as his minister. There are three types of minds: one that can grasp things independently, one that can recognize and understand what others have grasped, and one that cannot grasp anything at all. The first kind is invaluable, the second is helpful, and the third is worthless. Pandolfo may not have had the first kind of mind, but he certainly possessed the second. By recognizing what is right or wrong in his minister's actions, even if he could not devise policies himself, he could support good policies and correct bad ones. In turn, the minister will know that he cannot deceive the ruler, which will ensure his loyalty and good behavior. To determine if a minister is trustworthy, observe whether he prioritizes his own interests over those of the ruler. If he does, he will never be a good minister and cannot be trusted. A minister must focus entirely on the ruler's business, not his own. In turn, a ruler should show appreciation by granting wealth, respect, honors, and responsibilities. This will ensure that the minister's loyalty is tied to the ruler's success, as his own fortune will depend on it. When rulers and ministers form such relationships, they can trust each other. But when they do not, one or the other is destined for failure. Chapter 23. Avoiding Flatterers. One of the greatest dangers a ruler faces is being surrounded by flatterers. Courts are always full of them, and people are naturally inclined to flatter themselves, believing they are more successful than they truly are. This makes it difficult for a ruler to avoid falling into this trap. However, if you try to guard against flattery too much, you risk losing respect by letting everyone speak their mind too freely. The key is to find a middle ground. A ruler should select wise and capable ministers, giving only them the freedom to speak the truth on the matters he asks about. The ruler should ask for advice on all important issues, listen carefully, and then make his own decisions, following his judgment. The balance ensures that he remains informed, but still commands authority. Ministers should know that the more honest and open they are, the more their advice will be valued. Once a decision has been made, the ruler must stick to it firmly and avoid seeking further opinions, which would only lead to confusion and a loss of respect. For instance, in modern times, Bishop Luca Rinaldi noted that Emperor Maximilian never sought advice and constantly changed his plans, resulting in a lack of direction. His secrecy and hesitation caused his ministers to lose confidence, and he found himself undoing his policies daily. This inconsistency led to a government where no one could understand or predict his actions. A ruler must take advice only when he asks for it, and never allow unsolicited opinions to cloud his judgment. Listening patiently to honest advice and encouraging openness from his advisors is crucial. If the ruler senses that someone is holding back out of fear, he should address it immediately. While it may seem that a ruler's success comes from good advice, the truth is that only a sensible ruler can attract and use good advice. A foolish ruler may have capable ministers, but he won't know how to benefit from their counsel. If such a ruler relies on multiple advisors, he will only be confused by their conflicting interests, unable to discern what's best for the state. The wisdom of the ruler is what ensures that good advice leads to good decisions, not the other way around. Chapter 24. Why Italian rulers have lost their states. When carefully followed, the guidelines I've laid out can help a new ruler solidify his position and become as secure as a hereditary monarch. In fact, a newly established ruler may enjoy even more loyalty and stability than one born to power. This is because people pay closer attention to the actions of a new ruler. If his achievements are impressive, they will win him a deeper loyalty and respect than a ruler whose authority rests solely on a long-standing dynasty. People are more concerned with what is happening now than what happened in the past. As long as things are going well under a new ruler, the people will be content and will defend him, provided he doesn't falter in other areas. He then gains the double glory of not only founding a new kingdom, but also strengthening and consolidating it with good governance, strong laws, a reliable army, solid alliances, and sound policies. Conversely, a ruler who is born to power and loses it through his own foolishness suffers a double disgrace. Now, let's look at why so many Italian rulers, like the King of Naples and the Duke of Milan, have lost their states in recent years. First and foremost, they lacked strong armies, as I've discussed at length before. Some of these rulers also alienated their people, or if they had popular support, they failed to maintain the loyalty of the nobles. A ruler who avoids these failings doesn't lose his state as easily. Take Philip of Macedonia, not the father of Alexander, but the Philip who was defeated by Titus Quintius. He didn't have nearly the resources of the Romans and Greeks who attacked him, but because he was a capable military leader and knew how to keep both the people and the nobles on his side, he managed to hold his ground for many years. Though he eventually lost some towns, he at least maintained control over his kingdom. The Italian rulers who lost their states should stop blaming their misfortunes on bad luck. They have no one to blame but themselves. They failed to prepare during peaceful times, a common mistake when things seem stable. When trouble came, instead of defending themselves, they fled, hoping that the people would grow angry at the invaders and call them back. This might work as a last resort when there's no other choice, but relying on it when there are better options is a serious mistake. A ruler should never count on others to restore him to power after he's fallen. The people might not come to his aid, and even if they do, he will never be truly secure because his strategy was weak and dependent on others. The only truly reliable and lasting form of defense is the one based on your own strength. Chapter 25. The role of luck in human affairs and how to defend against it. Many people believe that the world is governed by fate or fortune, and that no matter how clever we may be, we have little control over events. This leads them to think it's pointless to make much effort, leaving everything to chance. This view has become more widespread in recent times, as we've witnessed countless unexpected and dramatic changes that no one could have predicted. I must admit that I've sometimes been inclined to think this way myself. However, to avoid giving up entirely on the idea of free will, I'd argue that luck controls about half of our actions, leaving the other half, or thereabouts, up to us. It's like a river that floods its banks when it rises, destroying everything in its path. There's no stopping such a force when it's in full flood, but when the river is calm, we can prepare by building dikes and channels to minimize the damage it might cause in the future. In the same way, fortune strikes hardest in places where there are no preparations or defenses in place. Look at Italy. The country has been overwhelmed by revolutionary changes because it lacked the proper defenses. No dikes or preparations were made to counter fortune's tides. Had Italy been fortified like Germany, Spain, or France, the destruction would have been far less, or might not have occurred at all. When we examine specific cases, we see how a ruler may prosper one day and then lose everything the next, despite no change in his character or strategy. This is because such rulers rely solely on luck. When fortune turns against them, they are left helpless. The successful ruler is the one who adapts to changing circumstances, while the unsuccessful one clings to methods that no longer work. People pursue glory and wealth through different strategies. Some are cautious, others are bold. Some are patient, others act with haste. Any of these approaches can lead to success, but their effectiveness depends on the times. The same method won't work in every situation, and someone who succeeds with one approach might fail in different circumstances. This is why fortunes rise and fall. When a person's methods match the times, they succeed. But when the times change, and they fail to adapt, everything goes wrong. Unfortunately, few people have the ability to change their nature and methods. Once someone has been successful in a particular way, they are reluctant to change. When a cautious person is suddenly required to act boldly, they are likely to falter. To maintain success, one must constantly adapt. Take the example of Pope Julius II. He was bold and impulsive, and the circumstances of his time perfectly suited his style. His impetuousness led to great achievements, such as his campaign to take Bologna, which succeeded despite opposition from Spain, France, and Venice. Had he waited and followed the cautious methods of other popes, the opportunity would have passed him by. Julius always acted with haste, and fortune favored him. In conclusion, while fortune does play a role in our lives, men succeed when their approach fits the times. In my view, it is better to be bold and impulsive than cautious. Fortune, like a woman, favors the bold. She rewards those who are daring, while those who approach her cautiously are left behind. Chapter 26. An appeal to conquer Italy and free it from foreign occupation. Reflecting on everything I've written, I wonder if the time has finally come for a new ruler to rise in Italy, someone with the qualities and wisdom to shape the country's future. It seems to me that the conditions are ripe for such a person. So many things have aligned in favor of a leader who can take advantage of the moment. I cannot recall a time more fitting than now for a strong, capable ruler to emerge. Just as Moses arose when the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt, or Cyrus came forth when the Persians were oppressed by the Medes, or Theseus proved his worth after the Athenians were defeated, Italy, in its current state of devastation, now needs a leader. Our country is more enslaved than the Israelites, more crushed than the Persians, and more divided than the Athenians. We are leaderless, lawless, plundered, broken, and oppressed in every way imaginable. There was once a man who showed great promise for redeeming Italy. But his luck changed at the height of his power. Now Italy lies half dead, waiting for someone to heal her wounds, stop the devastation of Lombardy, and end the exploitation of Tuscany and Naples. Italy is crying out for a savior to free her from the cruelty and barbarism of foreign rulers. She is ready to follow the banner of a leader, if only someone will raise it. Looking around, the only family Italy could trust to take on this role is your illustrious house, a family blessed with both talent and fortune. With the favor of God and the support of the Church, you are in the ideal position to lead Italy to salvation. And if you study the lives of great men who have come before, you'll find that the task is not beyond your reach. Their achievements were extraordinary, but they were still only men. None of them had better opportunities than you have today. Justice is on your side, as war is just when there is no alternative, and arms are sacred when they are your only hope. The circumstances are favorable, and when fortune smiles, challenges become easier. All you need to do is follow the example of the great men who came before you. God has already shown his favor with miraculous signs. He has parted the sea, provided guidance, and showered us with blessings. Now it's up to you. God does not want to do everything himself. He leaves room for human free will and the glory that comes with it. It's no wonder that past Italian leaders have failed where you can succeed. The states they ruled were poorly managed, and no one knew how to fix things. A new ruler gains the most respect when he brings new laws and institutions that show vision. Italy is full of potential for a leader to shape it into something great. Italians are stronger and more skilled than foreigners when it comes to individual combat. But in battle, they have failed because of poor leadership. Capable men have been ignored, and the unfit have been put in charge. No one has yet risen to force change. The first step for a leader like yourself is to build an army of your own citizens. You cannot find more loyal or courageous soldiers than your own people. If they are good individually, they will be even better as a unit, united by respect for their ruler. Though the Swiss and Spanish armies are renowned for their strength, they both have weaknesses that a new force could exploit. The Spanish are vulnerable to cavalry, and the Swiss struggle against well-matched infantry. Knowing these weaknesses, it's possible to create a new army that could defeat them both. Developing such a force would not only be a tactical victory, but would also elevate your reputation as a ruler who brings innovative military strategies. Now is the time to save Italy. The cities that have been ravaged by foreign invaders are eager for liberation. They would greet you with open arms, full of gratitude and devotion. Every door would be open to you. Every Italian would bow before you. The hatred of this foreign occupation runs deep. Your noble house can take up this challenge with the same courage and hope that has driven all just causes. Under your leadership, Italy can be glorified, and Petrarch's words can be fulfilled. Virtue against fury shall take up arms, and the fight be short, for ancient valor is not dead in Italian hearts. Imagine stepping into a world where our thoughts and beliefs aren't just our own, where hidden forces of the crowd shape societies, movements, and even the course of history. In The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, Gustave Le Bon pulls back the curtain on the power of the crowd, showing how people lose themselves in collective emotions, how wild ideas spread like fire, and how entire civilizations can rise or fall under the weight of the crowd's will. In this journey, we'll dive into Le Bon's insights on crowd psychology, but in a simpler, punchier format that lets you feel the power of these ideas without getting lost in the academic language. From how crowds override individual thought to how they push the boundaries of culture and law, this is your invitation to discover a hidden world within the one you already know. If you're curious about how the crowd shapes us all, hit that subscribe button, give a thumbs up, and drop a comment below with your thoughts. Let's unravel this fascinating world of collective influence together, one share, one insight at a time. Introduction. The Era of Crowds. The transformation of our era. Major shifts in civilization start with changes in the way nations think. The modern conviction in the power of crowds is reshaping the conventional policies of European states, replacing traditional authority with a new popular influence. This ascent of the masses to power reveals the ways they assert their influence, which profoundly impact society. Crowds, however, seem capable of only a destructive role. The disintegration of worn-out civilizations often stems from the actions of the crowd. Despite their significant role, an understanding of crowd psychology remains widely neglected, though it is essential for lawmakers and leaders alike. Historical upheavals such as the fall of the Roman Empire or the rise of the Arabian Empire may initially appear to be driven by political revolutions, invasions, or the toppling of dynasties. Yet a closer look reveals that the true cause often lies in a deep shift in the ideas of the people. The substantial events we deem historical are mere outward expressions of invisible changes in human thought. Such transformations are rare, for nothing in a culture is as deeply ingrained as the inherited foundation of its beliefs. Today, humanity finds itself in one of these pivotal eras of change. Two primary forces drive this transformation. The first is the collapse of religious, political, and social beliefs, which once served as the roots of our civilization. The second force emerges from entirely new ways of thinking and living, brought about by modern scientific and industrial advances. With past ideas lingering in partial ruin and the new ideas still forming, our era exists in a state of transition and disarray. We cannot yet predict the principles on which future societies will be built. What is evident, however, is that any future society must reckon with the rising and seemingly unstoppable power of the crowd. In the ruins of beliefs and authorities that once appeared unshakable, this singular force, the crowd, has emerged as the most resilient, absorbing all other sources of influence. As old pillars of society crumble, the crowd's power grows unchecked. We are undoubtedly entering the era of crowds. Less than a century ago, European statecraft and royal rivalries determined the course of events, while public opinion scarcely registered. Today, traditional political practices and individual rulers' inclinations matter little. Instead, the masses' collective voice dictates the course of nations, reshaping the destinies of countries from within. The entry of the popular classes into political life, transforming them into a ruling force, stands as a hallmark of our age. Universal suffrage, though it initially exerted little influence, is not the defining feature of this shift in power. Rather, the rise of the masses began as certain ideas took root, gradually spreading until individuals banded together, committed to realizing these shared theoretical concepts. Through collective association, the masses developed a sense of purpose regarding their interests, gaining awareness of their strength. Syndicates and labor unions form under the influence of the masses, bending the authorities to their will and challenging the dictates of economic laws by attempting to regulate labor conditions and wages. Representatives in assemblies become mere echoes of the popular committees that selected them, often lacking both independence and initiative. Today, the ambitions of the masses are increasingly defined, and their intent to dismantle existing society grows resolute. Their vision seeks to revive a form of primitive communism, reminiscent of humanity's early communal existence. Among their demands are shorter working hours, the nationalization of resources like mines and railways, and the redistribution of wealth. They call for the removal of the upper classes in favor of popular governance. Crowds, being less inclined toward reason, are swift to action. Their newfound organizational power grants them considerable influence. The dogmas emerging from this power will soon possess the unassailable force of older doctrines, imposing themselves with unquestionable authority. The era of kings' divine right is ending. In its place rises the divine right of the masses. Some intellectuals, alarmed by this rising power, appeal to moral institutions they once disregarded, like the Church, in a desperate attempt to stem the tide. They call it a bankruptcy of science, urging a return to revealed truths. But these efforts are in vain, as the masses have rejected the very gods that these advisors once denounced. Science bears no responsibility for the current intellectual unrest, nor the emergence of this new power. Science never promised peace or happiness, but only truth, or as much of it as we can grasp. Science, indifferent to human sentiment, cannot reverse the illusions it has dispelled. We must learn to coexist with it, for it is beyond our power to turn back time. Signs of the crowd's growing influence are visible worldwide, and there is no reason to think this trend will soon diminish. Whatever the future holds, we must come to terms with the crowd's dominance. Though some may speculate that the rise of the masses signals the decline of Western civilization, perhaps returning us to a period of chaotic unrest, there remains the question, can we prevent this outcome? Historically, the decline of weakened civilizations has always fallen to the masses. When the moral foundations of a society weaken, these masses, like barbarians, carry out its final dissolution. Civilization has never been the work of the masses, but rather a product of small, intellectually elite groups. Crowds excel in destruction, but a civilization requires order, foresight, and an elevated culture, qualities crowds cannot independently foster. In this sense, crowds function like microbes hastening the decay of weakened bodies. When a civilization's structure begins to fail, it is the masses that ensure its fall. Their role, then, may be to bring down the old and pave the way for what comes next. Could our civilization meet this fate? It seems likely, though certainty remains elusive. Regardless, we must accept the crowd's reign, having removed all barriers that once restrained its power. Despite the crowd's increasing prominence, our understanding of them remains shallow. Until recently, professional psychologists ignored crowds, and only now do they begin to explore crowd psychology, primarily through the lens of crime. Yet, while criminal crowds exist, crowds can also be virtuous, heroic, and many other things. Studying only their vices gives a partial, distorted picture of their nature. The true masters of history, leaders, religious founders, and statesmen, have always possessed an intuitive grasp of crowd psychology, allowing them to guide and control the masses. Napoleon, for instance, understood the psychology of his people remarkably well, though he often misjudged the psychology of other nations, which ultimately contributed to his downfall in campaigns like Spain and Russia. For modern leaders, an understanding of crowd psychology has become an essential tool, not so much for governing, as that is increasingly difficult, but for avoiding subjugation by the masses. Only by studying the psychology of crowds can we understand their vulnerability to influence, their resistance to logic, and their readiness to act based on impressions rather than reasoned arguments. For instance, if a legislator wishes to impose a new tax, selecting the most equitable option may not be effective. Often, a less fair tax, if it appears less burdensome, will be more acceptable to the masses. An indirect tax, no matter how high, is tolerable because it is paid in small, frequent amounts, barely noticed. A single lump sum tax, however, even if theoretically lighter, will spark outrage due to the conspicuous, seemingly immense total. This example, though simple, illustrates a fundamental principle. Napoleon understood this well, but today's legislators, often unaware of crowd characteristics, miss such insights. practical experience has yet to teach them that people rarely act according to pure reason. Understanding crowd psychology offers valuable insights into historical and economic events that are otherwise puzzling. For instance, the historian Taine, despite his brilliance, sometimes misunderstood the French Revolution's events because he failed to grasp the crowd's nature. He analyzed it using methods suited to natural sciences, neglecting the psychological forces at play. Even from a practical perspective, studying crowd psychology is valuable. Out of pure curiosity alone, it deserves our attention. Just as we try to understand what drives individual actions, we should also look to uncover what fuels the behavior of crowds. Book 1. The Mind of Crowds. Chapter 1. General Characteristics of Crowds, Psychological Law of Their Mental Unity. What defines a crowd from a psychological perspective? A mere gathering of individuals, regardless of number or proximity, doesn't form a true crowd. For an assembly to become a psychological crowd, unique conditions must be met. When this transformation happens, the individuals within cease to act as singular beings. Instead, they merge into a collective entity with shared ideas and emotions, losing their personal identities in the process. This convergence of minds gives rise to a collective mindset governed by the law of mental unity of crowds. Unlike the simple idea that a big group automatically forms a crowd, a random gathering of people doesn't create a true psychological crowd. A true psychological crowd emerges only when certain unifying influences are present, aligning individual thoughts and emotions into a single cohesive force. Remarkably, this alignment can occur without individuals physically gathering in one place. Emotional resonance, sparked by a powerful national or social event, can create a psychological crowd even among isolated individuals. At such moments, thousands of separate individuals may act as a unified whole, displaying behaviors typical of a crowd. A few gathered individuals, if sufficiently stirred, may form a psychological crowd as potent as one formed by hundreds. Once constituted, a psychological crowd exhibits a set of identifiable yet temporary characteristics. These are, however, subject to variation based on the composition and emotional state of the crowd, giving rise to different categories of crowds. Before delving into these types, we must first examine the traits they all share. Just as a naturalist begins by describing the common characteristics of a species before detailing individual variations, we shall first establish the general nature of crowds. The challenge in defining the mind of crowds lies in their dynamic nature. They shift depending on their racial background, composition, and the specific stimuli that influence them. Similarly, the study of an individual mind reveals layers of complexity. Rarely do people exhibit unwavering characteristics throughout life. The appearance of constancy often stems from environmental stability. Sudden changes in circumstances can reveal hidden facets of one's personality, just as the tempest of revolutionary fervor turned otherwise peaceful citizens into fervent radicals during the French Revolution. In studying crowds, our focus will be on those that have achieved a full level of psychological unity, showcasing the extent of what they may become under the right conditions. In this phase, individual traits fade and a powerful unifying force takes hold, directing the crowd's thoughts and emotions uniformly. This is when the psychological law of mental unity fully manifests. Crowds differ from individuals in that their actions and sentiments often arise collectively, sometimes bearing no resemblance to those of isolated individuals. When people gather in a crowd, their individual personalities dissolve, giving way to a new collective consciousness. Just as living cells form a unified organism, the individuals in a crowd merge into a singular entity with behaviors far removed from those of each separate member. Noted philosopher Herbert Spencer suggested that a crowd is simply the sum of its parts. However, this view misses the mark. Crowds create entirely new characteristics through their unity, much as a chemical reaction transforms simple elements into compounds with entirely new properties. While it is straightforward to observe the stark contrast between the individual and the crowd, understanding the cause requires a deeper look. Modern psychology has shown that unconscious motives govern much of human behavior. Though we are largely unaware of these subconscious influences, they drive our actions more than any conscious thought. Our individual choices are shaped by an unconscious foundation inherited over generations, a silent guiding force that constitutes the essence of a race's character. In matters like religion, politics, and morality, the instincts, passions, and feelings of people across all levels of intelligence are surprisingly similar. The most brilliant mathematician may share the same moral and emotional responses as his shoemaker. While intellectual capabilities vary widely, character tends to remain consistent across social and intellectual divides. These shared subconscious qualities become the common ground in a crowd. As individuals merge into the collective, intellectual distinctions fade and instinctual forces take precedence. The unique individual is lost to the homogeneous crowd, where shared unconscious qualities dominate. This commonality explains why crowds lack the capacity for nuanced or intelligent actions. Decisions made by a gathering of highly intelligent individuals often lack the wisdom of their individual members. The crowd, bound by the collective's average intellect, gravitates toward simplicity rather than insight. As Voltaire famously noted, it's not all the world that has more wit than he does. Rather, Voltaire himself has more wit than all the world combined if we consider the world as a crowd. The unification of ordinary qualities in a crowd, however, is not a mere averaging of minds. Something greater emerges. A new entity with characteristics unique to crowds. This transformation occurs due to several factors. First, the individual within a crowd gains a sense of invincible power, enabling him to act on impulses he might otherwise suppress. Being part of an anonymous, unaccountable group erases personal responsibility, further encouraging uninhibited behavior. Second, the force of contagion amplifies emotions and actions in a crowd. Like a hypnotic influence, contagion compels individuals to abandon personal interests in favor of the collective. This willingness to forego self-interest is rare outside the context of a crowd, revealing the transformative power of this phenomenon. The third and most significant cause is suggestibility. Just as a hypnotized individual submits to the hypnotist's will, individuals in a crowd readily succumb to the crowd's dominant emotion or idea. Immersed in a crowd, individuals experience a state akin to hypnosis, where they act on impulses driven by collective influence rather than conscious choice. Once drawn into this state, a person within a crowd loses their sense of self, becoming almost automated in their actions, led by the collective will rather than their own. Their individuality dissolves, replaced by a shared instinctive behavior, often of a primitive or impulsive nature. As part of a crowd, one descends to a more instinctual state, displaying traits typical of early human behavior: instincts, violence, enthusiasm, and an intense susceptibility to emotional appeals. For instance, Juries can deliver verdicts no individual juror might personally support, and assemblies can pass laws that each member would oppose on their own. During the French Revolution, individuals who would normally lead peaceful lives became supporters of extreme measures when united as a crowd, setting aside their personal principles. Even before an individual loses complete independence, their thoughts and feelings begin to change. The transformation can turn a miser into a spendthrift, a skeptic into a believer, an honest man into a criminal, and a coward into a hero. For example, on the night of August 4th, 1789, the French nobility collectively renounced their privileges, a decision that individually none would likely have made. In essence, the crowd is always intellectually inferior to the individual. However, in terms of emotion and action, the crowd can exceed the individual's capabilities. While often criminal, crowds can also be heroic, willing to face death for an idea or a cause. During the Crusades or the French Revolution, it was crowds, not individuals, who undertook epic challenges with unyielding zeal. Though often unconsciously driven, this heroism shapes history. If humanity's deeds were limited to those performed in calm, calculated thought, history would be a sparse record indeed. Chapter 2. The Sentiments and Morality of Crowds. The unique sentiments and moral tendencies of crowds emerge in various ways. Let's explore the key aspects that shape how crowds feel, react, and act. A crowd is highly reactive to external stimuli, easily swayed, and ready to follow each new influence without restraint. While a solitary individual may resist impulsive urges by reasoning, a crowd yields instantly. Its impulses are so powerful that personal interest is often forgotten, and any sense of premeditation vanishes. Crowds, then, are unpredictable, capable of shifting from ferocity to heroism, destruction to self-sacrifice in a matter of moments. History has shown how crowds can embody both executioner and martyr, depending on the emotional energy driving them. Crowds are remarkably suggestible, easily adopting ideas and images presented to them. This susceptibility allows them to accept improbable stories as reality. When the imagination of a crowd is engaged, truth and fantasy quickly blur. One person's hallucination or misperception can quickly spread, transforming a simple observation into a collectively held belief. This extreme suggestibility is not limited to uneducated individuals. All members, regardless of background, fall prey to the same distortions. Historical records and first-hand testimonies often reflect this tendency, making collective witness a famously unreliable account of events. Whether positive or negative, the emotions of a crowd are characterized by a lack of subtlety and an inclination to extremes. There's no room for doubt or hesitation. A hint of suspicion turns instantly into certainty. This intense exaggeration is fueled by anonymity and shared emotional fervor. It allows even the meekest individual to feel a temporary surge of immense power, dissolving any restraint they might otherwise feel. Yet, crowds can also achieve incredible selflessness, readily performing acts of heroism under the right influence, displaying a devotion rarely matched by isolated individuals. In their belief system, crowds recognize no shades of gray. They either accept or reject ideas completely, adopting an absolutist view. Any opposition is met with hostility, often escalating to aggression. While crowds may appear revolutionary at times, they are fundamentally conservative, driven by a preference for familiar customs and long-standing norms. When disorder disrupts this stability, crowds instinctively seek to restore it, gravitating towards traditional structures. The moral tendencies of a crowd fluctuate depending on the situation. Crowds may act with cruelty and destructiveness, but they are also capable of immense sacrifice, devotion, and heroism. Their motivations tend to bypass personal interest, focusing instead on collective ideals, whether of glory, honor, or patriotism. This ability to act with a unified, though temporary, sense of morality allows crowds to perform acts of selflessness that few individuals could sustain alone. Although impulsive, crowds have historically propelled humanity forward, often unconsciously embodying values and emotions that defy traditional reasoning. Chapter 3. The Ideas, Reasoning Power, and Imagination of Crowds. Ideas shape civilization, yet they must be simplified to reach the minds of crowds. These ideas split into two types: transitory and fundamental. Transitory ideas, such as fleeting admiration for a leader or trend, appear and vanish quickly. Fundamental ideas, however, possess deep roots, often related to inherited beliefs or societal values, like the religious convictions of past eras or today's democratic ideals. Crowds cannot grasp complex concepts. Thus, ideas must be transformed into absolute simple images to become accessible. This explains why contradictory ideas can coexist within a crowd, with each surfacing according to the moment's emotional pull. Notably, an idea's power in a crowd does not depend on its truth, but on its ability to strike a chord and become entrenched. For instance, while the philosophical ideas that fueled the French Revolution took nearly a century to take root, once they did, they unleashed an unstoppable force, reshaping Western civilization and overturning empires. Crowds are often generations behind thinkers and scholars, embracing ideas long after intellectual circles have moved on. Though crowds do form arguments, these are usually simplistic and based on loose associations rather than logical connections. They reason through apparent similarities rather than deep analysis. For instance, they may associate two unrelated events simply because they share a visual or contextual link. Crowds rely on broad generalizations and react to simple, striking arguments rather than complex chains of logic. This simplicity explains why speeches that appeal to emotion rather than intellect resonate most with crowds. An orator's imagery and tone will likely sway them far more than any well-structured logical argument. Lacking critical thinking, crowds are unable to discern truth from error. They simply absorb judgments passed on them. Even among individuals, a true, reasoned opinion is rare, as many people adopt beliefs through influence rather than personal contemplation. Much like people who lack reasoning power, crowds possess vivid, powerful imaginations. Their minds conjure images almost as real as the events themselves, and they are especially captivated by the marvelous and extraordinary. Civilizations, in fact, are often sustained by legends and dramatic spectacles rather than mundane realities. For crowds, images and stories hold more weight than facts, explaining why spectacles such as theatrical performances have long had an immense impact on popular thought and sentiment. The tendency for crowds to blend reality with illusion empowers leaders and statesmen to harness the crowd's imagination. Historical movements, Christianity, Islam, the French Revolution, gained their traction through the impressive images and powerful symbols they presented to the masses. Understanding how to captivate the crowd's imagination is, indeed, essential for any leader. For an image to truly capture the crowd's imagination, it must be simple, dramatic, and condensed into a single memorable moment. A great crime, miracle, or hope conveyed in a striking image, will overshadow hundreds of minor events, no matter their collective impact. For instance, the loss of a single high-profile ship in a dramatic fashion will elicit far more public attention than the quiet, steady loss of hundreds of vessels throughout the year. Crowds respond not to the quantitative facts, but to the quality of how events are presented. In the art of leadership, knowing how to strike the imagination of crowds is key. Those who master this skill are best positioned to guide and influence them. Chapter 4. A religious shape assumed by all the convictions of crowds. Crowds consistently embrace their convictions with a religious fervor, a fact that transcends traditional religion. This religious sentiment is not dependent on worshipping a god, but is marked by devotion, intolerance, and a drive to spread and enforce beliefs. The religious sentiment involves the worship of something perceived as higher, an awe or fear of its power, blind obedience to its dictates, and an urgent desire to propagate its dogmas. Crowds show a fierce commitment to any belief they adopt, whether it concerns a divine figure, a hero, or a political ideology. This sentiment manifests as a willingness to sacrifice personal interests for the cause. Examples of such reverence include the worship of powerful leaders or the passionate following of political movements. For 15 years, Napoleon embodied a godlike figure to the crowds, commanding fervent loyalty akin to that shown for deities. Throughout history, leaders who captivated the masses often became objects of devotion. The Roman emperors, for instance, were venerated as living gods, an adoration that held the empire together far more than any show of force. Crowds have always needed figures to revere, whether they take the form of emperors, revolutionaries, or celebrated heroes. Even in recent times, we see how crowds rally around symbolic figures who embody their ideals, like Boulangism in France, where a politician became a near-savior figure capable of remedying injustices. The devotion shown to such figures highlights the timeless need of crowds for icons, embodying their hopes and ideals. Any successful belief system must take on a religious shape to secure a lasting hold over the masses. This principle applies equally to political and social ideologies. If, for instance, atheism could be universally adopted, it would soon take on the fervor and structure of a religion, complete with rituals and symbols, as human nature craves this form of expression. The evolution of the positivist movement serves as a fascinating example. Even after abandoning traditional beliefs, the movement quickly developed its own symbols and ceremonies, mirroring the structure of religious worship. Key historical events such as the Reformation, the massacre of Saint Bartholomew, and the French Revolution's reign of terror can only be understood by recognizing their religious undertones. The passion, violence, and determination seen in these moments stemmed from crowds fervently embracing a cause. Historians have often overlooked this psychological aspect, missing how deeply held convictions incited the collective actions of the masses. When analyzing these events, it becomes clear that the leaders, whether a king, as in Saint Bartholomew, or figures like Robespierre during the Reign of Terror, were not the sole actors. Rather, it was the beliefs driving the masses that made such events inevitable, with leaders acting merely as focal points of these crowd-driven upheavals. Book 2. The Opinions and Beliefs of Crowds. Chapter 1. Remote Factors of the Opinions and Beliefs of Crowds. The formation of beliefs within crowds is a process influenced by multiple factors that shape how these beliefs emerge, solidify, and evolve. These influences can be classified into two categories: remote factors, which establish foundational predispositions for certain beliefs, and immediate factors, which catalyze sudden shifts or commitments to specific ideas. The following factors form the underlying framework for collective belief systems in crowds: race, traditions, time, political and social institutions, and education. These remote factors lay the groundwork, making some beliefs likely to flourish while others struggle to take hold. Race plays a primary role as it is deeply rooted in inherited traits, traditions, and behaviors that define a group's collective spirit. Race determines how beliefs and cultural practices are not just inherited, but transformed uniquely within a given society. These characteristics, embedded over generations, make each race resistant to external cultural influences and create distinct belief systems across different societies. Traditions reflect the collected wisdom, needs, and values of past generations, establishing a significant influence on crowds. Tradition often serves as the stabilizing force within a society, shaping the continuity of beliefs over time. While indispensable for maintaining a cultural identity, traditions can also become restrictive, limiting adaptation to new ideas and leading to stagnation. Crowds, especially those representing deeply ingrained castes or social classes, often display the strongest attachment to tradition, resisting change even under pressure. Time is another powerful factor that quietly molds and reshapes beliefs. It is both a creator and a destroyer, gradually building systems of thought, values, and institutions. The influence of time ensures that beliefs grow and evolve in response to changing conditions. It is time that accumulates the experiences, values, and attitudes that eventually blossom into the dominant ideas of any period. Thus, while sudden shifts in beliefs might appear abrupt, they are typically the result of time's long, subtle work. Political and social institutions reflect a society's character rather than shape it directly. While institutions might appear to drive social order and beliefs, they are more accurately seen as the outcomes of a society's intrinsic character. In essence, institutions can only amplify the existing spirit of a crowd. They cannot create it. The development of institutions is a gradual process that follows the needs and character of a society rather than leading it. Education is a factor that many believe should influence and improve collective beliefs, yet its effects are complex. Education alone does not change a person's fundamental nature or instincts. While it may enhance certain professional skills, education, especially if poorly directed, can have detrimental effects. Systems that focus on rote learning rather than practical experience and individual initiative can create disillusioned, detached individuals. Such education systems often produce graduates who are neither prepared for practical life nor equipped to engage in independent thought, resulting in a society of dissatisfied individuals ready to follow populist ideas without a strong foundation in critical thought. Through these 5 factors, race, traditions, time, institutions, and education, crowds develop beliefs and opinions that define the spirit of the age. These beliefs are rooted deeply in inherited influences, making them resilient against surface-level changes or transient ideas. Understanding these remote factors is essential for comprehending the psychology of crowds, as these are the silent architects shaping the ideologies and actions that arise within them. Chapter 2. The immediate factors of the opinions of crowds. The magical power of words and formulas lies in the evocative images they summon, largely independent of their true meanings. This imagery shifts with the times and varies across cultures, leading words to wear down over time, shedding previous meanings as new interpretations arise. Political utility is often found in renaming old ideas to avoid the unfavorable impressions older terms provoke. Differences in racial and cultural contexts also affect how words are understood. For example, democracy holds distinct connotations in Europe versus America. Illusions are essential to civilizations, as they are often the foundation of social constructs and long-lasting beliefs. Crowds tend to prefer illusions over truths, as illusions offer hope, excitement, and ideals that pure reason does not provide. Whether religious, social, or political, illusions are accepted by the crowd as constants. Only through experience can truths essential to the well-being of crowds firmly establish themselves and dangerous illusions be dispelled. Experience's effectiveness is directly tied to its frequency of repetition. Profound lessons are learned only after costly and repeated encounters with reality. The influence of reason on crowds is almost negligible. Instead, they respond to deep-seated unconscious sentiments. Logic holds little power in the currents of history, as improbable events often reveal hidden drivers. Crowds are not swayed by arguments, but by primal and emotional forces that shape their beliefs and actions. Chapter 3. The Leaders of Crowds and Their Means of Persuasion. Crowds, whether animal or human, instinctively need a leader. Leaders alone can give faith to crowds, organizing them around their vision. Leaders tend to be dogmatic and often come from those once led themselves. Many, like Robespierre, are intensely driven by ideas that consume them completely, ignoring other viewpoints. These leaders, often excitable and with an unbreakable conviction, are immune to criticism and even sacrifice personal gain. While they may appear irrational, their power of suggestion draws the crowd, who instinctively obey strong-willed figures due to their own lack of will. Crowd leaders fall into two classes, those with intermittent bursts of will and those with enduring will. The first group, like Garibaldi, are fiery and bold, leading with passion in critical moments, though often showing weakness outside such contexts. The second group, marked by lasting willpower, includes figures like St. Paul or Columbus, who, through sheer determination, effect great change. These enduring leaders reshape history. When leaders seek to instill long-term beliefs in crowds, such as social doctrines, they rely on three tools: affirmation, repetition, and contagion. Clear and simple affirmations without proof are persuasive, especially if repeated often. As repetition ingrains ideas deep in the subconscious, it can foster near unquestionable beliefs, as seen with persistent advertising. Contagion, or the spread of ideas, operates much like a mental virus, transferring ideas from lower to upper social classes until they become widely accepted. Imitation follows, reinforcing crowd beliefs and often spreading ideas to those who might otherwise resist them. Prestige, the mysterious power held by individuals or ideas, underpins all influence over crowds. Prestige is of two types: acquired and personal. Acquired prestige stems from titles, wealth, or status, while personal prestige is an inherent magnetism. This latter type is seen in figures like Napoleon or Joan of Arc, whose natural charisma invokes obedience and admiration. Prestige blinds critical faculties, inspiring trust and loyalty in ways that logic cannot, and success only amplifies it. However, prestige fades quickly with failure, as seen in the crowd's swift reversal toward fallen heroes like Robespierre, whom they once revered. Chapter 4. Limitations of the variability of the beliefs and opinions of crowds. Beliefs in crowds can be divided into enduring beliefs and transient opinions. Enduring beliefs shape entire civilizations, as seen in feudalism or Christianity. These deeply ingrained beliefs are difficult to uproot, often only shifting due to revolutions that signal their end. A belief's downfall begins when its validity is questioned, yet even weakened beliefs leave lasting institutions until new beliefs take root, anchoring civilization anew. Societies historically defend their core beliefs with fervor, understanding their importance, as Rome's decline showed when its foundational belief in Rome's greatness faded. While often irrational, these beliefs hold because they offer essential structure and purpose. Despite their absurdity, beliefs like the divine narrative of Christianity maintained influence for centuries. When a new belief takes hold, it deeply inspires and organizes society. Artists, lawmakers, and thinkers align their work around it. Such was the case with medieval Europe's faith in Christianity, which influenced every aspect of life, creating a unique identity resistant to change. The tyranny of these beliefs, unbreakable and unconscious, is more binding than any physical despotism. Above these lasting beliefs are opinions that shift rapidly, sometimes vanishing as quickly as they emerge. History seems to record dramatic swings in opinion, such as the transitions in French thought from monarchy to revolution, then to empire, and back to monarchy within a generation. These variations, however, are often superficial, as the core beliefs of a people, rooted in their unique cultural psyche, rarely change. Changeable opinions, by contrast, are unstable and quickly disappear unless they align with these deeper convictions. Today, these changeable opinions proliferate more than ever due to the fading of traditional beliefs, the rise in crowd power, and the constant presence of diverse views in the media. With the press reflecting rather than guiding opinion, and governments trying to appease rather than lead, public sentiment is increasingly capricious. As opinions become less influential, indifference grows. Skepticism prevails among educated groups, leaving only the uneducated masses committed to fervent beliefs, like socialism, which lack depth. The fluidity and erosion of opinions signal a decline in conviction. While strong beliefs once spurred collective action, such beliefs now seem intolerant. The increasing variability in opinions and growing indifference may, ironically, be beneficial, as it prevents any one opinion from dominating, allowing societies to avoid the tyranny of collective belief. Book 3. The Classification and Description of the Different Kinds of Crowds. Chapter 1. The Classification of Crowds. Crowds come in various forms, each displaying unique traits shaped by how they are formed and the individuals within them. At the broadest level, crowds can be divided into general categories based on their composition and cohesiveness. First, heterogeneous crowds. These crowds are made up of individuals from all walks of life, with differing backgrounds, professions, and levels of education. When people come together in such a diverse group, their collective psychology diverges significantly from individual thought, driven more by shared unconscious emotions than by logic or reason. In these crowds, intelligence often fades into the background, making way for instinct and sentiment. One powerful factor in shaping a crowd's behavior is race. A gathering of Englishmen or Chinese, for example, will act differently from a crowd of mixed nationalities, like French or Russian individuals. Each race brings a cultural temperament that affects crowd behavior deeply, as illustrated in political gatherings where distinct national identities often clash. These differences stem from how various races approach collective problems. Latin crowds, for instance, tend to prefer centralized, state-driven solutions, while English or American crowds usually favor individual initiative and liberty. A crowd with a strong racial identity displays more cohesive and civilized behavior, where each person upholds a shared social structure. In contrast, a crowd with a weaker sense of racial unity is more likely to act impulsively, reverting to a more chaotic or even primal state. We can break down heterogeneous crowds further into two types: anonymous crowds, like street gatherings, where the lack of accountability often leads to unrestrained actions. Non-anonymous crowds, like juries or parliamentary assemblies, where a sense of responsibility and accountability tempers their decisions and actions. Second, homogeneous crowds. Homogeneous crowds are more unified and organized, with individuals sharing a common identity, purpose, or interest. We can classify these crowds into sects, groups bonded by shared beliefs rather than background, like religious or political sects; castes, groups united by a shared occupation and social standing, such as the military or priesthood, exhibiting the highest level of organizational cohesion; classes, collections of individuals with shared lifestyles and economic interests, despite differences in origin like the middle or agricultural classes. In homogeneous crowds, collective identity, whether based on shared beliefs, profession, or class, shapes behavior, making it more directed and stable. Unlike heterogeneous crowds, which are often shaped by external factors, homogeneous crowds maintain a cohesive purpose, driven by shared goals and social bonds. This classification highlights how deeply a crowd's identity, organization, and purpose shape its behavior and overall character. Chapter 2. Crowds termed criminal crowds. Criminal crowds, as termed here, refer to crowds that engage in acts deemed criminal by law. However, while their actions might be legally criminal, from a psychological perspective, these acts are not necessarily motivated by criminal intent. Crowds, once ignited by excitement, quickly shift into a state of automatic behavior, driven by powerful suggestion and lacking individual consciousness. In this state, they act without personal guilt, often convinced that they're fulfilling a necessary duty. Unlike typical criminals who are aware of their actions, members of a crowd often see their deeds as virtuous or patriotic. Take, for instance, the infamous murder of Monsieur de Launay, the governor of the Bastille, during the French Revolution. When he was captured by a frenzied crowd, there was a surge of collective aggression. The crowd proposed various brutal methods to kill him. Following a mere suggestion, one individual, a cook with no specific vendetta, ended the governor's life, believing it was a noble act. This cook, like many in such scenarios, was deeply influenced by the crowd's approval, making the act feel justifiable, even heroic. Legally, this was murder, yet psychologically, the actor believed he was serving a greater purpose. Crowds characterized as criminals share typical attributes of crowds. They are highly suggestible, impulsive, and driven by intense emotions, which can amplify either positive or negative sentiments. In history, the September massacres during the French Revolution highlight these traits vividly. The crowd was a mixed group, including artisans and shopkeepers, who, under a powerful suggestion, saw themselves as defenders of the nation. They believed their role as judge and executioner was not only justified, but essential. Driven by a primal form of justice, They killed prisoners en masse, particularly targeting groups like nobles and clergy, whom they perceived as enemies by association. Within this crowd, there existed a duality often observed in such groups. Alongside ferocity was an odd tenderness. There were reports of killers expressing compassion, giving water to prisoners or cheering when a prisoner was spared, yet quickly resuming the massacre. In one instance, executioners debated how best to prolong their victims' suffering to heighten the crowd's viewing experience, showcasing a dark form of collective justice. Such crowds, despite committing acts of cruelty, often displayed surprising levels of moral concern. The killers in the September massacres, for example, refused to steal from their victims, instead handing over valuables to authorities, believing they were honoring some moral code. Their reasoning, while deeply flawed, justified their actions as necessary for the nation's well-being, extending even to the killing of prisoners deemed useless mouths or potential future enemies. Even children were not spared, as the crowd believed eliminating potential threats was part of their duty. After these episodes, many participants sought rewards or recognition, convinced they had served the nation nobly. These events underscore how individuals in crowds can be swept into a distorted reality, where suggestions become mandates and moral boundaries blur, allowing otherwise unthinkable acts to be carried out without remorse. Chapter 3. Criminal Juries. When we look closely at the nature of criminal juries, especially those in the Court of Assize, they offer a vivid example of a non-anonymous heterogeneous crowd. While they carry the responsibility of reaching verdicts, their decisions tend to reflect not reasoned analysis, but the deep sway of unconscious sentiments. Regardless of the individual intelligence of each juror, their collective verdicts remain consistently shaped by instinct and emotional influence, highlighting some common misunderstandings held by those unfamiliar with crowd psychology. Over time, statistical studies reveal an intriguing fact. Jury decisions are remarkably stable, regardless of the specific backgrounds of jurors. Initially, French administrations tried to select jurors from the most enlightened classes, including professors and civil servants. Later, they shifted to a pool from more varied social backgrounds, like small business owners or lower-level civil servants. Despite these changes, jury verdicts have shown minimal variation. As one magistrate observed, its verdicts have remained the same, emphasizing the insignificance of individual juror backgrounds on their collective decisions. This stability might seem surprising, but it reinforces the idea that the psychology of the crowd remains largely unchanged, no matter the individuals who compose it. For juries, sentiment takes precedence over logical arguments. They are more responsive to emotional displays than to carefully structured reasoning. An accused who appears pitiful, especially in cases involving family dynamics, tends to evoke sympathy, while cases involving crimes that jurors might fear happening to them tend to lead to harsh verdicts. For instance, juries are typically more lenient in cases where a crime is driven by passion, as they instinctively recognize these acts as less dangerous to society. Crimes like infanticide by young mothers or acts of violence in cases of betrayal or abandonment often receive more understanding because they feel less threatening to the jury than, say, acts of robbery or indiscriminate violence. Prestige, too, strongly influences juries. Despite being composed of average citizens, juries often show favoritism toward those of noble standing, wealth, or celebrity. An accused individual with a respected background or the support of a renowned lawyer often finds themselves looked upon with a favorable bias. This preference demonstrates that the jury, while democratic in composition, often acts with an aristocratic inclination. For defense attorneys, knowing how to tap into a jury's emotions is paramount. Skilled attorneys focus not on detailed arguments, but on evoking sympathy and guiding sentiment. An English barrister once explained his strategy. I focus on the 2 or 3 jurors who seem most influential, and then I work to win them over. This approach reveals that in any jury, a few voices often sway the rest. Once they've convinced the opinion leaders within a jury, the remaining jurors generally follow suit. Some critiques of the jury system argue that juries are prone to error. Calls for juries composed of exclusively enlightened members, or even for their replacement by magistrates, have gained traction. Yet, such proposals overlook that the errors often attributed to juries are usually first made by the very magistrates who investigated the case. By the time an accused person appears before a jury, several magistrates have typically already deemed them guilty. Thus, if juries make mistakes, they are generally inherited errors from earlier in the legal process. The jury remains a crucial safeguard against the rigid severity of the law. Unlike a magistrate bound by legal formalities, jurors bring a sense of humanity to the judicial process, distinguishing between cases where strict punishment may be deserved and those where empathy is appropriate. For this reason, juries are perhaps irreplaceable, capable of moderating the harsh application of the law with a more compassionate approach to justice. While crowds may sometimes be fallible, the rigidity of caste judgments can be more so, as crowds are often open to persuasion in ways that entrenched institutions are not. Chapter 4. Electoral Crowds. In exploring electoral crowds, the groups tasked with choosing political representatives, we see them as a specific type of heterogeneous crowd. While these crowds unite to focus on a single goal, voting, they still display the classic characteristics of collective psychology, such as reduced reasoning abilities, heightened emotional response, and susceptibility to influence. The dynamics of these crowds reveal much about how individuals' opinions are shaped and manipulated. A primary asset for any candidate is prestige, which can overshadow even genuine talent or intelligence. Prestige, whether through wealth, reputation, or personal charisma, allows a candidate to impose themselves upon the crowd without needing much explanation. Curiously, working-class voters rarely choose one of their own, mainly because such candidates lack the aura of authority that prestige provides. Occasionally, they may elect a fellow worker or neighbor out of frustration with the powerful, but such instances are often acts of defiance rather than admiration. Promises are equally essential. Extravagant, lofty pledges that flatter the voter's sense of importance and align with their desires are especially effective. In particular, the candidate must appeal to the crowd's frustration with those in power by blaming societal problems on familiar scapegoats. To undermine their opponents, candidates often engage in fierce character attacks, using simple, repetitive affirmations. In doing so, they invoke feelings rather than logic. Candidates aware of crowd psychology recognize that refuting such claims with logical arguments is ineffective. Only equally strong counterclaims are likely to resonate. Specific words and phrases also have a powerful effect. Terms like corrupt elite or empowering the people act like potent incantations, stirring emotions rather than thoughts. Even phrases devoid of clear meaning can work wonders if they promise to fulfill broad desires. In Spain in 1873, The ambiguous call for a federal republic stirred crowds into action, leading to regional independence movements and violent uprisings, despite few understanding what federalism truly entailed. Electoral gatherings often degenerate into chaotic displays of emotion. These meetings are not platforms for logical debate, but rather opportunities for expression and catharsis. Affirmations and slogans take center stage, while any attempt to reason is quickly drowned out by noise, and at times, physical altercations. This behavior isn't limited to any one social class. Even the most educated crowds adopt this approach when gathered, revealing a universal aspect of crowd behavior. The opinions of electors are largely shaped by influential electoral committees, which play an outsized role in guiding the choices of voters. These committees, led by local figures of influence, often decide on candidates in advance, making actual voting a mere formality. As a form of collective leadership, these committees can exhibit an oppressive impersonal tyranny, dictating the direction of public opinion without any direct accountability. Historical examples show how committees can enforce severe and authoritarian policies with chilling efficiency, as in the Reign of Terror during the French Revolution. Despite its flaws, universal suffrage has a particular value in shaping society. The notion that the collective vote could serve as a reliable guide for civilization is questionable, as history shows that progress has primarily come from a minority of innovative minds, while mass voting often aligns with simpler, more traditional inclinations. Yet, even with its limits, universal suffrage has become so deeply ingrained as a social dogma that challenging it today would be like questioning fundamental religious beliefs in the Middle Ages. Ideas so entrenched are immovable until they fade naturally with time. Restricting suffrage to the educated classes would likely not yield more favorable results. Voting in crowds leads individuals to conform to collective sentiments, and the outcome would remain virtually the same, reflecting general social inclinations rather than intellectual merit. In the end, the influence of race and heritage prevails, shaping elections as reflections of the underlying culture and deeply rooted tendencies of a society. The common will of a population, not political institutions, drives a nation's direction, encapsulating the enduring influence of collective psychology on modern governance. Chapter 5. Parliamentary Assemblies. Parliamentary assemblies are prime examples of heterogeneous crowds where individuals, although diverse, collectively display a specific psychological profile. While these assemblies take different forms across nations and historical periods, their behaviors and decisions often align, reflecting certain recurring characteristics. Despite regional and cultural variations, parliamentary systems around the world, from Greece to France to the United States, face remarkably similar challenges. Like other crowds, parliamentary assemblies demonstrate intellectual simplicity, emotional volatility, susceptibility to influence, and the tendency for extreme sentiments. Their members, once part of a collective, incline towards simplified solutions and general laws, regardless of how nuanced the issues they face may be. This tendency towards simplification often leads to extreme opinions, with each party proposing definitive solutions to complex social issues, convinced of the universal applicability of their principles. This tendency is particularly evident among Latin nations, where logic and rigid dogmas become prominent. A historical example is the Jacobins during the French Revolution, who viewed the revolution through the lens of strict, unwavering ideals. They applied these abstract principles without adapting to real-world events, believing they could rebuild society by destroying existing structures. Their dedication to abstract dogmas blinded them to the realities unfolding around them, illustrating the depth of conviction and simplicity of thought that assemblies tend to adopt. Parliamentary assemblies, like all crowds, are highly susceptible to suggestion from leaders. These leaders must possess prestige. Arguments alone rarely sway the crowd. However, certain issues, particularly those tied to regional or local interests, generate unwavering opinions within the assembly. No amount of rhetoric or argumentation can shift these deeply rooted beliefs, as the influence of constituents overshadows all else. For instance, in debates concerning protectionist policies or specific economic privileges, members remain unyielding, influenced by the demands of their electorate. Yet on general matters such as government restructuring or fiscal policies, parliamentary members lack firm convictions, making them open to the influence of multiple leaders. This lack of conviction explains why assemblies frequently exhibit indecision, contradictory votes, and ambiguous legislation. The leaders or heads of groups play a decisive role, as parliamentary assemblies, like all crowds, need direction. Their authority is usually grounded in prestige rather than logical argument. Figures like Clemenceau, for example, could reshape policies and sway votes based on their status alone, showing that the real power in parliamentary assemblies lies with a minority of influential leaders rather than the majority of members. Effective leaders in parliamentary assemblies understand that logic alone rarely convinces. Instead, they rely on evocative language, memorable images, and strong affirmations to sway opinions. The English philosopher Henry Maine observed that debates in the House of Commons often lack substantive arguments, relying instead on generalities and emotionally charged statements. Such rhetoric is particularly potent in appealing to the democratic imagination, which values broad assertions even if they lack empirical backing. Powerful leaders also make effective use of striking images, as seen in parliamentary speeches that evoke vivid metaphors. One speaker's comparison of corrupt politicians and anarchists on a fever-ridden voyage effectively evoked fear, symbolizing the threats of political misconduct. Such tactics are effective because they capitalize on the crowd's tendency to react viscerally rather than analytically. The greatest leaders in parliamentary assemblies often combine conviction with a narrow focus, displaying strong beliefs without the temperance of broad understanding. Intelligence, while useful, can be detrimental, as it promotes tolerance and understanding. Figures like Robespierre wielded immense influence because of their firm convictions, and despite, or perhaps because of, their limited flexibility, they led crowds with an almost unshakable certainty. Not every parliamentary member experiences the influence of the collective. Some retain their individuality, especially when specialized knowledge is required. These specialists can shape effective laws provided they are allowed to work independently. However, laws shaped by collective input alone tend to lose their effectiveness, revealing that parliamentary success depends on the expertise of individual contributors rather than the assembly as a whole. While parliamentary assemblies help prevent despotic rule, they are not without risks. Financial mismanagement is one unavoidable consequence, as representatives pressured by constituents often pass costly measures. For instance, in response to democratic demands, assemblies may approve subsidies or pensions without considering the economic consequences, thereby straining the national budget. The system also leads to an inevitable restriction of individual liberty. By continually enacting regulations, parliaments inadvertently expand government power over private life, as observed by Herbert Spencer. This increase in state control results in an expanding bureaucratic caste that, unlike elected representatives, lacks accountability, impersonally imposing restrictive measures. Over time, individuals lose personal freedoms, relying more on the state to make decisions for them, which erodes the foundation of true liberty. The rise and fall of parliamentary assemblies mirror the broader cycle of civilizations. Just as individuals within crowds lose their self-consciousness and independence, civilizations lose their foundational ideals over time. When ideals weaken, societies revert to a crowd-like state, lacking cohesion and direction. History reveals this cyclical pattern. Societies rise, propelled by a unifying ideal, only to decline when that ideal fades. The fall of parliamentary systems and the increased dominance of crowd psychology suggest that modern civilizations, like those of the past, may face the inevitable decline that comes with the erosion of their guiding principles. Parliamentary assemblies, while embodying the democratic ideal, reflect a society's strengths and its eventual vulnerabilities. As essential as they are, they also reveal the influence of crowd psychology on the governance of modern societies, hinting at both the promise and the potential pitfalls of the democratic experiment. Have you ever wondered why some people effortlessly draw others in, while others seem invisible no matter how hard they try? In this video, I'm diving into a simplified yet powerful version of The Art of Seduction by Robert Greene. Whether you're looking to master human behavior, refine the art of influence, or just improve your relationships, this series is for you. Over the course of this journey, I'll guide you through the key principles of seduction, broken down into simple and clear insights. I'll explore the 9 personality types that captivate others, uncover the hidden types of victims most susceptible to seduction, and finally, break down the 24 timeless laws that make seduction an art form. This isn't just dry theory or dense philosophy. I'll simplify everything and show you how these ideas still resonate today. If this sounds like something you'd love, don't forget to subscribe and like this video. It really helps me continue creating more content like this for you. Ready to begin? Let's uncover the 9 personality types that hold the key to seduction. Enjoy the video. Number 1. The Siren. The Siren is a personality type that exudes irresistible allure, often associated with sensuality and mystery. This type captivates through their ability to embody the fantasies of others, drawing people in with their presence and creating an almost dreamlike experience. The Siren knows how to use their voice, gestures, and appearance to mesmerize, becoming the object of desire without ever seeming to try too hard. Historically, figures like Cleopatra and Marilyn Monroe are often linked to this archetype. They mastered the art of seduction by amplifying their femininity or unique allure to create an aura that others couldn't resist. The key to the Siren's power lies in their ability to offer an escape from the mundane, a promise of excitement, pleasure, and mystery. For this type, subtlety and suggestion are more powerful than directness. The Siren doesn't chase, they entice, allowing their target to come to them, drawn like moths to a flame. Number 2. The Rake. The Rake is the ultimate charmer, someone who pursues their target with relentless passion and energy. This personality type is magnetic because they make their target feel uniquely desired and adored, as though no one else in the world matters. The Rake is bold, unapologetic, and fearless in their pursuit, often crossing boundaries others wouldn't dare to approach. This type thrives on creating an intense emotional connection, using their words, actions, and charisma to overwhelm their target. The rake often speaks with poetic intensity, making everything sound romantic and electrifying. They are masters of making someone feel special, even if the charm is fleeting or shared with others. Figures like Lord Byron or Casanova represent this archetype. The rake's power lies in their ability to be completely present and focused on their target, creating a sense of excitement and urgency. They don't hold back. They seduce with intensity, leaving their target feeling alive and desired. However, the danger of the rake is that their charm can often be fleeting, leaving others longing for more. Number 3. The ideal lover. The ideal lover is a master of creating fantasies and fulfilling emotional needs that others didn't even realize they had. This personality type excels at becoming exactly what their target desires, an image of perfection that matches their deepest yearnings. They craft an aura of romance, beauty, and elegance, making their target feel as though they've stepped into a fairy tale or dream world. The ideal lover focuses on understanding their target's hidden longings and tailoring their behavior to fit that ideal. They are attentive, thoughtful, and emotionally in tune, creating the feeling that they are a perfect match. Their strength lies in their ability to make the target feel unique and special, as if they've finally found the one person who truly understands them. Historical examples include figures like Cleopatra as an ideal lover to Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, and the poets of the Romantic era. They inspire devotion by offering escape from the ordinary and making their target feel transported into a more beautiful and meaningful reality. For the ideal lover, attention to detail and sensitivity are key tools in crafting their allure. Number 4. The dandy. The dandy is a personality type that captivates through their independence, uniqueness, and refusal to conform to traditional norms. They are intriguing because they embody a sense of freedom and self-expression that others find both fascinating and liberating. The dandy often blurs the lines between masculinity and femininity, or between societal expectations and personal identity, making them unpredictable and exciting. This personality type thrives on being elusive and enigmatic, presenting themselves as someone who cannot be easily pinned down or understood. They attract others by offering a sense of adventure and rebellion, appealing to those who feel trapped or confined by societal pressures. The dandy encourages their target to embrace their individuality and break free from convention, creating a sense of empowerment. Historical examples of the dandy include Oscar Wilde and Marlene Dietrich. These figures used their charm, wit, and unconventional style to captivate their audiences. The dandy's power lies in their ability to stand out from the crowd, creating an allure that is as unconventional as it is irresistible. Number 5. The natural. The natural captivates by embodying childlike qualities that evoke innocence, playfulness, and authenticity. This personality type has a disarming charm because they make others feel relaxed, joyful, and free from the burdens of adulthood. The natural doesn't rely on complexity or sophistication. Instead, they win people over by being genuine and effortlessly likable. The natural's power lies in their ability to make others feel nostalgic, bringing back memories of a simpler, happier time. They often use humor, lightheartedness, and spontaneity to create a sense of fun and excitement. Their authenticity makes them approachable, and their lack of pretense is refreshing in a world full of calculated behavior. Figures like Charlie Chaplin or Audrey Hepburn represent this archetype. They enchanted others through their ability to remain relatable while still exuding charm. The natural thrives on their ability to connect with people on an emotional level, often without even trying, making them unforgettable in their simplicity and warmth. Number 6. The coquette. The coquette is a master of seduction through withholding, teasing, and creating a sense of longing. This personality type keeps others off balance by alternating between warmth and distance, leaving their target constantly wanting more. The coquette understands that desire is fueled by uncertainty and that people value what they cannot fully have. The coquette's charm lies in their ability to create anticipation. They never give everything away, instead keeping their target hooked with glimpses of what could be. By playing hard to get and maintaining an air of independence, they position themselves as a prize to be won. This type excels at making others feel that the pursuit is worth the effort. Historical examples include Josephine Bonaparte and Queen Elizabeth I, who used their allure and unattainability to command attention and devotion. The coquette's strength is in their patience and self-control. They let their target come to them, all while ensuring the flame of desire burns ever brighter. They understand that mystery and elusiveness are powerful tools in maintaining attraction. Number 7. The charmer. The charmer wins people over through their warmth, wit, and ability to make others feel valued and appreciated. This personality type is a social genius, skilled at reading the room and adapting their behavior to put everyone at ease. They don't rely on physical allure or mystery. Instead, they build connections through genuine conversation and emotional intelligence. The charmer's power lies in their ability to make people feel special. They are great listeners, empathetic, and quick to offer compliments or encouragement. Their charisma isn't overwhelming or demanding. It's subtle and disarming, making others feel relaxed and drawn to their presence. Historical figures like Benjamin Disraeli and Bill Clinton are often considered charmers. They knew how to make people feel like the most important person in the room, regardless of the circumstances. The charmer's strength is in their ability to unify and uplift, creating a magnetic energy that draws others in without the need for manipulation or games. They thrive in social settings, leaving people wanting more of their company. Number 8. The charismatic. The charismatic captivates through their intense presence, confidence, and almost supernatural ability to inspire and lead. This personality type is magnetic because they project a sense of certainty and purpose that others find irresistible. The charismatic doesn't just speak to people's minds. They ignite their emotions and their sense of possibility. The charismatic thrives on their ability to communicate passion and conviction, making others feel as though they are part of something larger than themselves. Their energy is contagious, and they often become the center of attention without even trying. They exude confidence, which can either reassure or challenge those around them, drawing people in with their sheer force of personality. Figures like Joan of Arc, Martin Luther King Jr., and Steve Jobs represent this archetype. Their ability to inspire loyalty and devotion, stems from their unwavering belief in themselves and their vision. The charismatic's power lies in their authenticity and their ability to channel their energy toward a compelling goal, making others feel they must be a part of it. Number 9. The Star. The star seduces through their allure of being extraordinary, almost untouchable, and larger than life. This personality type captivates by embodying an ideal that others admire and aspire to be. The star creates an aura of mystery and fascination, leaving people in awe of their unique qualities, achievements, or presence. The star's power lies in their ability to spark admiration and longing from a distance. They carefully craft their image, knowing that what people imagine is often more powerful than reality. The star often uses glamour, beauty, or extraordinary talent to stand out, making others feel privileged just to be near them. Historical examples include Marilyn Monroe and David Bowie, individuals who cultivated personas that left an indelible mark on their admirers. The star thrives on being admired and adored, maintaining an aura that feels both magnetic and elusive. They remind others of what is extraordinary in life, offering inspiration and desire, wrapped in a sense of unattainable perfection. Next, we explore the types of victims most susceptible to seduction. Number 1. The reformed rake or siren. The reformed rake or siren is someone who, in their younger years, reveled in the pleasures of seduction. They thrived on attention and the thrill of romantic conquest, but circumstances forced them to abandon this lifestyle. Whether due to societal expectations, aging, or a committed relationship, they were tamed. However, beneath their composed exterior, they often harbor resentment or a sense of loss, longing for the excitement and freedom they once enjoyed. To seduce the reformed rake or siren, you must awaken their dormant desires. Position yourself as someone who can reignite the spark they've buried. Offer them the illusion of freedom and indulgence, not another constraining relationship. For the reformed rake, use indirect methods to spark their interest and let them believe they are in control, doing the seducing. For the reformed siren, show that she still has the irresistible power to captivate and enchant. These types are especially vulnerable to seduction because of their nostalgia for past pleasures. By offering them a chance to relive those experiences, you can tap into a deep well of passion and energy. Be careful, though. Their nature may still lean toward unfaithfulness or unpredictability, making them both thrilling and challenging to hold on to. Number 2. The disappointed dreamer. The disappointed dreamer is someone who grew up immersed in a rich fantasy life, often fueled by books, movies, or their own imagination. These individuals longed for extraordinary adventures, romantic heroes, and dramatic moments. However, as they matured, they were forced to confront the mundane realities of life, which often fell far short of their lofty dreams. Disappointment becomes a recurring theme in their relationships and experiences, leaving them yearning for the romance and excitement they feel they deserve. To seduce the disappointed dreamer, you must position yourself as the embodiment of their fantasies. They are drawn to anything mysterious, romantic, or larger than life. So craft an image that resonates with their deep-seated desires. Use your words and actions to suggest that you are the hero or heroine they've been waiting for. the one who can offer them a taste of the extraordinary. Keep the illusion alive by masking any mundane qualities you may have. These could shatter the dream and drive them away. The disappointed dreamer often has untapped passion and creativity, making them deeply rewarding victims. By providing even a glimpse of the adventure or romance they crave, you can inspire their imagination to do the rest, magnifying your allure. However, be mindful that their expectations may be high, and any cracks in the fantasy could leave them more disillusioned than before. Keep the dream alive, and they will eagerly follow your lead. Number 3. The Pampered Royal. The pampered royal is someone who, in their early years, was indulged and spoiled, often by adoring parents or guardians. They were given everything they desired, constant attention, toys, and entertainment, without having to work for it. The upbringing left them with an inflated sense of entitlement and a restless need for variety as they quickly grow bored with routine and monotony. In relationships, they tend to be fickle, always searching for something new and exciting to satisfy their insatiable appetite for stimulation. To seduce the pampered royal, you must cater to their need for distraction and novelty. Surround them with an atmosphere of luxury, excitement, and variety. Introduce them to new experiences, places, or adventures that align with their taste for the extravagant. Keep an air of mystery about yourself, always presenting new facets of your personality to maintain their interest. Variety and surprise are your greatest tools. Once the pampered royal is captivated, they can become highly dependent on you, much like they were on their parents. However, be careful not to offer long-term security or stability too quickly, as this will scare them off. They crave the thrill of the moment, not the promise of permanence. Recognize them by their history of short-lived relationships, frequent job changes, or a restless demeanor. With the right approach, they can be loyal, but their need for attention and effort can also be exhausting. Balance charm with subtle control to keep them hooked. Number 4. The New Prude. The new prude is someone deeply concerned with appearances and adhering to societal norms. Unlike traditional prudes who are fixated on sexual modesty, the new prude focuses on maintaining standards of goodness, political correctness, fairness, and appropriateness. Their rigid adherence to what is acceptable often stems from a fear of judgment or criticism, masking a hidden fascination with transgressive or forbidden pleasures. Beneath their upright exterior lies a suppressed desire to break free and indulge in what they outwardly condemn. To seduce the new prude, you must appeal to their repressed side. They are drawn to those who embody the rebelliousness or danger they secretly crave, but cannot allow themselves to express. If you provoke their curiosity with a hint of naughtiness or mischief, they will find it hard to resist. Let them judge or criticize you. It is often a sign that you are on their mind. Their attempts to reform you may actually be their way of staying close to you, masking their intrigue with disapproval. Once you break through their walls, new prudes can be deeply rewarding victims. Their pent-up emotions and energy will pour out once they feel safe to let go, creating intense and passionate experiences. Be careful to maintain an air of mystery and control, as they may retreat if they sense they are losing themselves completely. With patience and subtlety, you can awaken a new prude's suppressed desires and create a bond fueled by their newfound freedom. Number 5. The Crushed Star. The crushed star is someone who once basked in the glow of attention and admiration. In their past, they may have been celebrated for their beauty, talent, charm, or achievements, but those days are now behind them. Despite outward appearances of acceptance, they still yearn for the adoration they once enjoyed. Their memories of being in the spotlight fuel a quiet resentment or sadness, and they often struggle with feeling overlooked or unappreciated. To seduce the crushed star, you must revive their sense of importance. Treat them as if they are still the radiant figure they once were, making them feel admired and valued. Compliment their unique qualities and draw out stories of their past glory. This will light them up and make them feel seen. In social settings, allow them to shine by stepping back and letting them take center stage. Your willingness to uplift them will build a strong emotional bond. Crushed stars are often brimming with repressed passion and gratitude. By restoring their confidence and feeding their longing for attention, you can inspire a deep and intense connection. However, be mindful not to outshine them, as their insecurities can resurface. Play the supportive admirer, and they will direct all their rekindled energy and affection toward you. Number 6. The novice. The novice is someone who lacks experience in life, love, or the complexities of the adult world. They often possess an air of innocence that makes them deeply curious about what they don't yet understand. They've been exposed to ideas about romance, passion, or adventure through books, movies, or conversations, but they haven't experienced these things firsthand. This mixture of curiosity and naivety makes them particularly susceptible to seduction, as they long to be initiated into the mysteries of life. To seduce the novice, you must position yourself as their guide to a world they've never explored. They are drawn to people who seem worldly and experienced, but also retain a playful or approachable side. Balance your confidence with an air of kindness, making them feel safe in your presence. A touch of darkness or mystery can add to your allure, but avoid being overly intimidating, as it could scare them away. Novices are captivated by the promise of discovery and new experiences. Take them on an adventure, introduce them to new ideas, and appeal to their romantic ideals. Your ability to create a sense of wonder and excitement will deepen their attachment to you. However, be mindful of their sensitivity. They are easily overwhelmed, so maintain an element of gentleness in your approach. With care and attention, a novice can become an enthusiastic and devoted partner in your journey. Number 7. The conqueror. The conqueror is driven by an intense need for challenge and achievement. These individuals thrive on overcoming obstacles and asserting their dominance, whether in work, relationships, or life in general. They are drawn to situations that require effort and determination, as the act of pursuit energizes them. However, once they achieve their goal, they often lose interest and move on to the next conquest. To seduce the conqueror, you must present yourself as a challenge they cannot resist. Be elusive and unpredictable, creating an aura of mystery that keeps them intrigued. Never make yourself too easy to obtain. Instead, use coquetry or a touch of resistance to ignite their competitive instincts. The more they have to work to win you over, the more invested they will become. Conquerors are highly emotional and passionate beneath their assertive exterior. By allowing them to feel as though they are actively pursuing and winning you, you can build their attachment to you. However, once they feel they've fully conquered you, their interest may wane. To keep a conqueror engaged, you'll need to maintain a balance between giving and withholding, always keeping a new challenge on the horizon. With the right approach, their intensity and focus can lead to a thrilling and rewarding connection. Number 8. The exotic fetishist. The exotic fetishist is captivated by the unusual, the unfamiliar, and the foreign. These individuals feel a deep dissatisfaction with their own culture, environment, or even themselves, and they seek to fill this void by immersing themselves in the allure of the exotic. Whether it's through art, music, travel, or relationships, they crave the excitement and novelty of what they perceive as different or extraordinary. To seduce the exotic fetishist, you must present yourself as someone who embodies the exotic. This doesn't necessarily mean you have to come from a different culture. Instead, play up anything unique or unconventional about yourself. Emphasize qualities that make you stand out: your style, background, interests, or personality. Create a sense of mystery and adventure that feeds their desire for something out of the ordinary. Exotic fetishists are often self-deluding, filling in gaps with their imagination, which works to your advantage. By offering a taste of what they crave, you can let their mind do the rest. However, these types can be fickle, as their endless pursuit of novelty often leaves them restless and unsatisfied over time. To maintain their interest, you'll need to continuously reinvent yourself and surprise them, keeping the sense of exoticism alive. With creativity and effort, the exotic fetishist can be a passionate and devoted partner, at least while the excitement lasts. Number 9. The drama queen. The drama queen thrives on chaos, conflict, and emotional intensity. They crave attention and excitement, often creating turmoil in their lives to avoid feelings of boredom or insignificance. Drama queens enjoy playing the victim, using their emotional outbursts and exaggerated stories to captivate those around them. Their highs and lows can be exhausting for some, but alluring for those who enjoy a whirlwind of emotions. To seduce the drama queen, you must embrace their need for drama and become part of their emotional narrative. Instead of offering stability or calm, which they find dull, feed into their love of intensity by being unpredictable and passionate. Engage them in playful conflict or fiery debates, showing that you can match their energy without being overwhelmed by it. At the same time, offer moments of tenderness and understanding to keep them emotionally hooked. Drama queens are often deeply insecure beneath their outward theatrics, so your attention and validation can make them highly dependent on you. However, be prepared for constant emotional ups and downs. This is their way of keeping things interesting. If you can navigate the turbulence, a drama queen can be an exciting and devoted partner, bringing a sense of vitality and unpredictability to your life. But remember, this type often thrives on fleeting connections rather than long-term stability. Number 10. The professor. The professor is someone who thrives on intellect, analysis, and control over their environment. They often use their intelligence as a shield, analyzing emotions and relationships rather than fully experiencing them. Their overdeveloped mind can make them appear detached, wry, or even superior. Beneath this intellectual armor, however, lies a longing for release from their mental prison, a desire to connect with their dormant physical and emotional side. To seduce the professor, you must bypass their intellect and awaken their senses. Avoid engaging in debates or competing with their intelligence, as this will only make them more guarded. Instead, appeal to their curiosity and subtly introduce them to experiences that stimulate their emotions or physical desires. Be mysterious and slightly elusive, challenging their need to categorize and understand everything. Professors often have hidden insecurities about their physicality or emotional depth, making them surprisingly vulnerable to someone who can help them let go. Offer them an escape from their overactive mind by creating an atmosphere of spontaneity, passion, and sensory delight. Once they feel safe enough to relax and explore these sides of themselves, they can become deeply attached to you. Their gratitude for this liberation will make them loyal and passionate partners. However, maintaining this connection requires careful balance. Push them too far out of their comfort zone, and they may retreat into their intellectual defenses. Number 11. The beauty. The beauty is someone who has been admired and desired for their physical appearance from a young age. Their looks have given them power, attention, and privilege, but they often feel isolated and undervalued for who they are beyond their appearance. Deep down, they long for someone to see and appreciate their inner qualities, not just their outward allure. Despite their confident exterior, they are often plagued by insecurities about aging or losing their attractiveness. To seduce the beauty, you must go beyond surface-level admiration. While you should acknowledge and appreciate their looks, focus on validating the qualities they feel are overlooked, such as their intelligence, creativity, or kindness. Engage them in meaningful conversations, showing that you value their thoughts and feelings as much as their physical appeal. The beauty is often passive, accustomed to being pursued rather than pursuing. To keep their interest, subtly challenge them to step out of this passivity. Play hard to get at times, encouraging them to take a more active role in the dynamic. This will spark their interest and make them feel they are earning your attention. Once you've gained the beauty's trust, they can be intensely devoted and grateful, as you provide a connection they've rarely experienced. However, be prepared to manage their insecurities, as they will often need reassurance. By balancing admiration for their appearance with genuine appreciation for their deeper qualities, you can form a lasting and meaningful connection with the beauty. Number 12. The aging baby. The aging baby is someone who refuses to grow up, clinging to the carefree spirit and playfulness of their youth. They avoid responsibility and seriousness, instead seeking fun, recreation, and a life free from constraints. While this childlike quality can be charming, it often masks a fear of aging, death, or the burdens of adulthood. By their 40s or beyond, their refusal to mature may start to appear out of place, making them feel isolated or misunderstood. To seduce the aging baby, you must present yourself as a stable yet indulgent figure, a responsible adult who admires their youthful energy and allows them to embrace it without judgment. Offer them the freedom to play while subtly grounding the relationship with your maturity. Be patient and avoid criticizing their behavior, as they are sensitive to anything that reminds them of the realities they are trying to escape. The aging baby craves someone who can provide a sense of structure without taking away their freedom. If you can strike this balance, they will become deeply attached to you, appreciating your acceptance and reliability. However, their narcissistic tendencies and need for constant entertainment can make long-term connections challenging. Treat them as a short-term source of fun and vitality, or as a temporary outlet for your own need to nurture, rather than a lifelong partner. Number 13. The rescuer. The rescuer is someone drawn to people in need, often taking on the role of savior in relationships. They have a deep sense of empathy and find purpose in helping others overcome struggles. However, their desire to rescue is often fueled by a need for control or a distraction from their own issues. The rescuer thrives on the power dynamic of being the strong, supportive figure in someone else's life. To seduce the rescuer, you must present yourself as someone vulnerable, in need of their guidance or support. Play the role of the misunderstood or broken soul, subtly showing your flaws and struggles without appearing helpless or desperate. Allow them to feel that their care and attention can transform your life, as this feeds their sense of purpose and power. Rescuers are highly devoted once they feel needed, often forming strong emotional attachments. However, be careful not to overwhelm them with constant neediness, as they can become drained or resentful over time. Balance your vulnerability with moments of independence to keep the dynamic healthy. The rescuer makes for a rewarding partner when their nurturing instincts are met with appreciation and reciprocation. They will feel fulfilled by the opportunity to save you, while you benefit from their unwavering devotion. Number 14. The roue. The roue is someone who has lived a life filled with indulgence and pleasure, often to excess. Over time, this pursuit of hedonism leaves them jaded and cynical, as they feel they've experienced it all and nothing new can truly excite them. Beneath their hardened exterior, however, lies a sentimental longing for the innocence and vitality they've lost along the way. This mix of world-weariness and buried sensitivity makes them a complex and intriguing victim. To seduce the roue, you must rekindle their sense of wonder and romance. Play the role of someone fresh and innocent, someone who can offer them a glimpse of the purity and excitement they've been missing. A touch of resistance or reluctance on your part will heighten their interest as they enjoy the thrill of the chase. Be genuine and playful, but also keep a hint of mystery to prevent them from losing interest. Roos are drawn to the young or seemingly unspoiled, as they project their nostalgia onto these qualities. Once captivated, they can become deeply attached, especially if you stir their suppressed emotions and sentimental side. However, their jaded nature may resurface over time, so it's essential to maintain an air of unpredictability and intrigue. With the right balance of charm and depth, the roue can be a loyal and passionate partner, eager to relive the joys they thought were long gone. Number 15. The idol worshipper. The idol worshipper is someone who feels a deep inner void and compensates by searching for something or someone to idealize. This type often dedicates themselves to a cause, religion, or figure they perceive as elevated or extraordinary. Their devotion stems from a dissatisfaction with themselves or their life, and they project their longing for meaning and perfection onto their chosen idol. To seduce the idol worshipper, you must position yourself as their object of worship. Present an image of someone larger than life, someone who embodies qualities they admire or aspire to. Show confidence, conviction, and purpose, and allow them to believe that being near you gives their life greater meaning. Be careful to maintain an aura of mystery and perfection, as any flaws you reveal may shatter the illusion. Idol worshippers are often deeply devoted and loyal once they've chosen you as their focus. They will admire and follow you, elevating you in their minds to almost divine status. However, their need for idealization means they may eventually seek out a new figure or cause if the illusion fades. Keep the relationship dynamic and inspiring, feeding their imagination and their need for something extraordinary to sustain their devotion. Number 16. The sensualist. The sensualist is a person whose senses are deeply attuned to the world around them. They are drawn to beauty, texture, colors, smells, sounds, and tastes, and they experience life more vividly than most. However, they often feel starved of the sensual stimulation they crave due to the mundane or harsh realities of everyday life. This deprivation makes them highly susceptible to anyone who can offer them an escape into a world of heightened sensory pleasure. To seduce the sensualist, you must appeal to their senses in a deliberate and captivating way. Create an atmosphere of beauty and indulgence. Surround them with pleasant scents, rich visuals, soothing sounds, and tactile experiences. Pay attention to the details, as small, thoughtful gestures can leave a lasting impression on them. A well-crafted environment or a moment of sensory overload will draw them closer to you. Sensualists are easily entranced by someone who can engage their senses and help them escape the ordinary. They are quick to form attachments to those who make them feel alive in this way. However, their hunger for novelty can lead them to lose interest if the experience becomes repetitive or uninspired. To maintain their fascination, continuously introduce them to new sensations and experiences, ensuring that their sensory world with you remains exciting and unpredictable. Number 17. The lonely leader. The lonely leader is someone in a position of power or influence, often surrounded by people who flatter and seek favors. Despite their status, they feel isolated and distrustful, as most of their interactions are transactional. Beneath their tough exterior lies a deep longing for genuine connection and intimacy, which they rarely experience due to the barriers their position creates. To seduce the lonely leader, you must distinguish yourself from the masses vying for their attention. Avoid flattery or obsequiousness, as they see through it and despise it. Instead, present yourself as an equal or even a superior in certain aspects, showing that you respect them without fearing them. Be honest and direct, offering moments of vulnerability that allow them to let their guard down. Lonely leaders are drawn to those who make them feel seen and understood without ulterior motives. Once you break through their defenses, they can become deeply attached and dependent on the connection you provide. However, their responsibilities and guarded nature may require patience and persistence on your part. If you succeed, you will gain the loyalty and affection of someone who rarely lets others into their inner world. Maintaining their interest means balancing emotional support with subtle challenges, keeping them intrigued and engaged. Number 18. The floating gender. The floating gender is someone who feels a blend of masculine and feminine qualities within themselves, but struggles with societal norms that push them to conform to one or the other. This type may outwardly suppress their more fluid tendencies, either leaning heavily into traditional gender roles or avoiding them altogether. Beneath the surface, however, they long to express their full, authentic self and connect with someone who accepts and understands their complexity. To seduce the floating gender, you must embrace and celebrate their duality. Show them that you appreciate both their masculine and feminine traits, and create a space where they can feel free to express themselves without judgment. Reflect their fluidity by demonstrating your own openness, whether through your demeanor, interests, or willingness to explore unconventional ideas. Floating gender individuals are highly responsive to those who make them feel seen and validated. By offering acceptance and encouraging their self-expression, you can forge a deep and unique bond. However, be mindful of their sensitivities and insecurities. Any hint of criticism or dismissal can cause them to retreat. If you approach them with patience and genuine curiosity, they will open up to you, creating a relationship full of mutual exploration and understanding. Now, let's get into the timeless laws that make seduction an art form. Number 1. Choose the right victim. The foundation of any successful seduction lies in selecting the right target. Not everyone is susceptible to your charm, and wasting your energy on the wrong person will only lead to frustration. The ideal victim is someone with a void in their life. Perhaps they feel unfulfilled, isolated, or restless. Such individuals are often seeking something new or exciting, making them more open to the idea of seduction. The right victim should also stir something within you, inspiring passion and excitement. This will make your moves feel more natural and dynamic, as authenticity strengthens your allure. Look for someone who sees you as exotic or intriguing, someone who finds in you what they feel they lack. A person who is completely content and satisfied is much harder, if not impossible, to seduce, as they have no unmet needs or desires for you to exploit. Once you've identified your target, take time to study them, understand their weaknesses, desires, and insecurities. This knowledge will allow you to position yourself as the solution to their problems or the missing piece in their life. With the right victim, the chase will feel exhilarating, and the process of seduction will unfold more effortlessly. Number 2. Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly. Directness in the early stages of seduction can be your downfall. If your target senses your intentions too soon, their defenses will rise, and you'll struggle to break through. Instead, you must approach subtly, creating a false sense of security that lulls them into lowering their guard. Begin by positioning yourself on the periphery of their life. Become a familiar and harmless presence, perhaps as a friend, colleague, or casual acquaintance. This indirect approach makes you appear non-threatening, allowing you to gradually build a rapport. Cultivate trust and comfort by engaging in seemingly innocent interactions that don't immediately signal seduction. Over time, as your target becomes more accustomed to your presence, begin to shift the dynamic. Introduce subtle hints of interest, lingering eye contact, a light compliment, or a playful tease. By moving gradually, you avoid triggering resistance and allow your intentions to unfold naturally. The target will feel as if they're discovering you rather than being pursued, making them more receptive to your influence. This method requires patience and subtlety, but the payoff is significant. By creating a false sense of security, you disarm your target and pave the way for deeper seduction without arousing suspicion or resistance. Number 3. Send mixed signals. Once you've captured your target's attention, you must keep them intrigued. People are naturally drawn to what they can not easily understand or categorize. If you present yourself as too predictable or one-dimensional, their interest will quickly wane. The key is to create an aura of mystery and depth by sending mixed signals that fascinate and confuse them. Be both approachable and elusive, bold yet vulnerable, spiritual yet grounded. These contradictions will make your personality seem complex and layered, drawing your target in as they try to unravel who you really are. For example, you might show warmth and openness one moment, then switch to being reserved and enigmatic the next. This unpredictability stirs curiosity and keeps you on their mind. Subtle hints of contradictions within you, innocence paired with cunning, tenderness with toughness, suggest a deeper character and make your target eager to uncover the real you. Avoid being too obvious. Instead, let your mixed signals emerge naturally through your words, actions, and demeanor. By cultivating an elusive, multifaceted persona, you create a magnetic pull that holds your target's attention and keeps them yearning for more. The harder it is to fully grasp you, the more they'll want to pursue you. Number 4. Appear to be an object of desire. Create triangles. People are naturally drawn to what others want. If you appear to be highly desired by others, your target will see you as more valuable and irresistible. This is the psychology of scarcity and competition. What is sought after must be worth having. To harness this dynamic, you must cultivate an aura of desirability by creating triangles of attraction. Show that you are admired, wanted, or pursued by others. This could involve subtle mentions of past romantic interests, visible attention from admirers, or even being seen in the company of others who seem captivated by you. The goal is to ignite your target's sense of competition and vanity. They will want to win you over, not just for your qualities, but to prove themselves superior to your other admirers. However, be cautious not to overdo it. If they perceive you as unattainable or too promiscuous, they may lose interest or feel intimidated. Strike a balance between demonstrating your desirability and showing them that they are uniquely special to you. By making your target feel they are competing for your affection, you stir their emotions and deepen their desire to possess you. People are more motivated to pursue something that seems in demand, so position yourself as the ultimate prize. Number 5. Create a need. Stir anxiety and discontent. A perfectly content person cannot be seduced. Contentment breeds complacency, leaving no room for longing or desire. To draw someone into your web, you must first create a sense of dissatisfaction in their life. Stir their emotions, awaken their insecurities, and make them question their current circumstances. Only then will they turn to you as the solution to their newfound discontent. Begin by subtly highlighting what they might be missing. This could be a lack of excitement, passion, or attention. You don't need to point it out directly. Instead, let them feel it through comparison or suggestion. For example, talk about the thrilling adventures you've had, or compliment qualities they may feel insecure about, making them wonder why others don't do the same. Once you've planted the seed of discontent, offer yourself as the answer. Show them that you can provide the excitement, passion, or validation they crave. they will begin to associate you with the fulfillment of their unmet needs, making you indispensable to them. This method requires subtlety. If you are too obvious in your efforts, they may grow defensive. By gently stirring feelings of inadequacy and discontent, you create a void that only you can fill, pulling them deeper into your seductive orbit. Number 6. Master the art of insinuation. Direct attempts at influence can easily backfire, triggering defensiveness or suspicion. To truly captivate your target, you must master the art of insinuation, planting ideas subtly and indirectly so they take root in their mind as if they were their own. Insinuation bypasses resistance, allowing you to guide their thoughts and emotions without them even realizing it. Start by dropping ambiguous hints or making casual comments that align with your desired outcome. For instance, instead of openly suggesting a romantic connection, remark on the chemistry between certain types of people or share a story that mirrors the dynamic you want to create. Let your words linger in their subconscious, giving them space to draw their own conclusions. Combine these verbal hints with suggestive body language, lingering glances, fleeting touches, or subtle shifts in tone. These small gestures speak volumes without saying anything explicit, making them difficult to resist or refute. The key to effective insinuation is subtlety. Be playful and nonchalant, never revealing your full intentions. By planting thoughts that bloom over time, you create a powerful psychological effect, making your target feel they've arrived at their desires naturally. This deepens their connection to you and makes them more willing to follow your lead. Number 7. Enter their spirit. To draw someone into your seductive web, you must break through the barriers of their individuality and connect with their inner world. Most people are wrapped up in their own thoughts, desires, and routines, making them resistant to outside influence. The key is to enter their spirit, immerse yourself in their perspective, adapt to their moods, and reflect their desires back to them. Start by observing your target closely. Notice their habits, interests, and emotional patterns. What excites them? What frustrates them? Once you've gathered this information, subtly align yourself with their preferences and outlook. Share their enthusiasms, mirror their energy, and indulge their whims. This creates a sense of harmony and understanding, making them feel as though you truly get them. By becoming a part of their world, you lower their defenses and stroke their narcissism. They'll see you not as an outsider, but as someone who shares their unique way of looking at life. This alignment fosters trust and intimacy, laying the foundation for deeper influence. The art of entering someone's spirit requires adaptability and selflessness. Temporarily set aside your own needs and let their personality shape the dynamic. The more you reflect their desires, the more they will be drawn to you, perceiving you as essential to their happiness. Once they feel this connection, they'll become open to your influence, making the seduction all the more effortless. Number 8. Create temptation. To deepen your seduction, you must awaken a powerful desire within your target, something they can't resist. Temptation is most effective when it touches on their unfulfilled fantasies, secret cravings, or forbidden longings. The key is to dangle a possibility just out of reach, creating an irresistible allure that draws them closer to you. Start by identifying your target's hidden desires. What do they secretly yearn for, but feel they can't have? It might be adventure, luxury, danger, or even a touch of the forbidden. Once you've discovered their weak spot, hint that you can fulfill it. Keep your suggestions subtle and vague, allowing their imagination to fill in the details. The more they fantasize about what you might offer, the more tempted they will become. Avoid giving them everything all at once. Instead, tease their curiosity with glimpses of what's possible. Drop hints, leave clues, or share fragments of experiences that align with their desires. This keeps them intrigued and hungry for more, unable to resist the allure of what you represent. Temptation works best when you keep it mysterious and out of their immediate grasp. By creating a tension between what they want and what they can't yet have, you heighten their desire and make them more willing to follow you. The promise of fulfilling their fantasies will pull them deeper into your seductive game. Number 9. Keep them in suspense. What comes next? Predictability is the enemy of seduction. Once your target feels they fully understand you or can anticipate your moves, the mystery fades, and with it, their interest. To maintain control and keep them intrigued, you must master the art of suspense, constantly surprising them and keeping them guessing about what comes next. Introduce an element of unpredictability into your interactions. This could be a sudden shift in tone, an unexpected gesture, or a spontaneous plan. For example, after a period of warmth and attention, pull back slightly, creating a sense of uncertainty. Or surprise them with an uncharacteristic display of passion, humor, or intensity. These shifts will make them feel they are always discovering new layers of you, keeping their attention fixed on figuring you out. The key to suspense is balance. If you are too erratic, you risk confusing or overwhelming your target. The goal is to alternate between moments of stability and unpredictability, creating a dynamic rhythm that keeps them engaged. Each surprise should deepen their curiosity and make them wonder what you will do next. By staying one step ahead and never letting them fully understand you, you maintain the upper hand. The thrill of suspense will heighten their emotions and make them more receptive to your influence, drawing them deeper into your seductive spell. Number 10. Use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. Words hold immense power in seduction when used skillfully. They can captivate, confuse, and inflame emotions, bypassing rational thought and touching the deepest parts of your target's psyche. To effectively use words in seduction, focus on saying what your target wants to hear while disguising your true intentions. Seductive language should be tailored to your target's insecurities and desires. Speak in ways that soothe their doubts, flatter their ego, and inspire their imagination. Use loaded phrases, poetic imagery, and ambiguous statements that allow them to project their own fantasies onto your words. For example, instead of stating your intentions directly, hint at feelings or possibilities that they are eager to believe in. Confusion is a powerful tool. By mixing flattery, subtle contradictions, and veiled suggestions, you can keep your target off balance, making them more emotionally receptive and less capable of logical resistance. For instance, alternate between comforting them and sparking a little jealousy or longing, creating an emotional roller coaster that deepens their attachment to you. The art of seductive language lies in its ability to bypass the rational mind and appeal directly to emotions. When your words resonate on a deeper level, your target will feel an irresistible pull toward you, often without understanding why. By carefully crafting your speech, you can weave a web of confusion and attraction that holds them firmly in your grasp. Number 11. Pay attention to detail. Grand gestures and lofty declarations can sometimes feel forced or insincere, raising suspicion in your target. In seduction, it's often the small, thoughtful details that have the most powerful effect. Subtle acts of consideration show that you are attuned to their desires, making them feel valued and deeply seen. To seduce effectively, focus on the nuances. Notice the little things that others overlook: their favorite drink, the way they light up when talking about a specific subject, or the colors they wear most often. Tailor your actions to these observations, gifting them something meaningful, planning an outing based on their passions, or complimenting a unique trait they rarely hear praised. Your appearance and mannerisms should also reflect careful attention to detail. Wear something that subtly aligns with their tastes, or use body language that resonates with their mood. These small efforts demonstrate that you are deeply invested in them, creating an emotional connection that feels personal and genuine. Details distract your target from analyzing your broader intentions. When they are enchanted by the thoughtfulness of your gestures, they become less guarded, more trusting, and increasingly drawn to you. By mastering the art of subtlety, you make your seduction feel effortless and natural, deepening their attachment without them even realizing it. Number 12. Poeticize your presence. In seduction, familiarity can be dangerous. The more routine your presence becomes, the less magical and captivating you seem. To maintain your allure, you must avoid overexposure and instead transform your presence into something poetic, an idealized image that lingers in your target's mind. Alternate between moments of intense connection and calculated absence. When you're present, make it memorable with exuberance, charm, or passion. Then withdraw, leaving them to reflect on the moments you shared. This rhythm of closeness and distance creates anticipation, making them crave your return while amplifying the significance of your interactions. Enhance your presence with elements that evoke mystery and romance. Associate yourself with symbolic gestures, meaningful objects, or unique experiences that become intertwined with their thoughts of you. For instance, a certain scent, a meaningful token, or a poetic note can trigger their memory of you even when you're not around. The goal is to occupy their imagination. By creating a blend of absence, intrigue, and idealized moments, you ensure that they think of you not as an ordinary person, but as someone extraordinary. The less they feel they fully possess you, the more they will idealize and long for you, strengthening your hold over their emotions. Number 13. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability. Excessive confidence or control can raise suspicion in your target, making them wary of your intentions. To counter this, you must occasionally display vulnerability or weakness. By appearing less calculated and more human, you make yourself relatable and evoke sympathy, creating a bond that deepens their emotional attachment to you. Show moments of bashfulness, hesitation, or even emotional fragility, allowing your target to feel stronger or more in control in those moments. For instance, you might admit to feeling overwhelmed or express doubt in a way that invites their support. These displays make them feel needed and valued, which fosters a sense of intimacy. Physical cues, such as a shy smile, a subtle tremor in your voice, or a downcast gaze, can also evoke powerful feelings of tenderness in your target. These small gestures make your emotions seem genuine, disarming their defenses and encouraging them to let their guard down. Strategic vulnerability is a tool, not a crutch. Use it sparingly and in balance with your overall demeanor, ensuring you don't appear overly dependent or weak. By showing that you trust them enough to reveal your softer side, you subtly invite them to protect and care for you, deepening their emotional investment in the relationship. Number 14. Confuse desire and reality, the perfect illusion. People are often dissatisfied with their reality and spend a great deal of time fantasizing about a more exciting, adventurous, or romantic life. To truly captivate your target, you must blur the line between their dreams and the reality you create, offering them an escape into a world that feels like the embodiment of their deepest desires. Identify their hidden fantasies. These could be rooted in adventure, romance, success, or even danger. Once you understand what they long for, craft situations and interactions that mirror these fantasies. Speak in ways that stir their imagination and use symbols or actions that align with their daydreams. Let them believe that through you, they can live out the life they've always wanted. The key is to keep your illusion grounded enough to feel plausible, but extraordinary enough to spark their wonder. Use subtle touches, poetic language, evocative settings, or gestures that feel larger than life. These will amplify their emotions and make them associate you with the fulfillment of their dreams. As they become immersed in the illusion, they'll find it increasingly difficult to distinguish between what's real and what's fantasy. This confusion weakens their defenses and makes them more willing to follow you wherever you lead. By making their dreams feel within reach, you deepen their emotional attachment to you, turning their longing into an unshakable desire. Number 15. Isolate the victim. Isolation is a powerful tool in seduction. When your target is surrounded by their usual environment, family, friends, and routines, they have emotional support and a sense of stability. To truly deepen your influence, you must slowly draw them away from these familiar anchors and into a world where they rely on you entirely. Start subtly by creating moments of exclusivity. Suggest private conversations, intimate settings, or experiences where it's just the two of you. Gradually increase the time you spend together in environments that are unfamiliar to them. A trip, a new social scene, or even just late-night conversations can make them feel removed from their usual life. As their connection to you strengthens, introduce an emotional or symbolic divide between them and their regular circle. This could be through subtle criticisms of their friends or family, or by presenting yourself as someone who truly understands them in ways others cannot. Position yourself as their primary source of emotional fulfillment. When they begin to feel detached from their usual supports, they'll become more dependent on you. This dependence makes them more vulnerable to your influence. However, isolation should be done gently and without overt force, as sudden or obvious attempts can trigger resistance. Done right, you become the center of their world, making your bond with them stronger and harder to break. Number 16. Prove yourself. Resistance is a natural part of seduction. Even when someone is drawn to you, doubts about your intentions, feelings, or worthiness can hold them back. To overcome this resistance, you must demonstrate your dedication in a way that dispels their uncertainties. A dramatic or self-sacrificing gesture at the right moment can have a profound impact, solidifying their trust and deepening their attachment. To prove yourself, act boldly but with genuine emotion. This could mean taking a risk to protect or support them, standing up for them in a challenging situation, or going out of your way to do something meaningful that shows how much you value them. The key is to make it clear that your actions are motivated solely by your feelings for them, not by self-interest or manipulation. These gestures don't need to be grand. They simply need to resonate deeply with your target. For example, offering comfort during a difficult time or surprising them with something uniquely tailored to their desires can have a lasting emotional effect. The sincerity of the act matters more than its scale. By proving your devotion in this way, you create an emotional bond that's hard to break. The target sees your actions as evidence of your authenticity, making it harder for them to question your motives or resist your advances. The moment of vulnerability on your part allows them to lower their defenses and embrace the connection fully. Number 17. Effect a regression. Deep within every person lies a longing to return to the innocence and pleasures of childhood, a time of carefreeness, warmth, and unconditional love. To deepen your seduction, you can evoke these emotions by creating a dynamic where your target unconsciously reverts to that childlike state. This process, known as regression, stirs powerful feelings of dependence, trust, and emotional attachment. To achieve this, position yourself as a nurturing, protective figure, or as someone who can recreate the joys and comforts of their youth. Use playful, light-hearted behavior to disarm them, making them feel safe and carefree. Gentle teasing, nostalgic stories, or creating moments of laughter can all evoke the sense of freedom they associate with childhood. You can also tap into their longing for parental approval by showing understanding, offering praise, or providing comfort when they are vulnerable. When they feel cared for and accepted, they will begin to rely on you emotionally, much like a child depends on a parent. The power of regression lies in its ability to bypass logical resistance and awaken deeply ingrained emotional patterns. Once your target associates you with these comforting feelings, they'll find it difficult to resist your presence. However, be mindful to maintain a balance. Too much parental energy can diminish romantic tension, so use regression as a tool to deepen emotional intimacy without losing the allure of seduction. Number 18. Stir up the transgressive and taboo. People are often drawn to the forbidden. Taboos, whether rooted in societal rules, moral codes, or personal boundaries, create a powerful allure because they represent the unexplored and the forbidden. To deepen your seduction, you must awaken your target's desire to transgress these boundaries and explore their darker side, creating a thrilling and intoxicating connection. Begin by subtly introducing the idea of stepping beyond accepted norms. This can be as simple as challenging conventional ideas in conversation, sharing stories of daring or rebellious acts, or inviting them into an environment that feels provocative or edgy. Let them sense that with you, they can safely explore things they've always been curious about, but too hesitant to pursue. Focus on building a shared feeling of complicity. Frame the experience as something the two of you are exploring together, creating a bond that feels exclusive and secretive. The more they feel like a partner in breaking the rules, the more emotionally tied to you they'll become. Transgression is seductive because it releases pent-up desires and gives a sense of freedom from societal constraints. However, it's important to gauge their limits and introduce this dynamic gradually. Push too far, too fast, and you risk alienating them. With patience and careful timing, you can create a powerful and thrilling connection that binds them to you through shared excitement and forbidden pleasure. Number 19. Use spiritual lures. People are deeply affected by their insecurities about their appearance, their worth, or their place in the world. To escape these doubts, they often seek something greater, something spiritual or transcendent that lifts them beyond the mundane. By tapping into this longing, you can elevate your seduction and create a connection that feels profound and otherworldly. Present yourself as someone who offers more than just physical or material pleasures. Engage them in conversations about art, philosophy, nature, or even the mysteries of life. Encourage them to see their connection with you as something extraordinary, something that transcends everyday relationships. By doing so, you shift the dynamic from ordinary attraction to a spiritual bond. Cultivate an aura of depth and enlightenment. Show interest in abstract or meaningful pursuits and subtly position yourself as someone who can guide them toward a higher plane of understanding or experience. Use poetic language, symbolic gestures, or shared experiences that feel transformative, like watching a sunrise or visiting a sacred place. By intertwining the spiritual with the romantic, you can dissolve their insecurities and make them feel liberated and alive in your presence. This approach makes your connection feel timeless and unshakable, as though it's destined or fated, creating a lasting emotional impact. Keep the balance between the mystical and the sensual to maintain both their awe and their desire for you. Number 20. Mix pleasure with pain. Pleasure alone can grow monotonous over time. To create a deeper and more intense bond, you must introduce an element of pain or tension into your seduction. The interplay between pleasure and pain creates emotional highs and lows that are addictive, heightening the overall impact of your presence and making your target crave more. To begin, subtly introduce moments of doubt, insecurity, or even jealousy. This could be as simple as pulling back your attention after a period of closeness, or showing interest in something, or someone else. These actions create emotional discomfort, making your target question their hold over you and intensifying their desire to win you back. After these moments of tension, follow up with gestures of kindness, affection, or reassurance. This contrast makes your target experience emotional relief, which they associate directly with you. The greater the pain or doubt you cause, within reason, the more powerful the pleasure when you resolve it. This cycle of highs and lows keeps your target emotionally engaged, unable to predict what will happen next. It heightens their dependency on you, as they seek to recapture the pleasurable moments while avoiding the discomfort of losing your attention. However, balance is crucial. Push too far into pain or insecurity, and you risk driving them away. Used wisely, this technique creates a powerful and unforgettable emotional connection. Number 21. Give them space to fall. The pursuer is pursued. When you are always the one chasing, your target may grow complacent, enjoying your attention without reciprocating the same level of energy. To keep the seduction dynamic alive and intensify their desire, you must reverse the roles and create a situation where they begin to pursue you. Once your target is under your spell and showing signs of interest, take a strategic step back. Become slightly less available or reduce your efforts to engage them. This creates a sense of uncertainty and triggers their fear of losing you. They will begin to crave the attention and connection they had come to expect from you, motivating them to chase after you. Subtle cues of disinterest or hints that your attention might be shifting elsewhere can amplify this effect. For example, mention an exciting new acquaintance or a busy schedule that has kept you distracted. The key is to make them feel that they need to win you back, without appearing cold or indifferent. This dynamic of reversal puts you in control while reigniting their desire and investment in the relationship. By giving them space to fall, you allow their feelings to deepen as they begin to take active steps to secure your affection. It's a delicate balance, but when done right, it creates a powerful shift that keeps the seduction alive and thriving. Number 22. Use physical lures. While emotional and intellectual connection can spark interest, physical attraction is what often seals the bond in seduction. To lower your target's inhibitions and stir their desires, you must subtly yet effectively awaken their senses. Physical lures are about creating a charged magnetic presence that draws them closer, making it impossible for them to resist. Start by paying attention to your physical presentation, clothing, grooming, posture, and the way you carry yourself. Every detail should exude confidence, charm, and a touch of sensuality. Avoid being too overt, as subtlety is far more captivating. A well-chosen accessory, a lingering glance, or the tone of your voice can leave a lasting impression. Your body language plays a crucial role. Lean in slightly during conversations. Let your gaze linger just long enough and use casual touches on their arm, shoulder, or hand that feel natural yet intimate. These small, almost imperceptible gestures create a sense of closeness and stir subconscious attraction. Combine this with a nonchalant demeanor. Never seem overly eager or aggressive. Instead, let your physical presence create a natural pull. The goal is to ignite their desire without forcing it, allowing them to feel that they are choosing to be drawn to you. Physical lures are not just about appearances. They are about creating an atmosphere of connection and sensuality that transcends words. By engaging their senses and stirring their physical attraction, you deepen their connection to you and pave the way for a more intimate bond. Number 23. Master the art of the bold move. There comes a moment in every seduction when your target's interest is clear, but they hesitate to take the next step due to fear, doubt, or societal constraints. This is the time to abandon subtlety and hesitation and overwhelm them with a bold, decisive move that leaves no room for second guessing. A bold move requires confidence and timing. Wait until the moment when their desire for you is undeniable but unspoken, and then act with a surge of passion that catches them off guard. This could be an unexpected kiss, an intense declaration of your feelings, or a daring gesture that pushes past any lingering resistance. Hesitation on your part can kill the moment, as it signals uncertainty or lack of conviction. Your bold move must feel instinctive and fueled by genuine emotion, as if you're swept up by your desire for them. This not only heightens the intensity of the moment, but also removes the burden of decision-making from your target, making it easier for them to give in to the attraction. Bold moves carry a risk, but their power lies in their ability to break through barriers and create unforgettable moments. If timed correctly, they overwhelm doubt and ignite a spark that cements your connection. Remember, seduction often requires a leap of faith, and the bold move is where courage meets passion. Number 24. Beware the after effects. The aftermath of a successful seduction can be fraught with danger. Once emotions reach their peak, they often swing in the opposite direction, toward disappointment, distrust, or even resentment. If you're not careful, the initial excitement you created can fade, leaving your target questioning the connection or even regretting their involvement. To maintain control, you must anticipate and manage these after effects. If your goal is to part ways, make the ending swift and decisive. Lingering or half-hearted farewells can lead to confusion or lingering resentment. Offer closure by leaving on a high note, with a final gesture or memory that reinforces the positive aspects of the experience even as it ends. If you aim to sustain the relationship, you must guard against familiarity and complacency. Keep the dynamic alive by introducing new challenges, surprises, or moments of absence that rekindle their longing for you. A second seduction may be necessary to reawaken the emotions you initially sparked, as relationships left unchecked often lose their vitality. Pain and conflict can also be tools to keep the connection strong. A small argument or a moment of jealousy can add tension that reignites passion when resolved. However, use this approach sparingly, as too much turbulence can destabilize the relationship. The key is never to let your target feel they fully possess or understand you. By remaining unpredictable and maintaining the allure of mystery, you keep the seduction alive long after the initial triumph. Seduction is as much an art as it is a dance between two souls, a journey of discovery, connection, and sometimes mischief. The principles we've explored here are merely a glimpse into the intricate and masterful world Robert Greene has crafted in the art of seduction. Each law, each strategy, is steeped in timeless wisdom and nuanced insights that extend far beyond the realm of romance, touching on power, influence, and the nature of human behavior itself. However, this summary is just my interpretation, a simplified narrative to spark your curiosity and inspire reflection. The full book is a treasure trove of stories, historical examples, and deeper explorations that will challenge your perceptions and transform the way you see relationships and interactions. I highly encourage you to dive into Greene's original work to truly appreciate its depth and brilliance. Ultimately, seduction is about more than attraction. It's about understanding what drives people, including yourself. It's a reminder of the power of presence, the allure of mystery, and the importance of crafting meaningful connections in all areas of life. Whether you use this knowledge to enrich your relationships, navigate your social world, or simply better understand yourself, the key is to approach it with mindfulness and respect. What if the secret to winning any battle, whether in life, business, or sports, was written over 2,500 years ago? Sun Tzu's The Art of War isn't just a guide for ancient warfare. It's a masterclass in strategy that has influenced countless leaders and thinkers across generations. How can these ancient teachings still resonate so powerfully today? This modern interpretation of the art of war is crafted specifically for today's viewers, presenting Sun Tzu's insights in a way that is clear, accessible, and easy to apply. Each chapter has been translated into straightforward, contemporary language, making these timeless lessons on strategy and leadership more relevant and actionable than ever before. Sun Tzu was not only a formidable military strategist for King Ho Lu of Wu, but also a visionary who understood the dynamics of human behavior and leadership. His principles extend far beyond the battlefield, showing how to outthink, outmaneuver, and succeed without unnecessary conflict. One famous example is how he trained the king's female attendants to be disciplined soldiers, demonstrating his deep understanding of leadership and clarity of command. Stories like these reveal why his wisdom continues to hold immense value in our modern world. Whether you're looking to sharpen your leadership skills, master business strategy, or simply explore one of history's most influential texts, this modern take on the art of war provides a fresh perspective. Sun Tzu's core philosophy is about winning without fighting, using intelligence, cunning, and strategy rather than brute force, principles that remain incredibly effective today. So, dive in with us and explore how these ancient teachings can guide you on your path to wisdom. Learn how to face challenges, lead with confidence, and achieve success in all areas of your life. Enjoy the video. Chapter 1. Laying Plans. War is extremely important to a state. It involves life and death, survival or failure. Because of this, it must be studied carefully. There are 5 key factors to understand to win in war: unity and loyalty, environmental conditions, land, the leader, and organization and management. Every general must know these factors well and understand how to use them. Unity and loyalty mean the people are fully committed to their leader, willing to follow him without hesitation, even if it means facing death. A wise leader uses this strength to unite his people and army under a shared belief in their cause. Environmental conditions refer to natural elements like day and night, the seasons, weather, and other factors. A smart leader considers these, using them to his advantage. For example, understanding how weather affects soldiers' spirit and effectiveness helps determine the best time and place to fight. Land includes distances, whether they are long or short, safe or risky areas, open ground, narrow passes, and whether the land is dangerous or not. A good leader needs to understand the battlefield, its hills, valleys, rivers, and more, and use this knowledge to guide his strategy. He should know which terrains give him an advantage and which put him at risk, so he can choose to fight where it benefits him most. The leader stands for key qualities like wisdom, honesty, kindness, courage, and discipline. A capable leader must have all these traits. Wisdom helps him make smart choices. Honesty builds trust with his soldiers. Kindness encourages loyalty. Courage inspires bravery, and discipline maintains order. These qualities must be developed so a leader can guide his army confidently and effectively in the chaos of war. Organization and management involve structuring the army, setting up a clear chain of command, managing supplies, and controlling costs. An army that is well organized and managed can move quickly and react effectively to the enemy. Without good organization, an army becomes chaotic and disorganized, leading to defeat even against a smaller force. These 5 factors are the basics that every leader must understand. A leader who knows these well will win. One who does not will fail. When planning, compare your situation to the enemy's by asking questions like, which side has stronger spirit? Which leader is more capable? Who can better use natural conditions and land? Which side is better organized and managed? Which army is stronger and better trained? Where is there more consistency in rewarding and punishing soldiers? By answering these questions, you can predict victory or defeat. A leader who listens to this advice and follows these principles will win and should be kept in command. A leader who does not follow these principles will lose and should be replaced. While following these guidelines, a good leader should also be flexible, adjusting his plans based on changing circumstances. All warfare is based on strategic tricks. So when you are ready to attack, appear as if you are not. When using your forces, make it look like you are not. When you are nearby, make the enemy think you are far away. When far away, make him believe you are close. Lure the enemy with an opportunity. Pretend to be disorganized and strike when he is unprepared. If the enemy is strong, avoid him. If he is easily angered, try to irritate him. If he is relaxed, give him no rest. If his forces are united, break them up. Attack where he is unprepared and appear where you are not expected. These strategies, which lead to victory, must not be revealed ahead of time. A skilled leader waits for the right moment to fight, ensuring that victory is certain. He plans carefully and considers all possibilities before engaging the enemy. When the time comes to act, he does so quickly and with confidence. The leader who wins battles is the one who prepares thoroughly beforehand. The leader who loses is the one who does little planning. Therefore, a lot of planning leads to victory, and little planning leads to defeat. How much more certain defeat is for those who do not plan at all. By understanding this, I can predict who is likely to win or lose. In war, preparation and planning are everything. A smart leader calculates every aspect of the conflict before it begins, knowing his strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of his enemy. He does not rush into battle, but waits for the perfect moment, ensuring that all conditions are in his favor. With this careful preparation, a wise leader can secure the safety of his country and the success of his army. Chapter 2. Waging War. When you enter a battle, if victory takes too long, the weapons will become dull, and the soldiers will lose their spirit. Surrounding a city will wear down your strength. If a campaign drags on, it will drain the state's resources and the people's morale. When your troops are tired, their weapons are worn, and supplies are low, others will take advantage of your weakness. Then, even the smartest leader won't be able to prevent what follows. So, while rushing into war is reckless, dragging it out is even worse. No country has ever benefited from long conflicts. Only those who understand the real costs of war can conduct it effectively. A wise commander avoids calling up more troops or bringing in more supplies more than once. Instead, he brings his resources from home and gathers what he needs from the enemy. This keeps the army supplied and prevents the people back home from suffering. Long campaigns make the people poor because the cost of moving supplies over long distances is high. When this happens, prices go up, people are heavily taxed, and life becomes hard. A smart general gets supplies from the enemy instead of relying on his own. One cartload of supplies taken from the enemy is worth 20 cartloads of your own. Likewise, a significant amount of enemy food is worth much more than your own. This approach keeps your soldiers well-fed and your homeland strong. To defeat the enemy, soldiers must be driven by anger and motivated by reward. For example, when capturing enemy carts, reward those who take the first one. Replace the enemy's flags with your own and mix their carts with yours. Treat captured soldiers well to earn their trust and make them fight for you. This method turns the enemy's strength into your own. In war, focus on fast, clear victories instead of long campaigns. The goal should be to win quickly to reduce the impact on your people and resources. Thus, the general who controls the fate of the army also holds the fate of the nation. The leader's choices can lead the people to peace and prosperity or to destruction and suffering. That is why the leader must consider all factors carefully, plan wisely and act decisively. His main goal should always be a quick and effective victory that keeps the state safe without unnecessary loss of life or resources. Chapter 3. Attack by Strategy. In the art of war, the best strategy is to capture the enemy's territory intact rather than destroy it. It is better to take the entire enemy army than to wipe it out. Similarly, capturing a regiment or a small group whole is better than destroying them. The highest form of victory is to break the enemy's resistance without fighting. The most effective strategy is to undermine the enemy's plans. If that's not possible, the next best approach is to prevent their forces from joining together. If you can't do that, then attack their army in the field. The worst strategy is to attack heavily defended areas. Preparing for a siege can take months and cost many lives, with no guarantee of success. Therefore, a skilled commander avoids sieges when he can. Instead, he aims to overcome the enemy's troops without a battle, take their cities without a siege, and overthrow their country without a prolonged fight. This is the essence of winning through strategy. To do this, you must understand your strengths and weaknesses compared to the enemy. If your forces are 10 times the size of the enemy's, surround them. If you are 5 times stronger, attack them. If you are twice as strong, divide your forces and strike. If you are equally matched, strategize carefully for battle. If you are slightly weaker, avoid direct conflict. If you are much weaker, retreat and regroup. The general is the protector of the state. If he is strong and capable, the state will be safe. If he is weak or lacks skill, the state will be at risk. There are 3 ways a ruler can bring disaster to his army: by commanding the army to advance or retreat when it cannot, by interfering in military decisions without understanding the situation, and by appointing officers without considering their skills. This breaks the army's unity and damages confidence. A good commander understands the principles of war and adjusts to changing conditions. He does not blindly follow orders that could lead to disaster, but makes independent decisions based on the reality of the situation. The keys to winning in war are knowing when to fight and when to hold back, understanding how to handle both large and small forces, ensuring the entire army has a common goal, waiting for the enemy to be unprepared, and being free from interference when making decisions. This is why the famous saying goes, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you do not need to fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a loss. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will lose every battle." Chapter 4. Tactical Positioning. A skilled commander first ensures that he cannot be defeated, and then waits for the right moment to defeat the enemy. Protecting yourself against defeat is within your control, but the opportunity to defeat the enemy depends on them. A good fighter knows how to defend himself, but he can't always guarantee victory. The goal is to avoid defeat and wait for the right time to strike. Effective defense means hiding your weaknesses and waiting for the right moment to attack. Defense is used when you don't have enough strength, while offense is used when you have more strength. A master of defense hides in the most concealed places, making himself invisible. A master of offense moves swiftly, appearing unexpectedly. Winning when it's obvious and easy isn't the highest level of skill. The highest level of skill is to win without the enemy even understanding how you did it. To win effortlessly, a commander must be so subtle that he is invisible, so quiet that he is unheard. This way, he controls his enemy's fate without them even knowing it. A clever fighter does not depend on the chance that the enemy won't attack, but on his own readiness to face them. Not on the hope that the enemy won't fight, but on the fact that he has made his own position strong. A good commander keeps his preparations hidden and his plans secret so well that his enemy is unprepared and unable to predict his moves. The highest realization of war is to strike when the enemy isn't prepared and appear where you're not expected. When you can deliver a decisive blow, it means your enemy is already defeated in spirit, not just in arms. Military tactics are like water. Water avoids high places and flows downward. Similarly, in war, avoid the enemy's strength and strike at their weakness. Water shapes its flow according to the ground over which it runs, and an army must adjust its tactics to the enemy it faces. Just as water has no fixed shape, in war, there are no fixed rules. The one who can adapt his tactics to changing conditions will win. Because of this, a great commander uses his knowledge of the enemy and the terrain, adjusting his tactics to achieve victory. A skilled commander is like water, flexible and ever-changing, making him unbeatable. This is the essence of tactical positioning in warfare. Chapter 5. Energy. Managing a large force is similar to managing a small one. It's about organization and coordination. In battle, controlling a large army is much like handling a smaller unit. The key lies in maintaining communication and using clear signals to keep everyone aligned. The strength of an attack comes from balancing direct and indirect tactics. Direct methods are used to engage the enemy, while indirect methods are used to achieve victory. Just like there are only 5 basic musical notes, yet endless melodies come from their combinations, there are only 2 basic methods in battle, direct and indirect. However, their variations and combinations create endless possibilities in warfare. These combinations, like water flowing in different directions or the cycles of the seasons, can constantly renew and adapt to the situation. The secret to victory is to use both direct and indirect methods creatively. When used together correctly, they can create surprise, overwhelm the enemy, and lead to decisive victories. The power of an army is like a powerful surge that sweeps away everything in its path. Its strength is built from speed, unity of purpose, and the impact it makes when it strikes. A wise commander creates momentum like drawing a bow and releases it like a focused attack. The force of his army becomes something that cannot be stopped. He creates conditions where his forces gain the upper hand through speed, flexibility, and precision. If he appears weak, he is actually strong. If he seems disorganized, he is perfectly ordered. This is how a skilled commander hides his intentions, lures the enemy into traps, and then strikes with overwhelming force. When managing troops, it's important to harness their combined energy. A clever commander uses the strength of his whole force rather than relying on a few individuals. Just like a round stone rolls fastest down a slope, the power of an army lies in its collective power, driven by unity and direction. So, the art of using energy in warfare is about building up the right conditions, creating opportunities, and then striking with overwhelming force at the right moment. A master of war knows when to act directly and when to use subtle tactics, making full use of his troops' combined energy to win battles decisively. Chapter 6. Weak Points and Strong. In warfare, whoever gets to the battlefield first and waits for the enemy will be rested and ready. Those who arrive late and have to rush into battle will be tired and less prepared. So, a smart commander makes the enemy come to him. By offering the enemy something tempting, he can make them move on their own. Conversely, he can create situations that make it difficult for the enemy to advance. If the enemy is well supplied and comfortable, find ways to exhaust them. If they are strong and united, look for ways to create divisions among them. Show up in places they must rush to defend, or move quickly to places where they don't expect you. An army can march great distances without getting tired if it moves through empty, undefended areas. You can succeed if you only attack places that are weak and defend where the enemy can't reach you. To win, always stay adaptable. If you don't want to fight, make it impossible for the enemy to engage you. Throw something confusing or unexpected in their path. Stay hidden while finding out the enemy's plans. This way, you can keep your forces concentrated while the enemies are spread out. A united force against a divided one always has a huge advantage. If you know where and when the battle will happen, you can bring your forces together from any distance. But if you don't know where and when the battle will take place, then your forces will be scattered and unable to support each other. Even if you know the enemy's location, without understanding their plans, your chances of winning are uncertain. A good commander avoids the enemy's strong points and attacks where they are weak. Just like water flows downhill, finding the easiest path, a skilled general adapts to the situation, striking where the enemy is vulnerable. Just as water has no fixed shape, a general's tactics must be flexible and adaptable to meet the circumstances. The ability to adjust your plans based on the situation is what makes a true master of war. Every situation in war is different and requires a unique approach. Just like the seasons change and the elements move in cycles, a general's tactics must also shift and adapt. Understanding this is key to achieving victory and securing a lasting peace. Chapter 7. Maneuvering. When preparing to move an army, a commander must first get orders from the ruler, gather his troops, and concentrate his forces. It's essential to understand different types of terrain and how to move through them effectively. On difficult terrain, avoid setting up camp. At crossroads with many routes, join up with allies. Don't linger in remote locations. When trapped, use clever strategies to escape. In critical situations, fight with everything you have. An inexperienced leader might know the landscape well, but not know how to use that knowledge strategically. A wise commander blends both advantages and disadvantages into his plans. In tough times, he can adapt and seize opportunities. In moments of advantage, he acts quickly to avoid potential dangers. A skilled commander makes it difficult for the enemy to join forces by creating division among their ranks. He keeps his opponents busy and guessing, forcing them to react rather than plan. He lures the enemy in with false opportunities and strikes where they least expect it. War is not about hoping the enemy doesn't attack, but being fully prepared when they do. It's about creating a strong, unbreakable position. A good commander knows the common mistakes that can lead to failure: recklessness, which can lead to unnecessary destruction; cowardice, which results in capture; a hot temper, which can provoke rash actions; a strong sense of honor, which can be manipulated by shame; and over-concern for his troops, which can lead to hesitation and worry. These flaws can ruin a commander's leadership and lead to the downfall of an army. Different types of terrain affect how an army should behave. When crossing a river, don't attack midstream. Wait until the enemy is halfway across, then strike. If moving through a mountainous region, take positions on high ground. When in salt marshes, move quickly to avoid getting stuck. Each type of terrain needs specific tactics to ensure your army isn't at a disadvantage. A skilled commander is like a snake in the Chang Mountains. If you strike its head, it will attack you with its tail. Strike its tail, and its head will strike back. If you strike in the middle, both head and tail will attack together. Similarly, in war, a well-coordinated army responds cohesively to threats from any direction. To manage an army effectively, a commander must set a standard of courage that everyone must meet. By motivating both the strong and the weak, a commander can maximize the effectiveness of his entire force. Just as a commander must lead his army as though guiding a single individual, he must also use deception to keep his troops and the enemy unaware of his true intentions. A commander should keep his plans secret, even from his own officers, until the last moment. By changing positions and taking unexpected routes, he keeps the enemy off balance. At the decisive moment, a skilled commander acts decisively, like someone who climbs a great height and then kicks away the ladder behind him, leaving no option but to succeed. When invading deep into enemy territory, destroy bridges and burn boats, so your troops have no choice but to fight their way through. This creates a sense of urgency and survival. Successful warfare is not about following rigid plans, but understanding human nature, adapting to circumstances, and using the environment to your advantage. Chapter 8. Variation in Tactics. In war, a commander must be flexible and adapt to changing conditions on the battlefield. Different terrains, enemy strategies, and unexpected events require a leader to constantly adjust his tactics. There are times when it is wise to advance, times when it is better to retreat, and times when holding ground or luring the enemy in is most effective. When moving through difficult terrain, it is best not to camp. In areas where roads intersect, it is wise to form alliances. In remote positions, avoid staying too long. When trapped, use clever strategies to escape. In critical situations, fight with full force. There are roads that should not be traveled, armies that should not be attacked, cities that should not be besieged, and orders from rulers that should not be followed if they would lead to disaster. A wise commander knows when to ignore orders that don't match the reality on the ground. If a leader understands how to change his tactics according to these principles, he will be able to use his troops effectively and adapt to any situation. On the other hand, a leader who doesn't understand the art of tactical variation, even if he knows the geography and terrain, will struggle to use that knowledge effectively. A skilled commander considers both the pros and cons of every move. He is prepared to take advantage of opportunities and manage risks, knowing when to push forward and when to hold back. A good leader does not rely on the hope that the enemy won't attack. Instead, he prepares his forces to be ready for an attack at any moment. By making his position strong and secure, he forces the enemy to react rather than act. He takes advantage of the enemy's weaknesses and turns them into opportunities. There are 5 dangerous flaws a commander might have. Recklessness can lead to unnecessary destruction. Cowardice can lead to capture. A quick temper can be provoked into traps. An excessive concern for honor can be manipulated, and too much concern for his troops can lead to hesitation and worry. These are weaknesses that can be exploited by an opponent. When you see a chance to move forward, do so decisively. When not, hold your position. Move when it benefits you. Otherwise, stay where you are. In war, there are countless situations that require flexibility and adaptability. Knowing when and how to change tactics is the key to success. A commander must always be on guard and ready to respond to any change in the enemy's strategy or the conditions of the battlefield. So the wise leader is always thinking, always adjusting, and never fights a battle he hasn't already won in his mind. He knows that success in war comes from careful preparation, understanding the terrain, the enemy, and his own forces, and making the right moves at the right time. Chapter 9. The Army on the March. When moving an army, a commander must carefully consider the terrain and keep an eye on signs of the enemy. Move quickly through mountainous areas and camp in valleys where the terrain is more favorable. It's best to set up camp on high ground, facing the sun, which gives a strategic advantage. Avoid climbing hills to engage the enemy in battle. After crossing a river, get as far away from it as quickly as possible to avoid vulnerability during future crossings. When the enemy is crossing a river, don't engage them in midstream. Wait until half of their troops are across, and then strike. When facing an enemy near water, take the high ground upstream. Don't move against the current or approach from downstream. When moving through marshes, the main goal should be to cross them quickly and without delay. If you must fight in marshes, Make sure you have water and grass nearby, and position yourself with your back to a cluster of trees for protection. In flat, open country, choose a position that's easy to access, with a slight rise behind you, creating a natural barrier against potential threats. Always pick terrain that benefits your troops and minimizes risks. All armies prefer high ground and sunny positions, where they are less likely to get sick and are more motivated to fight. When heavy rains upstream cause rivers to swell, wait for the water levels to drop before crossing. Avoid areas with thick forests, deep gullies, tangled undergrowth, and marshy terrain. These are ideal places for enemy ambushes and should be avoided when possible. Instead, lure the enemy into these tricky terrains, forcing them to deal with the difficulties. When the enemy stays still and quiet, they may be relying on the strength of their position. If they keep their distance and try to provoke you, they may want you to advance into a trap. If their camp is easy to access, it might be bait. Proceed with caution. If you see movement among trees, it could mean an enemy is approaching. Tall columns of dust suggest the advance of chariots. Low, broad dust clouds suggest infantry. If enemy soldiers are leaning on their spears, they are likely tired and need rest. If soldiers drink first before collecting water for others, it suggests they are suffering from thirst. If the enemy sees a chance to gain an advantage but does not act, it could be a sign they are worn out. Bird activity over a spot suggests it's empty. Sudden noises at night or unexpected sounds can indicate nervousness or low morale. If the enemy's troops are in disarray or moving without purpose, their command structure might be weak or disorganized. If a general speaks humbly but increases preparations, it could mean an attack is near. If he speaks boldly but moves carefully, he might be planning to retreat. If the enemy seems to be retreating but has light chariots positioned on the flanks, it could be a setup for a trap. A commander must always be alert, understanding these signs and interpreting them correctly to make smart decisions. By doing so, he ensures his army is always ready and avoids being caught off guard. Victory in battle depends on this constant attention to detail, watching the enemy's movements and anticipating their plans. Chapter 10. Terrain. Understanding the different types of terrain and how to manage them is crucial for any commander. There are 6 kinds of terrain: easy ground, entangling ground, delaying ground, narrow passes, steep heights, and distant positions. Easy ground is terrain that both sides can easily reach. Here, it's best to be the first to occupy high ground and face the sun, while also making sure your supply lines are well protected. Entangling ground is easy to enter, but hard to leave. If you enter such ground and the enemy is unprepared, you may defeat them. But if the enemy is ready, you could be trapped and in serious danger. Delaying ground is where neither side benefits from making the first move. In such a case, even if the enemy offers an enticing bait, it's wiser to hold back. Wait for the enemy to come out and then take advantage when they are vulnerable. Narrow passes are areas where only one side can pass through easily. If you get there first, secure the pass and wait for the enemy. If the enemy arrives first and has fortified the pass, don't try to force your way through. Instead, find another way. Steep heights are tough to navigate and provide a natural advantage to those who control them. If you are the first to the heights, hold the sunny and higher spots. If the enemy is already there, don't attack from below. Instead, lure them down. Distant positions are where both sides are equally matched in strength, but neither side can easily start a fight. Avoid forcing an encounter if it would be to your disadvantage. These 6 types of terrain need different strategies, and a commander must know how to use each to his advantage. There are also 6 types of potential pitfalls that can cause disaster for an army, none of which are due to the terrain itself, but rather to the mistakes of the general. First, a general who sends a weaker force to fight a stronger one will cause his army to flee. Second, when the officers are strong but the soldiers are weak, it leads to insubordination. Third, when soldiers are strong but officers are weak, it leads to collapse. Fourth, when the higher ranks are angry and disobedient and fight on their own terms without considering the overall strategy, it leads to ruin. Fifth, if a general is weak, lacks authority, and gives unclear orders, the army will fall into chaos. Sixth, when a general cannot estimate the enemy's strength accurately, he may cause his army to be defeated by sending them against impossible odds. These are mistakes a general must avoid. A wise leader understands how to use the natural terrain, considers the enemy's strengths, and carefully calculates the challenges and distances. If a general knows these factors and uses them wisely, he will always win his battles. If he ignores them, he will be defeated. If a battle is sure to lead to victory, it must be fought, even if the ruler forbids it. If a battle will not lead to victory, it should not be fought, even at the ruler's command. A general who doesn't seek fame or fear disgrace, but fights solely for the good of his country, is the true treasure of the nation. Treat your soldiers like your own children, and they will follow you into the deepest valleys. Care for them as if they were your own sons, and they will stand by you, even to the death. However, if you are too lenient without enforcing discipline, your army will become like spoiled children, and they will be of no use to you. Knowing your men are ready to attack is not enough. You must also know whether the enemy is weak. If you know both your capabilities and the enemy's weaknesses, you are halfway to victory. But if you are unaware of either, your chances of success are greatly reduced. A skilled general, once in motion, is never confused and always knows what to do. Understanding both your situation and the enemy's situation is key to complete victory. Chapter 11. The 9 Situations. In warfare, there are 9 types of ground, each requiring a different strategy. Understanding these different situations and how to handle them is crucial for success. The first type is dispersive ground, where the army is fighting in its own territory. Here, the soldiers may be tempted to return home, causing them to scatter. The key is not to engage in battle, but to keep the army united and focused. The second type is easy ground, where you have entered enemy territory but are not deeply within it. The danger is low, so you must not linger. Keep moving to maintain momentum and prevent the enemy from setting up a defense. Contentious ground is the third type. This is where both sides have an equal chance of gaining an important advantage, like a strategic location. If you can seize it first, it gives you a strong position. If the enemy gets there first, they have the upper hand. Speed and initiative are crucial. Open ground is the fourth type. Here, both armies can move freely. The strategy is to avoid getting caught in a vulnerable position without a solid plan. Stay alert and ready to shift positions quickly. The fifth type is ground of intersecting highways. This is a critical location where several routes come together. Controlling this ground can control the movement of armies, making it essential to form alliances and prepare for both offense and defense. The sixth type is serious ground, where your army has penetrated deep into enemy territory, leaving fortified cities or natural barriers behind. Here, supply lines are long, and retreat is not easy. You must gather resources, take supplies, and prepare for a determined campaign. The seventh type is difficult ground, such as mountains, marshes, or forests that are hard to navigate. The key is to keep moving and avoid getting stuck in a spot where you could be ambushed. The eighth type is hemmed-in ground, where your army is trapped between narrow passes or confined spaces, with no clear path to retreat. Here, you must use clever tactics and deception to escape or break through. The ninth type is desperate ground, where survival depends on immediate action. There is no room for hesitation or retreat. In such situations, soldiers will fight fiercely because they know it is their only chance to live. On dispersive ground, avoid battle. On easy ground, keep advancing. On contentious ground, seize the opportunity to attack. On open ground, maintain flexibility and mobility. On the ground of intersecting highways, strengthen your alliances and secure your position. On serious ground, secure your supplies and morale. On difficult ground, keep moving and avoid entrapment. On hemmed-in ground, use smart strategies to break free. On desperate ground, fight with everything you have. The best commanders know how to divide and conquer. They disrupt the enemy's formations, prevent their forces from working together effectively, and strike when the enemy is at its weakest. They attack when the enemy is disorganized and retreat when the enemy is prepared. This is how they win against great odds. Speed is essential in war. Take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and move swiftly along unexpected routes to strike where they are not ready. The further you go into enemy territory, the stronger your forces become, as they must rely on each other and have no escape. When you force your troops into a situation where there is no way out, they will fight with extraordinary courage and determination. Soldiers, when faced with death, will push beyond their limits, knowing that their survival depends on it. In such situations, without formal commands, they will follow your intent. Without fear, they will stand firm. To win, you must remove doubts and superstitions. Soldiers should focus only on the battle ahead, not on omens or predictions. In times of war, wealth and long life are not primary concerns. Survival and victory are. A commander must act like a clever tactician, like a snake that attacks from every direction when threatened. Your army must be like this snake, able to respond instantly and decisively from any position. A wise general keeps his plans secret and adjusts his actions according to the situation. He must be unpredictable, always changing his tactics so the enemy cannot figure out his moves. At the crucial moment, he will act decisively, like someone who climbs a great height and then kicks away the ladder behind him, committing fully to his course. Understanding the different types of ground, the tactics best suited to each, and the fundamental principles of human nature are essential skills for any leader in war. A successful general always considers the terrain, the enemy's plans, and his own resources to create a winning strategy. Chapter 12. The attack by fire. Using fire in warfare can be a powerful way to weaken the enemy. There are 5 main ways to attack with fire. The first is to set fire to the enemy's soldiers while they are in their camp. The second is to burn their supplies and stored goods. The third is to set fire to their baggage trains, disrupting their logistics and movement. The fourth is to burn down their arsenals and armories, taking out their weapons and equipment. The fifth way is to use fire projectiles, like flaming arrows, to create chaos among the enemy ranks. To use fire effectively, you need to have all the materials ready ahead of time: dry wood, fuel, and tools for ignition. You also need to pick the right moment for a fire attack. The best time is during dry weather when the winds are strong. Specific days, when the moon is in certain positions, can also mean strong winds, which are ideal for spreading fire toward the enemy. When planning a fire attack, you must be prepared for several possible outcomes. If a fire breaks out inside the enemy camp, you should immediately launch an attack from the outside to take advantage of the confusion. If the fire is spreading but the enemy stays calm, wait for a better chance. If the fire reaches its peak and causes maximum chaos, follow up with an attack if it seems beneficial. Otherwise, stay in your position. If you have the chance to attack with fire from the outside, don't wait for an internal fire. Strike when the moment is right. Always start a fire from the upwind side so it spreads toward the enemy and not back toward you. Understanding how wind works is also important. A wind that starts during the day tends to last longer, while a night wind often dies down before morning. So, you need to plan your fire attack with these wind patterns in mind. Every army must be aware of these 5 possible outcomes when attacking with fire. It is also crucial to know the movements of the stars and monitor the most suitable days to execute a fire attack. Using fire requires intelligence and precise timing. While water can be used to isolate the enemy and limit their movements, it does not have the destructive impact of fire. A leader who knows how to use fire well shows deep understanding and strategic thinking. However, one who tries to win without creativity or bold strategies will find themselves stuck in endless conflict. A good ruler plans carefully, while a wise general prepares thoroughly. Do not move your army unless there is a clear advantage. Do not engage in battle unless there is something to gain. Do not attack unless the situation is critical. A wise leader does not send his troops into battle to satisfy personal anger, nor does a good general fight out of spite. Emotions like anger and frustration may change over time, but the destruction of a country or the loss of life cannot be undone. Because of this, a wise leader stays calm, and a good general remains cautious. This is how they keep their country safe and their army strong. Chapter 13. The use of spies. Raising a large army and moving it over long distances can put a huge strain on a nation's people and resources. The daily costs of maintaining such an army are massive, and it takes a toll on the common people. Many families will suffer from shortages, and their work will be disrupted. Armies might face each other for years, waiting for a decisive battle. If a leader is unwilling to spend a small amount of money to gather intelligence through spies, it is a big mistake. A leader who avoids using spies is not truly leading his people, is not supporting his ruler effectively, and does not understand how to win. What allows a smart leader and a good general to achieve success where others fail is having the right information. This knowledge doesn't come from luck, signs, or old experiences. It comes from people who have inside knowledge of the enemy, spies. There are 5 types of spies that can be used to gather information: local spies, internal spies, converted spies, deceptive spies, and surviving spies. When all 5 types of spies are working together, no one can understand their methods. This is called divine manipulation of the threads, and it is the most valuable skill for a ruler. Local spies are people who come from the enemy's country or region. They understand the terrain, the culture, and the people. Internal spies are the enemy's own officials or soldiers who can be persuaded to provide inside information. Converted spies are enemy spies who have been captured and convinced to work for your side. Deceptive spies are sent to the enemy with false information, which will mislead them and ensure their defeat. Surviving spies are those who return from the enemy's camp with valuable information. There is no one with whom closer relations should be maintained than spies. None should be rewarded more generously. In no other matter should there be more secrecy. Spies cannot be managed without understanding their behavior, and they cannot be effectively used without kindness and honesty. Without careful thinking and cleverness, you cannot be sure of the accuracy of their reports. Use your spies for all kinds of missions. Be smart and smart again. Keep their work hidden. If a spy reveals any secret information too early, he must be executed, along with the person to whom he revealed the secret. This strict rule ensures that the work of spies remains hidden and effective. Whether your goal is to crush an army, storm a city, or assassinate a leader, you must first find out the names of the enemy's attendants, aides, guards, and gatekeepers. Your spies must be tasked to discover these details. If you capture enemy spies who have come to spy on you, treat them kindly, bribe them, and make them comfortable. This will turn them into converted spies who can serve your purposes. It is through the information from a converted spy that you can recruit and deploy local and internal spies.
The converted spy can also be used to provide false information to a deceptive spy, who will then pass it to the enemy. The converted spy's information can also guide the surviving spy on where to go and what to observe. The ultimate goal of all types of spying is to gain knowledge about the enemy. This information is crucial for shaping your strategy. Therefore, converted spies must be treated with great generosity. In the past, the rise of the Yin dynasty was due to Ai Qi, who had served under the previous Xia dynasty. Similarly, the rise of the Zhou dynasty was helped by Lu Ya, who had served under the Yin. Only an enlightened ruler and a wise general can fully use the intelligence provided by spies to achieve great success. Spies are essential in warfare because they enable an army to move with confidence and precision. Without them, a general will be blind to the enemy's plans and moves, and victory will be out of reach. Thank you for watching this modern take on Sun Tzu's The Art of War. If you found this content helpful and inspiring, please consider giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below to share your thoughts. Your engagement helps us build a community dedicated to learning and wisdom. Don't forget to subscribe to stay updated on future content that will help you navigate the path of wisdom in your personal and professional life.